could be part of unscreened phone calls. There's a chance we do that. Hey, if you have procrastinated and not registered for the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix Riley Green meet and greet registration at contest at rickandbubba.com, you need to do that today because today's the last day you can register. One winner will be drawn, and they will meet Riley on Sunday, April 28th. As part of Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. He is the Grand Marshal. You're going to receive 2 general admission tickets, some garage tickets, parking pass that's gold. All of this ends at the end of today. So today's your last day to register. Just go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll see all these little tabs. Just click on contest, and boom, there it is. Very easy to do. Take 30 seconds, register, and good luck. We'll announce that on Monday. Also, don't forget, Fix Mama's Mouth has hit the contest page, and so right there is all the instructions on how to register Mama. Make sure you follow those instructions. There's an email address you can send those to, and then we will have the deadline on May the 3rd. The top 3 will hit for a week, and you'll be able to vote, and then we'll announce on the Monday after Mother's Day, which is May 13th. So all that is at rickandbubba.com under contest. Well, over to my left, there he is, Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man.
Mr. Sniffles.
Little sniffly.
Little sniffly. Little sniffly.
Not too bad.
Little sniffly. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
You good?
Yeah, cranked up and ready.
Okay. Coming
Draw back like a flip.
Coming up this weekend, the Stallions host the DC Defenders. It's real to me now because I'll be there as the stadium MC.
It's on. This is your first time for the UFL, US, whatever.
Yeah, it's UFL. You got it right.
Yeah.
The Stallions host the DC Defenders, and so looking forward to seeing all of you at Protective Stadium, 6 p.m. kickoff. And so that'll be kind of cool. I think it's on Fox Sports or I forget it. For those of you nationally that just can't, of course, get to Birmingham, that's there for you, and we look forward to seeing everybody. And then on the
cranking it up.
Yep. Then a week from Saturday, you and I will be at Shops at Grand River 1 to 3.
Is that right?
We'll have a meet and greet.
That's right.
And it's part of their big spring celebration.
Everybody needs to come on out and kick it off.
Yeah. And so we'll be there, part of that. So upcoming events, everything you need to know about the show. Where we'll be, some different things happening. You got the store. It's all there at rickandbubba.com. All right, so big show today. There's rumors that Travis Taylor is going to be in the golden ticket seats today.
Oh, man.
Skinwalker Ranch himself.
About that?
Now, I think we're playing with fire here.
Yeah,
and I hope Travis doesn't bring anything with him, if you know what I mean. But we look forward to seeing all of you in the golden ticket seats today. But they say he's going to be part of it.
Okay.
So that means that we'll have to bring him over to the mic and talk to him. He can't just sit here and relax. We're going to have to bring him in.
See what's happening out at the ranch.
Anytime he is here, we got to definitely talk to him. We'll have the Wheel of Canned Meat that should spin today, which means you'll be on the drums, just banging, huh?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. I'm getting tired of that. But yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Been a while.
Yeah. You know, I can't really enjoy that because I don't have headphones on. I'm back here at the wheel, and I just hear you in there banging, but I can't really hear a whole lot.
It's loud.
Mm.
What do you think?
I
Get in there and play a tune today? Let's swap today.
Let's swap?
Yes.
Buddy, you wouldn't want that. I don't even know. I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Well, just start wailing on him. That's about what I do. See, now you didn't bring Tom. He's a real musician. Adler's a real musician. I'm in there in the way.
Let me ask you where you fall on this, because we've all made mistakes, and I don't know the bottom. I don't know the ins and outs of this story. I just know the headline, and the headline reads this: Tim Hortons, and I guess that's a business.
Well, I've heard of that.
They accidentally sent out an email telling thousands, please understand, not one, not two, thousands of customers, thousands, that they had won a $40,000 fishing boat.
Oh, no.
So a mass email goes out, or that hey, you won.
Now, this is not someone like busting, going on, doing almost a prank to pull on them.
No, apparently it's a legit story, and I don't know. Again, I don't know a whole lot of details about it. It is? Okay. Yep. Tim Hortons accidentally sent out an email telling thousands of customers they've won a $40,000 fishing boat. Now you've got a bunch of angry Canadians that are demanding their boats and threatening a class action lawsuit. Now,
it's based out of Canada.
If it's, an honest mistake, where do you land on this? Like, no, you sent me an email, give me a boat, or do you go, all right, common sense is...
Guys, they're not going to give you a boat.
Right.
But there's people that will take it to the limit and try to sue to get their boat. Mm-hmm. You know they will.
Yeah.
Look, you didn't have a boat before it happened. You ain't got one now. Right. Your life hasn't changed. Nobody's took anything away from you. It was a prank or a mistake or whatever. We ain't got a bunch of boats. We don't have thousands of boats to give away. Sorry.
16.
But how do you mistakenly, you know what I'm saying? It'd
right.
be different
if
there is a contest that Tim Hortons is tied to that gives away a boat, and
right.
somebody said, "Oh, we messed up, and we gave away 1,000 of them." Why would anybody even think they got a boat from Tim? Is there a campaign? Hey, win a boat from Tim Hortons?
Yeah. It says
and who the crap's Tim Horton?
All right. So this is what's so weird about it, because to your point, it's like, okay, what's happening? So, all right, so they're under fire for mistakenly telling all the customers that they've won a boat and all this kind of stuff. It says here it's the second time in over a year that the coffee chain has made such an error.
Oh, so this has happened before.
Yeah.
And they're calling it an error, like somebody messed up. Again, there's got to be a tie to a contest where you get a boat.
Yeah.
And they just sent too many winners out.
It says here a spokesperson for Tim Hortons told Global News Thursday that an incorrect email was sent Wednesday to some customers where it was because of human error. Huh. I don't know.
Yeah,
this is weird. Yeah, it would have to be something. I don't know. But, how about if it's the second time in a year? It's just a bizarre story. It says we've developed a roll-up-to-win recap email message with the best intentions of giving our customers a fun overview of their 2024 play history. Whatever director of Tim Hortons is saying.
Oh, Tim Hortons.
And unfortunately, there was a human error that resulted in some guests receiving some incorrect information in their recap message. This came after an email apologizing to customers Wednesday for the mistake, stating technical errors that have been made, resulting in information that was sent out incorrectly about the roles of prize becoming included in previous emails, recap, and all this kind of stuff. But a lot of folks, and they say thousands, received saying they had won.
Okay.
And they're saying the boat is $55,000 boat.
Wow. And you give away thousands of those. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Huh?
And if that was human error, I guess that human's not working there anymore.
No, because I would hope not.
Good gracious.
But again, people, you're not getting a boat.
No.
You're not going to do it. They can't do that.
Yeah.
Hey, you owe me. You said I won.
Yeah, right. And there's some of that.
We didn't have a contest, so you didn't win.
Well, listen to some of this, because to your
somebody
point,
wants something for nothing. Nobody hurt you. It ain't like you signed up for something and you were told different.
Yeah. Listen to the disappointment in some of these folks here.
I was thrilled. I could not believe what I was reading. I expressed to her that I was, shocked and saddened.
It's frustrating that they can tell you won something and then just say, all of a sudden you didn't win it. Like, that's the frustrating part, and it just doesn't make sense how they can do that.
They do owe people what they won, and an email just isn't going to cut it.
Okay, everybody calm down. So I guess
okay, you're fine. You thought you had a boat. Half of you probably don't even need a boat.
Right.
You ain't nowhere near water.
So a lot of us know, like Duncan, whatever. Think of Tim Hortons kind of like that. It's a Duncan.
Duncan?
Like Duncan,
really?
Dunkin' Donuts, whatever. It's kind of in that.
It's a coffee shop /
Yeah, go ahead and get you something, whatever.
Okay.
But that's kind of what it is.
Canadian Duncan.
Yeah.
I've heard of it, I think.
Hey, everybody, lighten up, Francis.
I think I went to school with Tim Horton.
No, look, I'm really mad. Give me my butt.
My first reaction would have been, this ain't real.
Yeah.
That would have been my first reaction.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. Of course, I got the, vision where I can, the gift.
Yeah. You can see right through all that. Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now before an emergency strikes. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply are experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, and these kits last up to 25 years. Go to preparewithbubba.com, save $50 a kit. Are you somebody who likes the deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As we talked about, we kind of set the table for the day. First segment, we got a number of contests going on at rickandbubba.com. Today's your last chance to register for the meet and greet with Riley Green. He's the Grand Marshal of Children's out of Alabama Indy Grand Prix on April the 28th.
Meet and greet. You
got a meet and greet, some tickets. You've got garage passes. You've also got some parking, which might be the best thing out of all of it, just because it'd be easy to roll on up with parking pass. But
Good
anyway,
parking.
all that's at rickandbubba.com. Today, again, the last day for that, so make sure that you go and register. And good luck. We'll announce that on Monday. Fix Mama's Mouth is there. Golden ticket seats, if you head this way, drive safely. I understand we're going to have a crew today. Travis Taylor is scheduled to be here, and look forward to him in the seats. He's bringing some family and friends, I believe. So looking forward to that today. All right, so we've got, Caitlin Clark, either Caitlin Clark or Taylor Swift's in the news every day. Every day. And this one here, this headline says that it continues to get creepier with Caitlin Clark. Columnist awkward exchange with Caitlin Clark gets creepier as second comment surfaces.
And I watched it again, and I don't know, just like yesterday when we were I think somebody is trying to make news for the WNBA.
Right.
So they got to keep coming up with stuff because the things they act like are so offensive. I'm like, what?
All right,
Good
so
night, lighten up. Why, are we walking that tightrope, really?
I don't know. So let's just all listen together. This is another comment. And is it Greg Dole? He is the columnist.
Same guy, isn't it?
Yeah. Second exchange that would be almost as creepier as the first one. They say
he made the heart hand to her.
Mm-hmm.
That was creepy, and now this, right?
Yep. So you got
what's the big deal?
So Greg is talking to the Indiana Fever coach, Christy Sides, about Caitlin, and this is the exchange.
You just were given the keys to that. What are you going to do with it?
What am I going to do with them? Hopefully we're going to win a lot of games to start. She's going to help us out with that.
So the offensive part is he referred you, and he's trying to just be
wow.
Gave you the keys to that.
Right.
What are you going to do with it?
And now
they're saying that he was calling her that and it, and that's offensive.
Well, I thought those were the pronouns you're supposed to.
But great point, by the way, because he don't know what her pronouns are, so he was trying to say neutral. I don't know what she goes by.
If you say her, they'll be offended you called her a her.
And to be honest, you're really kind of complimenting her when you're like, you're giving the keys to that. This is awesome.
Yeah. Look at that weapon. Look at that weapon sitting beside you. Let's hear this one more time, Greg. Hold on.
You just were given the keys to that. What are you going to do with it?
I don't. He's talking about you. Again, I'm sorry. There's so many things in this world that are offensive, and these two instances are not.
There is truly a Caitlin Clark story.
I would have thought he used a B word or something. The way the headline act. I thought, well, I tell you got your hands on that.
Easy.
But the point is, really, we're walking that kind of tightrope. We are, by the way.
Yeah, well.
How about this?
That would be a yes.
Those pronouns would be good, that and it.
Oh,
what are your pronouns? I go by that and it, because that means that I'm a big deal.
Oh,
I think somebody, and brilliantly, it's working at the WNBA, says, look, we're gaining some momentum on publicity. She brought a lot of attention with her. Let's just milk this thing. Keep coming up with reasons for us to be in the headlines, because this is a stretch at best.
Yeah.
I don't think she was offended. I don't think.
No,
her coach kind of laughed.
So.
Really,
I guess where we are, we're in a world that everybody's got to be offended, and then, look, I got.
You referred to her as that and it.
I understand. I really do that. Caitlin Clark, with her name and her likeness and all that, it brings good ratings. People seem to like her a lot.
Yeah.
And that's well known. That's one of the reasons why Indiana Fever drafted her. Not only is she good, but they know what they've got with her.
Bring people.
But the media it's every day something. We got to have something Caitlin Clark, and if
Well, if you
it's
gotta
kind
live-
of a B story, we got to make it an A with some controversy. It's
Yeah,
just
both of these stories, when I saw the headlines, I thought, man, let me check this out.
right.
And both times I went, that's it?
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Mm.
That's it.
Come on, guys. Let's
We're
don't be so
better-
touchy. Let's don't be so
Yeah.
touchy.
We're better than that. But that's just how that's how the media is.
Look-
They get it's like there's another one right today here when it has to come. It comes with ex NFL star Antonio Brown.
Well,
There's another story.
Who's mentally ill.
Right. Caitlin Clark has had to block him on social media.
What was he attacking her?
Apparently so.
Well,
they
again,
claim him.
Antonio's got a few things that he needs to deal with. Anyway, so
It says here. It says that he made some comments on social media. Maybe.
she had to block him. What's he mad about?
Caitlin Clark looks like. No.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. Can I say it? I don't know. He said Caitlin Clark, and I'm gonna say it exactly the way he's written it.
Okay.
It looks like it's on X. It's a post. Caitlin Clark looks like she keep it hairy. Oh no. Wait.
Speedy, you didn't know how that.
Well, I didn't know.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Not sure where he's going with this.
No, I didn't think about that.
Speedy.
Well, I didn't. I didn't.
Now what was it?
I
again?
just broke my glasses.
You sure did.
I just broke my glasses.
Hey, now what was it again?
Nothing. I just don't.
I can't believe it. And you also said it in your Antonio Brown voice.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I didn't.
I'm gonna process this for a minute.
I didn't. I
I'm
never
trying to
thought
see
that.
where I want to see where Antonio was going. I'm trying to think.
Yeah. Well, because the picture had
Well, she
a
had to
picture of
block him
her hair.
Okay, yeah, buddy.
It did. I didn't.
Well, maybe he's referring to the ponytail.
Right.
Don't think so. You reading it's the best part.
Oh my God.
But who does that? Now, okay, that may be deemed offensive.
Yeah.
These others have not been.
She had to block him on social media.
You know, these other two instances were not really I consider offensive, but I can see how that would be offensive and bizarre,
Right.
all in the same time.
Right.
Now, you want to go ahead and read it, quote it again?
I
or-
blame you for even wanting to talk about Caitlin
No,
Clark.
no. I like the point is you were like, I don't know how to. I'm just going to read it like it is. That was the problem. You read it like it was.
Right. Yeah, I apologize.
He was blocked.
That's not me. That's Antonio Brown, but she blocked him on social media.
And I'm trying to process what the point he was trying to make.
Right.
And,
I my mind never went there, so I did until I read it.
no,
out
well,
loud.
you did. Broke your glasses over it, but
Right.
okay.
I did. I just broke my glasses.
I don't know if the WNBA is behind that publicity.
No,
You know, I
no.
think they're feeding a lot of stories. Maybe not that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Can we just act like that never happened?
Oh, the bottom. Yeah. Oh, of course, we're running a recorder probably. But
Right, but I know radio didn't get it. I think
Did it not?
I dumped it.
You dumped
I
it?
dumped
You
myself.
said it and then dumped yourself.
After I realized what I said. I didn't have.
Not many people dump themselves.
No.
That's a strange little deal there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. In all kinds of emergencies, supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right at top of the hour for the main show as we get ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The Wheel of Canned Meat should spin today. Golden ticket seats, be safe if you're traveling in. And don't forget, today's the last day to register for the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix registration for a meet and greet with Riley Green. He's the Grand Marshal. Garage passes, tickets, the whole, it's just great day. April 28th is the race day, so that's what you're registering for. We'll announce that on Monday.
I saw a video of Riley yesterday taking batting practice with Alabama's baseball team.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he hit the ball pretty good.
He's I'm telling you, good athlete. Yesterday, speaking of sports and activities and everything, Kevin Derberry had his golf tournament.
That's right.
His annual golf tournament had a morning and an afternoon.
We ate some good food.
Tea time. Yeah, it was really good food. Got to see a lot of folks there. I sent a picture to JC because you know how he loves hockey now. He's all about it.
Well, if you're in Huntsville, you're going to deal with hockey.
Yes, you are. You got the Huntsville Havoc up there, but here in Birmingham, where we're based out of right now, you have the Birmingham Bulls.
Yeah.
And Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings was there. He supports the Kevin Derberry Ministries. And he had with him a bunch of hockey players. And he had told me that they all played, and it was a table full of them. I don't know if you got it. I think their season's wrapping up and all that, regular season. But I was able to go over and say hey to him and everything, and talk about my middle son. Yeah, but I tell you,
I bet there were partials, a lot of them.
Yeah, I had asked one of them if they could go over to you and act like you had said something, just to see how you'd react.
But they clearly saw they didn't want none.
They looked over at you and said, I don't want none of him.
Look at this guy's over here eating barbecue.
But it was great meeting them, and very nice guys. But I took a picture, and I was like, hey man, let me get a big picture. And Tim wanted one anyway because he had organized all of them to be there, and so I took a big group picture, and I sent it to JC. I said, hey man, hanging out with the Birmingham Bulls. He was so jealous. He's like, you're kidding me. He is insert twist over the hockey.
Well, how about that? I
Loves
wonder. Those guys obviously were probably not from around here.
Mm-mm.
So their season ended,
and
so they just, I guess, go back home, or do you stay here? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody just got an email from somebody. I don't know how that works either.
I know this. They came to a golf tournament.
They did, and it was quite humid yesterday too. And I wanted to ask them when they were sitting out. Rick was able to speak to everybody before they went off on the afternoon flight, and he was out talking. So we went out and we're hanging out. And Justin Brown, good friend in the business,
known him for years.
He's just a great guy. He was there. So we
Charles in charge, former intern.
Yes,
good to see Charles.
It's just a great time to kind of catch up with a lot of folks, and met a lot of new faces too. But I wanted to look over at them and go, how's that Alabama humidity treating you right now? And this ain't nothing. Today's kind of a pleasant day.
Yeah.
But it was great to meet them. But it was good to see Kevin and Connie and the crew.
Yeah.
And Joe Cruzy, the golf pro there at Timberline Golf Course is where they were hosting it.
It was great.
He's great. The staff is wonderful. It was just a great day. Good day. Good food.
See, this year I'd missed a few in the past. I used to have something I had to do at work on Thursday afternoons. It messed me up. But since we didn't have to do that this year, I was back in the rotation and I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
seeing everybody. Great, you want a great cause, and it's Kevin's ministries does great work, and to be a part of it's awesome.
It really is really kind of cool to meet a lot of folks, hear their stories, and again see a lot of folks that you just don't get to see, and then. Every year, look forward to doing that. So anyway, just wanted to give him a shout out at kevinderberry.com. That's kevinderberry.com. If you want to come alongside him and his ministry, they do great work.
I think I'm playing in it next year.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Well, this is where you do this every year, and I kind of roll my eyes to it because we were talking about Les Bradford and his son yesterday.
Yes.
They were playing, and we were sitting there, and I could tell you were starting to kind of dig golf a little bit because you do that. And
I like it.
And I'm like, guys, y'all don't get pulled in. It's this golf tournament when he can make it, and then it's the Regent's tradition when he's there. He gets around it, and you feel like, hey, I could really dig this. I would like to do this.
Then I pick a club up and realize I can't swing it. I can't. I'm really, really bad. There's nothing. I have nothing natural to do with golf.
I have you a bag, and I have you a set of irons. We'd have to work on. I think I got an extra 3 wood and some stuff. I got something for you just to get going. And then once you start liking it,
But
like,
you know what I'm
okay.
talking about. The few
But I
times
got
I've
you. I
done
got
it,
you
there's
something.
nothing natural. It ain't like, oh, Greg, you're a natural. It's very.
But it's
very
frustrating.
stiff and
It's frustrating.
awkward.
It's takes some time, but
'Cause I see people with these beautiful swings. I'm going to see. I'm not capable of that physically.
but if you picked it up, you would enjoy it, I think.
Yeah, well. Oh, I know I would.
Yeah.
I may just play putt-putt.
Just go to play putt-putt. That's good. That's great.
I may just do that.
You think?
Yeah. Probably best.
Well, anyway, it was a lot of fun, and I did stop him though. I'm like, just don't start asking Greg about golf. He's getting it. I see that look, and I've seen it for years, where he starts this speech about how he's going to start.
Really good, like you know.
I'm not really good, but I'm good enough to where I can go out and play and somewhat enjoy it. Doesn't mean that I don't hit it in the water and can't find it in the woods. And I'm not frustrated at times. But Tyler has picked it up since he stopped playing, and now he's family man and dad and all this kind of stuff. He loves to do it on the side.
Sure.
And then Reese has picked it up. The problem with the Wilburns, and I told Les and his son this yesterday, is that we have so much baseball in us.
Yeah,
it's tough to transition. I mean, to that.
See, Tyler's perfect now because he's moved on to just golf.
Yes,
so he can do it without messing up his.
But everything baseball tells you to do opposite of what a golf swing is. And so if you've been playing that your whole life and then you switch to golf, you're talking about frustrated.
Yeah.
You're trying to get that out of you. But anyway, so Reese and Tyler are all about it. JC's still playing, so he hadn't quite switched over.
He'll switch over.
But once he does, I could see a Wilburn foursome going out and enjoying it, which means I have to because Tyler will call me out. He'll say, hey, got a 4 o'clock tee time. Let's just play 9. It's me and you. Here we go. And it's like,
awesome.
And you gotta be ready. He'll wear you out.
He's serious about it.
Oh yeah.
Well, like I say, he can put all of his free time into it now.
Yeah.
So
he just decked out in Cobra and Puma stuff, and it's like, good night, buddy. You on the tour? What are you doing?
He's close.
But if you want to, I got something that you could use and where you don't have to go buy anything. And I've talked to you about this, and I know you won't do it
for years
because this is how you are. I've told you, hey man, we could just go hit a bucket and just goof off and hang out.
And when we do, you'll go, you're right, Greg. You might as well just.
Well,
you might as well go and maybe pick up horseshoes.
Look, it
ain't bad at horseshoes.
It'll be ugly at first.
I'm decent.
But I mean, come on, you're not going to be bad at it. I mean, at first you'll be, you might have to watch out standing, to the right or left of you. But after that,
yeah, you might want to go get in cover because it's coming at you.
Well, when you're ready, I think I got you something.
Okay. It's probably this year at Region.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. I'm not going to fall victim to that. But now you got your golf, the apparel, the clothes. You look like you play.
They got good clothes.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Shop our best savings for spring during SpringFest at Lowe's. Right now, get a free leaf blower and select combo kits. And stock up on soil for all your gardening projects. Get 3 bags of 3/4 cubic foot Miracle-Gro garden soil free when you buy 3. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 4/17. Compared to trimmer purchased separately. Blower and trimmer sold packaged together as combo kit. Includes 1 battery and charger. Miracle-Gro offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last.
Doug. To celebrate everyone who's customized and saved hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, we got a savings siren that goes off every time someone saves. There it is. It's a really more savings, which really, okay, a lot of savings. Little annoying now. Will you stop saving for 5 seconds?
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on that.
All right, we're rolling back 11 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Look, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, the question is, are you going to be ready? I'm talking about a situation where you won't have time to pack or prepare. So go ahead now, whatever is coming, get ready. 5 P's to you, Greg. Preparewithbubba.com. You'll save big and have peace of mind knowing that you're ready for anything that comes along. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for their uncertain future. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer 2,000 calories every day and are designed to last up to 25 years with 22 food and drink varieties. There'll be no food boredom at all. I mean, you'll have what you need. And right now, as a listener of the show, you get each kit for $50 off. They ship fast and for free in unmarked boxes as well. So if you are interested, go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 off a 4-week food kit, plus a free shipping offer is available as well. So as a listener or viewer of this show, we've got you covered. Preparewithbubba.com. Save $50 off a 4-week food kit plus free shipping. And there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we are rolling on back, getting ready for the day, and we thank all of you for being with us. If you're headed here with the golden ticket seats, drive safely. Look forward to seeing you. And they say, I mean, so for some of you that are just coming to the golden ticket seats, I think you might be happy because Skinwalker's own Travis Taylor's scheduled to be here just in the seats and hanging out with family and friends. So look forward to seeing him and catching up with him. All right, so we got a couple of things that are happening when it comes to stories of the day. We've covered a lot of them. As far as
you covered that one really good.
Well, as far as personal stories, I am, of course, headed out to another college baseball game today. As you know, you need a spreadsheet to figure out where you're going. So
where you going?
I'll be peeling out of here and headed towards West Alabama. So there's that today.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of activity. Then you got the Birmingham Stallions coming up tomorrow night. A lot of different promotions.
You ready?
Do
you feel like you're on top of your game with the Stallions? I mean, this is a new step out.
I wish
you've done it plenty of times before, but just different organization.
I kind of wish I knew a little bit more, to be honest with you. But that's why you have the pregame meetings. So we have a production meeting tomorrow.
Well,
prior
I want
to the
everybody
game
to show up and get out there and really. I want them to participate in what you're doing. Get fired up.
Do you know?
Because if they get fired up, then you're gonna get fired up.
Right. Do you know that that James Spann threw out the first pitch for the Birmingham Barons?
I did not. I did see him giving a weather report from the stadium.
Really?
Yeah.
He threw out the first pitch at the Birmingham Barons game at Regions Field.
How'd it look?
Last night, Thursday, April the 18th.
I bet James is a big baseball fan, isn't he? I bet
he
threw
loves
a good.
it.
I bet he threw a good pitch.
He absolutely loves it. His son was good at it too. Let's see here. Hey, we got a little ad here, but I want to see what it looked like.
Come on, James.
Yeah, let's go, James.
I bet he threw it right down the pipe.
Yeah.
The crowd loves him.
Hey, he made it. He made it to him.
Yeah,
He didn't spike it. And let's see, he's from the top of the mound too. I think he's kind of at the rubber. Okay, it's not bad. Boy, James.
See, I'm going to be honest, we covered it the other day.
Boy, James.
Boy, James.
So way to get it there.
Gronk's first pitch, I got on my nerves.
Yeah, I know. Because
what he's doing, he didn't want to throw the pitch.
That's it.
So I'm going to do this, and my signature like I scored a touchdown because I don't feel good about my pitch, which is fine. But everybody was like, ooh, that's so Gronk. I thought he chickened out.
Right, and he's known for that spike. I got that. That's kind of what he did.
That ain't what he was out there for. He's out there to throw the first pitch.
Right. But that was his way out of going, well, I'm not making a clip on this.
That means he practiced a few times and he didn't like what he was doing.
But yeah, James threw it on in there. Hey, look, he was from the top of the mound at the rubber and threw it all the way to the catcher. The catcher didn't have to move.
Well, good deal.
So congratulations to James. I saw that and I know how we love first pitch stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And James Spann threw out for the Birmingham Barons. He threw out the first pitch last night.
And they say he smoked it.
Smoked it. Have you ever thrown out the first pitch?
You know, I haven't. I never have.
Really?
And I'm going to keep it that way.
I'm going
to do like Gronk if I do.
Yeah. Would you rather throw out the first pitch or sing the anthem?
Throw the pitch. Definitely.
Boy, that was quick.
Yeah.
That one in there sung the anthem before.
Were you there? I was there.
You actually went?
Yes, I went.
When Adler sang the anthem?
I did.
Huh.
When Adler sang the anthem.
I didn't know you went.
The crowd was cheering for more.
Yeah.
We had to get the game going.
We had to get it going.
It wasn't a concert.
Didn't have time for more.
You know, they wanted more, though.
Yeah, they wanted more.
Actually, Greg, we have video of you watching that, and you were like, the Echoes got him, guys. The Echoes got him. Hey, everybody, the Echoes got him. If you're wondering why it sounds crappy, the Echo is why it sounds bad.
I forgot we did film, didn't we?
Did he really?
Yes,
Is the echo tough or not?
I thought it sounded fine,
I didn't say it sounded
but evidently you felt the need to tell everybody around you. The Echoes got him, everybody.
No, I was just saying you were in there taking on the Echo.
The Echo is serious, though. You can't listen to it. You got to just listen to what's in your head.
You did a metal version.
I didn't do a metal version, Greg.
Oh, shit.
I was excited for some reason about the flag was still there. I really nailed that line for some reason. I don't know why.
So,
Okay.
I didn't realize I was announcing to everybody that
Is that what you did? You thought out loud. So you
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, we'll do that.
I thought I was being supportive.
Thanks for coming to the show, buddy. I appreciate it. You're not supposed to talk during the national anthem, okay, friends?
That's a good point.
Yeah. But, hey, by the way, let's add to that. You're not even supposed to be talking.
My friend was singing it, and I wanted to give him, I wanted to break it down a little bit.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you so much.
So I help him.
Well, so when you sing, because I know, Adler, you have grown up singing and performing, so to you, that would be like just somebody kind of doing their normal thing. You know what I'm saying? But were you extra nervous during that? Or was it just like, okay, here we go?
I wasn't that nervous. I probably should have been more nervous. I would have done a better job and not dealt with that echo so badly.
The echo got you.
The echo's got him, everybody. The echo's got him. Funny. I'm actually going to the Barons game this weekend.
Are you really?
Taking the kids? Yeah.
Hey, it's a great family fun kind of adventure.
It really is.
It's great. They have lots of area in the outfield where they can run and play and go.
Yes. They got moon bounces or bounce houses. Is what they call.
Oh yeah, over on the side they have a whole little area where that's all they do.
Ruby gets mad at me anytime I call it a moon bounce. That's what I grew up calling them, but evidently it's a bounce house now.
So now it's referred to as a bounce
not
house.
a moon bounce.
Yeah,
Bounce
sorry,
house.
Ruby. My bad.
Yeah.
I was putting I was putting a sleep sack on a bunny at 3:00 this morning.
What?
So
yes.
the bunny has to have its sleep sack?
The bunny has a sleep sack, and the bunny was awake.
Let me guess.
That is so
Let me guess, Daddy. The bunny woke me up.
The bunny woke me up.
That's
Is
it.
exactly right. My
Needed the
baby's
sleep
awake.
sack.
Yeah, and the sleep sack is not working. So that's what I was doing at 3 this morning. I'm like, I can't believe I'm putting a sleep sack on a bunny at 3:00 right now.
Yeah,
This is not
just
good.
please go back to sleep.
3 is you're almost time to get up.
And
Yes.
you want to talk to her about, hey, the bunny didn't wake you up.
No, it's not the bunny.
The bunny can't wake you up. It didn't wake you up, Ruby.
You're waking me up.
Right.
If anybody's waking anybody up, that's what's happening
But
right
Ruby
now.
is correct. A sleep sack does help.
Yeah, it does. I kind of want one for myself now that you mention it.
You know what? Now that that would be zip it right up.
Ezra's got a sleeveless one, so he's just kind of like in a potato sack, but his arms are out. I think that would work for me.
Mary Hollis, same way. She's got a pink one. Yep.
Really?
Yep. Arms out. They're like in a cocoon.
Yeah, they love it. For some reason, I was laughing thinking about how Rick was talking about when he gets hot, he just throws one leg out.
Yeah.
It's a good method.
I've done that.
I do it all the time. At first arms, if I'm a little bit hot, just throw your arms out. Which is why I think I need the sleeveless sleep sack.
That's right. You don't want
That's it.
There's nothing worse than to wake up and you're hot.
Oh, boo. Boo.
I
want to
have to grab the cover and pull it up higher because I'm cold.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. I want the air like chilling my nose a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the anthem as we go to break here. Was
You talking about when the echo guy?
Was Greg part of your support staff? I mean,
he was supposed to be in my corner.
Were you looking to him for positive feedback?
Yes, he was supposed to be in my corner. That'd be like a corner man during a fight being like, "You're losing. You're doing terrible.
Right.
He's got you in a headlock and you can't get out."
I got to ask you, what were you thinking?
Well,
No, he couldn't hear.
I couldn't hear. I found
He was
out
on the
later
field.
on the
Oh.
recording. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
he
was-
watched it back, and I was just trying to talk him through it.
Well, I didn't know
is that what
that
you
when
were
I
trying
went
to do?
back and met up with that whole group of people that you had just told. The echo's got him. The echo's got him. I didn't know that until much later, so I felt very foolish hanging out with y'all.
You were saying
So
that
you were
out
hanging
loud?
out afterwards.
You said that.
It sounded fine. It wasn't that.
Oh,
It's just that's a tough thing.
It's
to
a
do.
tough room
Greg.
because it's like, say,
Yeah,
can you
see?
say, can
Yeah.
you see?
Look, just on the talking side, when I'm doing contests in a stadium, I
He
tell the
gets you.
contestant, listen to me. Don't listen to that bounce
Oh, you're
back.
a pro, buddy.
No, I'm not a pro.
Everybody, get your sausages out. You're great.
What?
Votes had come in illegal or not, Trump still wouldn't have won.
I completely understand that, and that may be the case, but the problem with that is they never did a real audit of these votes.
Now, how do you know that?
They looked at Dominion machines. They never looked at Dominion machines to find out if votes were changed. But certainly, if it was not within the realm of tolerance, that's a good argument if we know that those votes were correct and accurate. We never knew that those votes were correct and accurate and hadn't been changed. I never felt satisfied at all that there were votes that had not been manipulated.
And now we're all asking a question that, and I understand that concern completely, but it's almost like you're sitting there going, I don't know whether they did or they didn't, and we may never ever know. So then all we do is speculate because none of us really know the truth of it. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
And, sir, I wanted to be clear. Absolutely, the Capitol thing had not happened, but there was fear of mobs on both sides.
Well, yeah. I mean, you see what because anybody.
And I totally disagree with you on that point.
Yeah. Well, you look at the passion of.
And that's fine. We can disagree.
Yeah. Well, we've got we had a very very a polarizing president from a personality standpoint, and I believe, and I'm going to say this too, and I know that some of you can't handle this kind of thing where you actually agree with someone on some things and disagree on others. I believe that if President Trump had been coachable and had allowed himself to communicate clearly without the cult of personality, that these are the policies that my administration are pushing through. They're working. Here's why they're working, and here's why we need to continue to do that. And it really doesn't matter who oppose me. Those who oppose me can oppose me as a person all they want to, but the bottom line is, let's as Americans look, this path and these things we're implementing are working better for you as an individual, no matter even what party you pull for, as opposed to what we had before. And we really don't want to go back to that. And as we were talking about yesterday, that first debate, from people that are pretty reliable, and I don't know if it's true or not, I assume this person's reliable. They've always been reliable. They said the president wouldn't listen, that they told him, go on the debate and just let Joe Biden talk. He'll talk himself into circles.
The first one?
Yeah. We at this point, we don't have anything really happening yet. That just let him talk. You don't say anything. Your economy, your whatever speaks for itself. He has to convince the American people to vote for him over you. Let that happen. And of course, he wouldn't listen.
Rick, are you talking negative about the president?
Yes, I am. And because
there's a lot of the early voting.
There's some things. Well, yeah, because people voted early in response to that debate, and as it was told to us, the number one thing searched on Google after that debate was over, and then Trump kind of got back on his feet.
After the third debate.
Yeah. After the third debate was, how can I change my vote?
Second one.
Yeah, how can I change my vote? So I think people reacted to that, and then could never reel it back in. There's no doubt. Just look, I don't know how to break this to everybody. Y'all know the Democrats said that 2016 was hijacked, and they too are saying that nobody would look at the things they were pointing at. And you know what courts and everything were telling them? Even the things that you guys are talking about, it wouldn't have changed the election. Okay. That's what we told the left in 2016, who claimed it was hijacked. Now, you can say this time there was a better case and all that. And it may be. But it's over. And there are some things that President Trump did that if he had done differently, we might have had a different outcome. And so I think there's things the president did that were fantastic, and I wish he was still the president. But there's a lot of things that Donald Trump did that I didn't agree with politically. I didn't agree with strategically, and that's okay.
And the country is divided.
And I'm not going to live in a country that doesn't allow me to do that. I will never change on that.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
And here we go. It is a brand new hour on a brand new show. We're thankful that you're here. Kickoff hour's done. Speedy and Greg handled that one. Some of you may have missed, but we'll update you on that as we go forward. Here's the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. Here goes Rick and Bubba. Joining Speedy and Greg is Adler. Hello, Adler. He's got the YouTube experience for you as we go forward. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching the show live or archived on our YouTube channel, Eddie Van Adler will guide you. Also, a best of hour from our YouTube experience available to all Blaze TV subscribers. Other ways to get the show. Live and archive, America's boldest radio stations. That's a live option. If you have an affiliate, be sure they know how much you appreciate that. Bold enough to carry this show. Also, another live option is the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. 24/7 Rick and Bubba, live and archived. You can get that as a free download. Just get the TuneIn app, then search the Rick and Bubba show. Also, another archive option is audio archives. Every day, our podcast channel has audio archives available for you, including a best of hour if you just kind of need to get a nutshell of what happened on that day's show. Also, we have a unique podcast every week called Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. A brand new one drops this weekend. Bubba and I enjoyed our talk with Dustin Connell, talking professional bass fishing, major league fishing, and kind of his story, which is a good one. So catch that wherever you get podcasts this weekend. We are missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. It's the Friday edition, and we got a show packed.
Don't put it down. She's a lot like you. Everybody. Little Susie's on the up.
There she is, Tesla. Bubba from the album Mechanical Renaissance. I mean, isn't that a cool when the artist came in with that? Isn't that cool?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Huh?
yeah. That's pretty.
That's well, concern is all over the room. You know, when you start thinking, maybe everything will be okay, and then something happens so quick. Travis Taylor and his wife are scheduled.
Dr. Travis.
Dr. Travis Taylor
scheduled to be in the golden ticket seats today. His wife is a fan of the show, and for some reason, Bubba's asked him to come too in his connection to Skinwalker Ranch, and even put him on the show today. And I went into Bubba's office today, and I just said, "What are you doing? I mean, why would you go back into this world?" And I think, well, maybe. You know, we all have different approaches today. I know Bubba's got something he's going to scan Dr. Travis Taylor with. I put on a shirt that had redeemed on it just in case it's from that world. And then right out of the gate, Speedy has to dump himself in the kickoff hour. And I thought, well, we can't even get going.
It's already started.
It's already started.
Yeah, it's
Who
I
has
think
to
there was a
dump
song
themselves?
about it that it's already started. Well, it's dealing with Caitlin Clark and a story that's in the news today, which I think Speedy has more than covered.
Yes, he has.
So we will not have to address it.
No, we will not have to address that.
I
We had a
pulled-
story.
I pulled a Ron Burgundy and read exactly what was on.
You got caught up because we were talking about the reporter and people trying to act like he's saying these horrible things that I don't consider horrible.
See what happens when Helms is not here.
There's second audio out of the same columnist saying something to her.
They're claiming that he called her that and it. Which
Yeah.
we're really trying. Like I was accusing the WNBA of trying to get publicity by coming up with these stories. So Speedy thought, well, this is another thing like that that's really not offensive,
right?
But they're just being picky. Well, no, he was incorrect.
Yeah, that would be incorrect.
But you know what, Rick? He announced it. I'm just going to read it like it says.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
should have read it before that.
Should have.
When he says, I'm going to just read it just like it is, I didn't hear it.
Serious voice.
And because it
so
was
glad you didn't.
Well, we hope most people didn't hear it.
Yeah, I did dump myself.
Now, the tubers heard it.
There's a few times you dump yourself.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah, the tubers got themselves quite a little bonus today.
Well, I have gotten
wish
two
you could heard his
emails
tone.
from two guys that said that they have had to go change their shirt because they spilt coffee all over.
I was just staring at it.
I can't believe
I felt
you did it.
like I was back at the Gadsden Mall for a minute.
Yes.
Yeah, there
well,
you go.
But Bubba, if you go over the years, sure, you and I have got a few, but this Calvin Speedy Wilburn, and how he just innocently swerves into these kind of things and says phrases and things.
Is Ryan okay?
Oh, if Ryan Greenwood finds
You'll
out
hear
about
it
this,
later. I think he hits on the.
Oh yeah, he's a little.
Oh,
It'll be
well,
delayed.
I mean, it may shake him up so bad he can't even get me.
should I send a
Rick,
warning?
I'm just gonna read it.
Right? Should I send him a warning? Should I send a warning text to Ryan? Because I honestly am worried about his health.
Tell him to go YouTube video option.
Well,
because
let's
audio
not promote
affiliate
that.
option.
Look, I'm just going to read it just like it says.
Hey, Speedy, there you go again.
Why-
I'd rather
let's
people
not
not know
promote
they
it.
can go
Yeah.
back.
Well, y'all
and do
are the one talking about
it. I
it.
said I was going to just text Ryan. I didn't
y'all
say
brought
how.
it up though.
I didn't say how he was going to get it.
I thought that was kick. You know what happens at the kickoff hour stays.
Well,
in
it
the
ought
kickoff
to.
hour.
Good point.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought we were just going to move on.
Yeah.
Let the professionals come in here and do the main show.
Antonio Brown doubled down, if you know what I mean.
Ryan.
He's continuing the joke.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
See,
Oh,
and
so
here
he's
goes
Speedy,
Bubba
I tell you
staring it
what,
up.
since he's a continued, just read it like it says.
No, please don't. My favorite,
Hey, Ryan.
and there's also a little sidebar. My favorite, and this goes to the innocence of Speedy, which makes these things
Bubba, he didn't hear it.
make these things even funnier. Is it Speedy telling me what he thought Antonio Brown meant?
Yeah.
And
it didn't hit me.
Yeah, right. But
Until I read it and I heard myself say it.
He dropped his guard because in our opinion, what was considered offensive by this reporter really is not offensive.
I got that.
So that's why his guard was down.
No, I know. But there's been a history.
He thought he discovered another example of that.
Right, sure.
And he was incorrect.
That's all right, buddy. Look, it's fine. You know
I
what?
went ahead, Rick. I
Good,
said, "Hey,
thank you.
Ryan, did you hear Speedy this morning having to dump himself? Warning."
Right. That's wise. Yeah. Thank you. That's a friend right there. So we'll come back. We got a lot to talk about around the world today.
Oh, we got a lot to cover. Taylor Swift is dropping albums,
gosh.
and Israel's dropping bombs.
The golden ticket
That
seats
sounds like a song.
will be so full today. If everybody shows up, we're going to have a mob in here.
I think it's the biggest crowd we've ever had.
And that will also include Dr. Travis Taylor, which these people, when you connected to Skinwalker Ranch, it has not gone well.
Yeah.
And it's about to start up again. I mean, I think they start like in 2 weeks.
And then you're going to do what?
You know how much in demand he is right now with this starting up?
So you're going to do a tornado recovery update with him in the room? He caused
No,
it.
I'll probably do it before he gets
caused
here. Well, possibly somebody else caused it, but
we'll be back. 16 minutes past the hour.
I've asked for that attack to be curtailed.
Yes,
too.
yes.
2 Corinthians 12. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. This hour starts with the national anthem. So it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. For those of you that have the day off, sit back, relax, and we'll update you and hopefully entertain you along the way. I thought of this when I was reflecting on Martin Luther King Jr., and I would love to sit down with him right now and say, what you think?
Yeah.
What you think about, do you think, I'd love to hear him say, hey, what are we doing? I'd love to. I wonder how he sees the dream right now.
I heard that question actually put to. Is it Avetta? Am I saying her name right? We've had her on the show. Avetta King.
Yeah.
Who is his niece, I believe. Isn't that their relationship?
Gosh, I think you're right.
She. Matter of fact, I saw her ask that on Fox and Friends this morning.
Really? Okay.
And she said that he would. Immediately say we got to get God first, because he was a Baptist preacher and believed that above everything, and said and she even gave some quotes of what he had said, that we're all going to have to learn to live together or we're going to perish together.
Yep.
So we got to get it figured out.
So I think a good time to reflect. Some of you that maybe were not familiar, Martin Luther King Jr. maybe has become a monument in your mind, but you don't know that much about that historic movement. Go back, pull him up in his own words. Read the letter from a Birmingham jail. Listen to his speeches, and make your own decisions. And because I think sometimes maybe he gets misrepresented about exactly what he meant by his dream. In his own words, he dreamed of a day that. And I know it's now become, you can't say colorblind. Colorblind is now a racist statement.
I know. It's weird, isn't it?
But I heard Dr. King say pretty clear that his dream was that people would just be judged by their character, not by the color of their skin. So two things there. He did believe that your ethnicity should not be our identity.
All right.
It certainly should be something that's important to us in our culture, and I love different cultures. I think they're quite fascinating. But he also said, and I know this is extremely uncomfortable, that if you want to know how to properly judge a person, as Jesus said, and if you read on in Matthew 7, not just the first verse, he says, judge them by their character.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do that too. That's not a racist thing to do. That's not the wrong thing to do. So if he says judge people by character, that means there must be a character that is preferred.
There is a right and wrong.
Because if it doesn't matter, then why should I care about somebody's character if there's no standard of character, right?
It's anything goes.
Yeah. So anyway,
I think you can logically deduce that.
Yeah. So that is something I think we all could use a revisit to today as we remember Martin Luther King Jr. So and I hope if you have the day off, you enjoy it. So we'll unpack things that have happened over the weekend. We'll look ahead. It's Will of Meat is back in play. We definitely want to mix the two, but it's another difficult week because this show is about lives and you and us. Because we're heading toward another day that is got all sorts of conspiracies and I mean. This is an absolute true story, and I will be completely general about it.
You're not going to have any luck with this, Rick.
I won't do. No, I think I'm okay here. I think
especially what we just talked about. I know what you're talking about. And I'm just going to kind of say, let's to each his own.
Yeah.
But on this particular thing, this is how the world that we're living in. I know for a fact, and you may know this too, Greg.
Let's go. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Active weekend tonight, Pearl, Mississippi. Park Place Baptist Church, Blake Prime will be headed out. They'll start the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. So if you're men of the Pearl, Mississippi area and you've been wondering, hey, is anybody around here doing that? Yeah. Park Place Baptist Church starts tonight. Go see Blake Prime and get into the curriculum and be on your way. Tomorrow night, Sherry and I will be in Opp, Alabama. Opp High School is where they're going to have it. Westside Baptist Church is the host. Sherry will be speaking to the women in the auditorium. I'll be speaking to the men in the gym. And then we'll come together, and Sherry and I will talk to them in the auditorium, men and women. And then Sunday morning, I'll be doing the morning service there at Westside Baptist Church. Speedy will be at Protective Life Stadium coming up tomorrow. If you're coming to the Birmingham Stallions game as they take on the D.C. Defenders, Calvin Speedy Wilburn from the Rick and Bubba Show will be working you into a Stallions frenzy. So all that going on this weekend.
And he'll just be reading it like it's written.
Right. They'll hand him a script, and unfortunately, he'll read it as written.
Yep.
Bubba, I know we have a lot of serious stories going on, but let's be honest, the audience is probably more interested in Taylor Swift.
If I understand right, and we'll go to our resident Swiftie here, Adler.
Yeah, because he's our expert on that.
Tortured Poets Department dropped last night. Is that right? The new album, the long-anticipated new album?
Is this?
I guess so. This is honestly, Bubba, I'm out of the loop. My wife is out of town, so it's... I don't get very much Taylor Swift news these days. Is this the Rick and Bubba one?
Probably. So let's. He's claiming not to know, which means he does. Yeah. He just wants to have male friends.
So that dropped last night, but then I'm seeing stories that after the album dropped and it's already been critically acclaimed as her best yet, and all of that stuff, that she released 15 more songs after that.
A double album, a 31-song mega double album. What?
Was it more for that, or was it a remix of those songs different? What was it? I'm not following the Dead Poets Department or whatever.
Well, the way everything is set up now,
Tortured Poets Department.
You're right, and the access to content and music now, the way it's done, artists are starting to do this. They'll just all of a sudden just drop a load of songs,
yes,
for you to go out and get, because the days of them making money off this are kind of over. What they're trying to do is just get as much of their content out there so you'll come see their concert tour when it comes in, where they make the big jack.
And there's some about a longer album gets you more streams on Spotify.
Yeah, you got to figure all that out.
And they used to release, singles and singles and singles, and now they're like, all right, I'm going to put out 15 songs, and a year later I'll put out at least 15 more songs. There's something to be said about a longer album getting you more streams on Spotify.
Or you listen longer?
Getting you more money. Yeah, I guess they're crunching the numbers, and they're like, all right, put it out. Who cares?
So this is the way to actually make more money off the music. You got to release a lot of it.
There's a little bit of that, too. Okay, yeah. But also to what you're talking about, getting them to the tours is the big money.
That's where the jack is.
Now, they're saying that Taylor Swift has an ode to Travis Kelce on the new album.
Of course she does.
It's the second one, I think.
Of course she does.
The second one that has the 15 tracks anthology or whatever.
So is it a totally separate album?
Yeah. So High School is where I think the one that.
Do you mind taking a break, just saying things in the mic, reading?
I'm reading it just the way it is.
Do that. Yeah, because this is about another female, and I don't know what you might say. Here's what I'm afraid of now. You're just going to start reading song titles.
Okay.
Without even checking.
We don't want to do that.
Right. Yeah. And there's one on here, I'm sure.
Hey.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen one title. I don't know anything about it. Well, you may be surprised.
Got an
so is
about
the
it,
second 15 a totally different album?
Yes.
It looks like
it's not. Is it even an album? Is it just a montage of songs, or is it an official album? So we don't know.
Well, you want me to read it just the way it says?
No.
Surprise fans by dropping a full second album titled Anthology, including 15 tracks. and there's one that is apparently talking about Kelsey, and it's titled "So High School."
Okay. So she
Dan.
also is dogging 2 ex-British boyfriends,
Of course,
in songs
Absolutely.
too, right?
So when in her world of men, you get a song if you're current, but you could continue to get songs if you're ex.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes, you could. You could
All right.
you could get some real dandies down the road. as a matter of fact.
Just trying to.
I'm not going to read the lyrics though.
Nope,
I won't do that.
No,
Looks like Post Malone is a guest on there, so that's good.
Greg,
for
that really
people that like face tattoos.
Hey Adler, can I tell you this? You're doing a really good job of pretending you're finding this out.
I know.
on the fly.
You sound like us reading
Great
this.
job.
We're talking about it.
Sounds real.
Goodness, I'm reading off CNN. This is all fake news. Forget what I said.
Okay, that's funny.
I forget. I just realized I'm on CNN.com.
That's
it.
Everybody. Someone said she's written a song that they think is offensive to Caitlin Clark. Well, how did this happen? No, I'm just kidding.
Speedy's going to read the lyrics right off the bat.
So
he's not.
So we're a little out of the loop on this. Some of you Swifties may want to call and inform us exactly what's going
So
on.
is
here.
the story is 2 albums have dropped at once, and there's a Travis Kelce song. Is that what
That's
makes
it.
this?
I think we're nailing it.
And
There it is.
And she's dogging some old British boyfriend.
Well, but that's every album,
It
right?
is.
I mean,
Yes.
So
I'd kind of like to hear that one about the Chiefs. And
Would
it's
you?
called-
That's what
what
I'm
is it?
saying. I don't know if
What,
I
high
would.
school?
what's the name of it?
Oh, what is it?
So High School, I believe, is the name of
boy.
it. But literically here, I'm sitting here looking at the lyrics.
Yeah,
I don't think we
spit
need
it
to
out.
play it.
On that note, and Greg, I know you can't get enough of the Kelce's.
We can't play it.
Yeah.
Are you saying that?
I know.
Well,
yeah. If Speedy says no, for the love of all that's good and kind, let's not
Shut
play
it down.
Greg,
Shut it
I know,
down.
I know you've had all the Kelce. You're done with the Kelces, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I
I appreciate them being football players and all, but like I look you on WrestleMania. I look you.
Yeah. But here I got bad news for you. I think I was sitting in
You
this
know there's
in this
a lot of similarities.
Yeah, I was sitting in this room, and I saw on TV4
Allman Brothers keep getting in front of everybody.
and I
One's
looked.
got a beard.
Right, right. One, you got to be careful what he might say. So I hate these people. But anyway, no, he's going to be a game show host.
No.
Travis Kelce. Yeah, I think I came
See,
up
that's
on
my
TV4.
point. That's my point.
Yeah, now he's going to host a game show.
I seen him on Entertainment Tonight one time, and now look, we'll see. Will this eventually affect his play on the field? Is he got too much going?
Well, he's so far into his career. What does it matter now?
Well, he's what everybody, I get very tired of hearing. I know what they mean, but I hate to. It's kind of burned with me. Hey, he's building his brand.
Mm-hmm. He is. He is.
Y'all, this is fun.
He wants to be an action movie star when this is over, which a lot of NFL players have done that.
We've had that happen.
Well, I would say based on I don't know what
And
he's
he
done.
may be good.
I don't know what he's done with his money, but based on where he is in his career, I think if this was like his second year, you wouldn't see all this.
Good point.
Right.
He's getting toward the end. He's like, well, I better figure out what I'm going to do next.
Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity? Looks like the name of the show he's going to host, which is funny.
No, that's pretty good.
You want some of the lyrics from the song?
Nope.
Okay.
If you'll read them just like they are, yes.
I want to hear from a Swiftie to tell us what do they think about it, because I know they stayed up listening to it
Oh, of
all
course
night.
they have. They listened to it all night long, which means they hadn't even gone to bed yet.
866 We Be Big. Swifties, where you at?
Yeah, that's right.
Because Adler's acting like he don't know.
I know.
don't know.
Right. By the way,
I
great
listen
job.
to metal. I listen to metal.
Hey, best acting job you've ever done.
Rick and Bubba.
For a fact, someone that I know said they have people they work with that are black, and they said they're not coming to work Wednesday because black people can't be out because they might be attacked.
That is Rick. Come on.
And I was just like, what?
Really?
Yeah.
Attacked.
Yep.
What does black and white have to do with it?
Well, because I guess there's some of these in this whole, and if you get in the world and watch videos and get inside that whole world, there's you could take a narrative and say that this white supremacy thing has we've built it up as if it is that there's this huge number of these people, and
there's not,
and they're out to get everybody and Wednesday because of Inauguration Day they're coming after everybody.
Yeah, that's the way we're doing on this too. And again, the people that stormed the Capitol were
That's true.
idiots.
Hey guys, look
Rick,
at me. Look at
doesn't
me.
make sense.
Look at me. That's a true story.
But see, now the narrative is by the media and everybody is, hey,
I mean, we got to get the military in here. These people are crazy.
Yeah, but
now we're ignoring all the stuff that's been burning all year long, and the riots and the looting, and we're going to ignore that. Now, hey, this place is dangerous. The evil right.
Trump was called a fascist for wanting the National Guard to defend the White House when 30 Secret Service agents were injured.
Exactly.
15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And of course, the vaccine is showing some. This is interesting.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Bubba and I have been talking. Bubba, you had COVID over the Christmas vacation. I had it right before the Christmas vacation. Speedy has had it. Helmsy has had it. The only two that have it on the team, Greg and Adler. So those of us that have had it, it's almost like it just because there's so many bad things going on. And Bubba was discussing, and I'm having the same situation. I'm perfectly fine until somebody starts talking about difficulty of breathing. See now, Helms, you're is the term asthmatic? Is that the term?
Yeah.
So breathing issues with you is part of your life. So you may not, you may have a stronger mental resistance to this kind of talk. But it never fails when somebody will say, well, so-and-so, I don't know, I just had a hard time catching the breath. And before I know it, I'm going, and Sherry's telling me, she goes, I hear you up there blowing air out. Yeah, you just took a deep breath, didn't you? And I said, well, it's like I can't help it. When people start talking about it, I got to get
tightness.
I'll do things like Greg talks about. I'll say things like, this was me. One time, Sherry.
I'm doing it now.
And Sherry even had to say to me, she said to me, Bubba, to your point, she goes, so now I know I'm in the room, but you are talking to yourself. I'm no longer here.
Right.
Because I did think, I said, well, the other day now when I was trying to do a little better, they had us running in that cold air. And if I was running that cold air and I was breathing just fine, then I don't have any issues. And she's like, I never said you had any issues. She goes, you're just talking out loud now. Because, you
I got it now. I've got it now. Just you bringing it up, Rick.
Because I feel like I'm over it. I've still got a few lingering things. This little low tide thing that happens every now and then, but just less and less. And people have told me it'll eventually go away.
Yeah.
But there's times when, and especially when somebody's telling me about how difficult they had breathing, and it's like somebody's sitting on my chest, and I'll start trying to check myself and see if I can breathe, and then I breathe too deep and I get to coughing, and then everybody's looking at you,
right? Yeah.
So you're kind of like, I know mentally I can defeat this, but wow, my chest is tight. Right now it's tight.
I know.
It feels like a giant rubber band. Why is that?
Good night. I'm just made myself yawn.
Now we're doing it to everybody.
So when you went and ran some, you feel like you're okay?
I had no problem.
Okay.
But then people start talking about it and I have a problem.
If I run up a couple of flight of stairs, I'm huffing and puffing.
Yeah, a couple of steps, couple of flights.
A couple of flights. But I probably was huffing and puffing.
Well, I was about
prior
to
to
say,
that.
I remember you saying you were having some issues with that before COVID.
Yeah.
Do you think there's things that you've always had you're now blaming COVID for? I mean,
it is easy to do.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
I mean,
I get it.
Well, I mean, we're inundated with it. That's all we've heard in the news for the last 10 months. It's just constant.
It is 36 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. And Bubba, I don't know how to break it to you, but
thanks, Taylor.
Apparently, our audience, the Swifty numbers are very low. We did not get
any calls.
We did not get one phone call. You know, I told Bubba
that makes me feel better.
Do you think they're sleepy from being up, downloading all this all night, listening to it, or
think,
maybe they're still listening to it, not done yet?
I think the sheer volume is they're currently listening to the songs, not the show. And I do say that if you had brought this up maybe in the last half hour of the show, you might have had a shot.
Okay.
But there you go. I told Bubba I just kind of use. I know that the callers to the show, and sometimes I'm thankful for this, don't exactly reflect the entire audience. But you know, it's a sample. And, you know, when I'm taking calls from Earl and Butler and, you know, Jerry and Piedmont, I don't picture.
I don't think Jerry's listening to Tyler Swift.
Yeah, Bobby Wayne and Wetumpka. I just don't know that there's a big Swiftie audience out there. But the story is still interesting because of her, the insanity that revolves around those who do love her and her economic impact. So anyway, we'll continue. We'll move into something that also happened overnight or yesterday, and Israel has responded to Iran as they said they would, but it appears that Israel has responded in a very calculated, not devastating way to let Iran know that we are capable of anything we want to do. But hey, now we're even. Let's not escalate this. And I don't know where we'll go from here.
Yeah, it appears, Rick, and again, very early in this because it happened overnight, Israel has conducted strikes in Iran in retaliation for the unprecedented drone and missile assault earlier this week and defying U.S. President Joe Biden's warning
he really set them straight
that more attacks could plunge the Middle East into a further conflict. The city that was struck, and I'm not even going to try to say it, Isfahan in central Iran, was struck around 5 a.m. local time with projectiles targeting an Air Force base, which has long been home of Iran's fleet of American-made F-14 Tomcats, all that they purchased before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. The base is also the home of their nuclear facility, although U.S. sources are saying that the target was not believed to be nuclear. So just what I'm going to assume from what we're hearing, and this is very early on in this, Israel wanted to show them we can go to the center of your country without being disturbed.
Right.
We are going to bomb an air base all around your nuclear plant, but we're not going to hit the nuclear plant to show you we could have if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going home after a very limited strike. And as far as I can tell, they suffered no losses in this.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of, speaking of Israel, it really fits. When you remember when King David wanted to show King Saul, I could have killed you.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
Cut to him.
Uh-huh. And so this is...
It's got a little feel of that.
Yeah, this feels like that a little bit.
Will this be enough to satisfy that they have responded? Will it be a message to the Iranians not to do that again? I don't know. We'll see.
Well, President Biden has weighed in. He said that one of his family members actually dropped some of the bombs on Iran. Unfortunately, it was eaten by Iranian cannibals.
Or camels. Either one, Rick.
Them camels.
They do have camels.
I wouldn't want to
there
be
too.
eaten by a camel.
Have you ever seen them there?
Yeah,
They're
well,
very
they'll
dangerous.
spit on you before.
One thing that is in the story, and you mentioned it, Bubba, which we do have to look at. So our current president tried to stand up and try to act like he had some kind of influence over either side, by the way, and they both have just totally ignored him. They don't pay any attention to. And
he said don't, they did again.
Right,
well, he's got some more faux today. I don't know if you've heard the latest.
Sure.
Where he's asking us to choose between freedom and democracy. I mean, y'all, somebody. I mean, nobody. Hey, no, I'm gonna say that nobody loves that man, really. Because
No,
they're
they
letting
don't.
this go on.
They don't love you.
No, they don't
His
love it.
family and the people around Joe Biden are the most selfish human beings on the planet. If y'all cared about this man, you would not let him be a mockery like this. Give him some dignity. Okay, I may disagree with him on just about everything he's ever said, but
Yeah,
give
we
him,
can step aside from that.
But give him some dignity, man. Why would you do this to someone you claim to love? But the other one you guys were talking about, I heard Greg and Bubba both talking about it off air, is this cannibal story and his uncle has become so bizarre and so disputed and picked apart. Bubba, you said the White House is not even going to comment on it.
Yeah, well, they've been asked questions about discrepancies in that report, and
Right.
they're not even commenting.
They're like, well,
they can't even.
we
defend
can't
it
take
anymore.
this on.
This, what he said, has been picked apart by so many people. It was so convoluted and thrown together from it just so many inaccurate things in it, and he just
It's beyond
rambled
exaggeration
on.
or anything. It's a complete fabrication.
Right. But again, we've all seen
Rick, the way he told the story, you would have thought that his was it great? Was it? His,
it's got to be a great uncle.
Was it a great uncle?
Our uncle, I don't know.
What was his nickname?
Was an incredible war hero, and he was on an incredible bombing mission. Was shot out of the sky. Bravely fought off cannibals, but was eaten, and his remains were never found.
What an ending that
Okay,
is.
so here is the point. He is a soldier for the U.S. He is a hero
Thank
for
you for
fighting.
your service, sir.
He was a messenger on the plane. He wasn't a pilot. The plane suffered engine trouble. They ditched on a beach in shallow water, to try to survive that. His body was never recovered. He was, lost in action. He gave his ultimate for the country. We appreciate that. The story Joe's telling is completely
it has
nowhere close to the truth.
Yeah, he was not a pilot.
The truth is good enough.
Yeah.
You lost an uncle fighting for this country that gave his life. I mean, that's good enough.
but
You don't
Bubba-
have to embellish it to all this other crazy
I mean,
stuff.
I added cannibal story. That I mean, when,
Well, think about this though. But my uncle being in the plane that went down and then didn't survive while he was fighting for our country, like you said, Bubba, and you're right. Thank you. I appreciate what your uncle did.
That's
but
a
it's,
hero,
But it's never
you know?
enough. It has to be. Wait a minute. This isn't gonna be. This isn't provocative enough. I got to add stuff. He's actually flying the plane. He's on a bombing mission. His body never recovered. There's cannibals in the area. What?
that's the most bizarre.
Yeah, and it's just.
Why?
Never heard
why?
of
It's and we've known people like this. They lie when they don't have to.
Yes, that's not even necessary.
There's no need to lie. There's no gain in lying in this at all. You don't make the story any better. You only open yourself up for fact checkers everywhere.
Well, Greg said, one guy he used to work with said it best, because he said, look, I understand sometimes a man lying to save his job or his marriage, but what this guy's doing, that's no reason for all that.
Just for the sake of talking. I don't understand. This was a brutally honest analogy.
This was so unnecessary. I just don't get it. Yes, I don't know. We'll be back. So there's a couple updates from overnight.
So Israel and Taylor Swift both dropping things overnight.
Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess will roll in there. Some of you are calling now. If you would like to join those, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, if you went through that workout, you're fine.
Do you know? See, I know what I'm struggling with, and I've got to stop doing this. Helms, stop. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you've went through it and had it doesn't mean you can be out there hugging on everybody and high-fiving, because nobody else knows that really.
Mm-mm.
And so the other night, we were at Laurel, Mississippi. I felt so freeing to be able to see people and shake hands and hug necks and those type things. And I thought, probably shouldn't be doing this.
Can I tell you, though, and I know I'm not a scientist, but no, it seems like no one else is either anymore. I think I'm just my own observations. Go ahead and take a deep one. In my own observations, okay, just my observations, and based on my life, what happened to me.
Quit hugging me, Speedy.
Right, you know what I mean? It's like
I feel like Patrick Mahomes.
Somebody get this grizzly that squeezed me off of me. But anyway, I think, and I know there's exceptions, but as far as my own experience, I was in groupings that did mask and spread everybody out.
Yeah.
Never got it. And we're in multiple ones.
okay? And just like this, where I got it was spending time with a small group of family or friends.
Yeah.
That's where you get it.
Yeah.
I think some of this
Stand up. Go ahead and stand
some of this concern about big crowds, I don't think that's right.
No.
I think most of it is you're spending time close with people and spending a long time with people in the car with people, sitting around talking, all this kind of stuff. That, I think, may be what you need to watch more than I'm in a group where they have masks on, they spread everybody out. Because that's that. Most people
I got
I
it
know,
at work.
Well, that's what I'm talking. Most people I know caught it from people at work, people in their family, or friends.
Well, to Bubba's point,
and mainly,
thank you for
to
giving me
Bubba's
a mild
point,
case.
I
though.
took
appreciate
care of a COVID patient, guys. Took care of a COVID patient and never once got it.
Yeah.
Came to work and got it.
Yeah, and
that makes zero sense.
And we've
to me.
taken care of COVID patients at the house, didn't get it.
Yeah.
And then we didn't know Terry had it because of
You talking about COVID patient?
Then you got it.
Of the false negative, and then I come in and give it to y'all, not knowing I had it. It's just a mess. And to y'all's point, of course, you can't figure this thing out. But when we weren't really close together, but it is weird that the two closest people to me, left and right, did get it.
Yeah, I would say that's weird.
Very strange.
Because you and I didn't hug up on each other.
No, we've been hugging, but we are.
There it goes again. Everybody take a deep breath. Everybody.
The two that got it are the two sitting closest.
Yeah,
to
and
me.
I
That
will
is-
tell, if I could.
I think we mapped that one out.
To Miss Terry Wilburn, my wife. To say that I gave it to them, you gave it to me, honey. So let's go back, okay?
So Terry really got us sick.
Yeah, she. Well, I'll tell you what, you went to work and got him sick.
Somebody had asked me, does Terry know where she got it?
She thinks she does. Yeah, she thinks.
Will you tell us in the break?
No, she thinks that she
Trying to
got it with
identify this
someone
strand, where
she
it came
works
from.
with that didn't know they had it. That found out they had it later on, like a week later. But she remembers them coughing in the same room that she was in. But that's about it. Other than that, no, she doesn't know. But
I just got to stop making people feel uncomfortable, and I apologize for those of you that I've
that's
done
what
that with.
I've still got the antibodies, and what I do is I just put the mask on. I do not believe there's any truth in science to I can still catch it in my nose and pass it on to somebody else. I think that's all about to keep us in mask because you don't know anybody can claim they had it, so that would turn into chaos, and I understand that.
Yeah.
Like I say, I use my example. You don't want Billy Ray down at Lloyd saying I've already had it, and I ain't wearing no mask. You know what I mean?
Rick, and here's my mindset too. I keep telling everybody, hey, 90, 100 days, I'm tiger blood. Well, it's not 90 or 100 days anymore. You can't stop counting 90. It's probably more like 65 or 70 at this point.
yeah.
But what I do is I do it just to make people feel more comfortable if they want it, or to, I dealt with this, in a situation that yesterday when I was like, do you want me to wear this mask or not? And the person was like, honestly, at this point where you are in your situation, you can wear it if you want to, but I'm not going to say you have to wear it. And I said, okay, cool. And but everybody was, it was.
I've kind of been wanting to wear a mask lately because I got a new real cool one and I wanted to try it out.
Yeah.
Got one of them Nick Saban masks, hangs down.
Yeah, I lost my Rick and Bubba one, but I found it again.
Okay, that's good.
No, it was really weird. I clearly told Oscar, I said I left it on the plane, and he was like, no, I couldn't find it. And all of a sudden, I get on the plane to go to Laurel, Mississippi, and I look and it's in there. Like somebody placed it for me to find. I'm like, well, Oscar, you gonna never admit that it was in here? I mean, it's almost like, yeah, I'm not gonna admit this, but here it is.
The real Greg Burgess nabbing the phones right now. A lot of you already calling. About half the line's full, but there's about half left, so you can get in. MyPillow.com/Bubba. I don't know if Speedy's influenced them or he's made a call, but they are extending as part of our 30th anniversary, and they've been with us for 25 of those 30 years. The extravaganza sale, $25. These items are still available. And we're talking about premium Giza My Pillows, $25. My Sandals, $25. 6-pack My Towel sets, $25. 4-pack dish towels, $25. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows, $25. Percale bed sheets, $25. Beach towels, $25. A lot of other items, $25 too. But we're not done. Celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba Show, MyPillow.com/Bubba says, take these savings, but we also throw in free shipping. There you go. It is a speedy sale if I've ever seen one. Go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button too, and stock up at $25 a pop. All right, let's get started. Thomas is standing by in Alabama. Thomas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Hey.
Hey, guys, how are you?
We're good,
great.
buddy.
I'm good. What did we achieve, we being, Matthew Gaetz and the Republican Party, by just getting rid of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House? Because, Mike Johnson, I know he bore good fruit, his days in Columbia or Louisiana, but every night I go to bed, worrying that another Republican's going to resign and we're going to just lose the control of the House and everything.
Well, can you be specific?
Is there a question there?
Yeah. What's the specific question? Are you upset about he and the others that crumbled on the FISA thing? Is that what you're talking about, or something more?
Well, just everything. Kevin McCarthy wasn't my favorite person in the party, but my gosh, the weighing the pros and cons of let's torpedo the Speaker of the House, and Matthew Gaetz, hadn't had any kind of discipline from the Republican Party at all about it. And quite frankly, I think he's a loose cannon. The citizenry of the Panhandle keeps electing him. I can't do anything about that. I just think it was a dumb move, and I think it looks even dumber in retrospect.
Okay. Can I share some insight with you? And I feel your pain. I know what you're saying. We have a group of what I would call hardline conservatives called the Freedom Caucus. And they are non-negotiable on a lot of very conservative issues. While I appreciate their stand, just my knowledge of what's going on and how it's going on, and I'm not an expert by any stretch, but I have had some connections there. What they stand for, I stand for 100%. The way they go about getting it, I don't. Because they're only causing a cannibalism inside the Republican Party.
You go cannibal again?
Well, it's been in the news.
Right, yeah.
So
at least you could say it.
Look, Republicans tend to let their members be more free-willing than the Democrats do. The Democrats, you walk lock and step or you park cars somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans tend to let their members be a little more free-willing about what they want to do. That's why you don't see harsh backlash when somebody gets out of line, and the fact they get out of line at all. But compromise is what has to happen in a democracy. We can't get our way by holding the line on some of these issues. Now, you have to decide at what point do I compromise and how far do I go. But the Dems have showed us over the years, and it's the old example of cooking the frog. You don't throw them in boiling water. You turn the temperature up slowly and they never know they were cooked. So, and you've seen the Democrats able to get legislation through this way over time. And while I, again, applaud the position of a lot of the Freedom Caucus, the way they're trying to go about it will not work, and they're only torpedoing their own people. And people are getting fed up with it, and they're leaving Congress because they know they can't get anything done. There's no room to negotiate, no room to move forward. And the Democrats are going to end up with the majority and the House Speaker just because we couldn't get along. Now, I would ask the Freedom Caucus at that point, did that move your agenda forward? No, it moved it back. So you've got to be wise about how you do this. I appreciate the stand. It sounds great on the stump speech and all of that, but you have to compromise to get these things through to some degree.
I think, yeah, and I think he that's exactly what he was trying to say. But I see exactly what you're saying. I do disagree with those who crumbled on the FISA thing. I think we need to let that expire. I think it's been abused by the government, and I do disagree with all who did not let it expire. But your broader point, certainly. How would you say Pinet for a name? Pinet? In Alabama, Pinet, is that your name?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Pinet.
The new song sucks.
The new songs
Really bad.
from Taylor Swift, you don't like them?
No, and yeah, I think y'all need to go out with a bang, not with her, because it was hurting my ears this morning. I thought my ears were going to bleed.
Oh, you talking about the little intro
You
song?
mean the parody song?
You mean the
we
parody
played?
song? That was done years ago.
Yeah,
a long time ago.
Yeah, that's old.
That's really not Taylor.
Yeah, that's
Right,
a long time ago. Yeah, that's not.
It's really not her. Well, y'all.
That's not on her
Don't
second
play it
album.
again.
Okay, so never play it again. Okay,
Never.
I got you.
Ever.
All right,
Never.
Never, ever
Play it again.
play that song again. Panet doesn't like it. Never, ever. Okay, thank you, Panet. Let's go to Dave in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Dave, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, big guys. How are you?
We're good.
Hey, we're good.
Okay, two things real quick. Some real world news, and I heard it on the way out the door, and I'm just totally shocked. First thing is, Jason Kelsey has lost his Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, I heard about that in Nevada, Chile, right?
Yeah, well, they think it is. I have a theory, though. I think he may have lost it when he pulled his shirt off at his brother's game.
There you go.
Not sure.
You never know.
You never know. Yeah, they say he may have lost it in Nevada, Chile. Did you see that story?
Yeah.
Let's go to Tommy in Alabama. Tommy, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Listen, I would rather hear the Gobble Gobble song every day of my life than hear the song that was introed at 6:30.
All right, so they hate the Taylor Swift intro.
Good gracious.
I didn't know that.
That's why nobody called about the new album.
I will never, ever play the intro again. I thought it was kind of timely because we were talking about
That's funny, too.
the
We haven't had a chance to play it much.
I thought it was.
I thought for a parody, it was very well done.
Well,
a good call.
Well, I think people
Well,
just
what do you
can't,
know,
I
Bubba?
think people just can't stand Taylor
You
Swift.
just get your bag and go on.
You go, what do you know, buddy? Let's go to Jerry in South Dakota. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey guys, my brothers in Christ, how y'all doing?
We're good, brother. Hope you're well.
All right. My phone's gonna sound different. I'm at work. I'm hiding out in the bathroom so I can call y'all.
Oh, cool. I
But
understood.
anyways, I mean, it is.
Yep.
When do you think it's too late for them to replace Biden as a,
When is it too late?
Yeah. Did you hear the story yesterday?
Yeah,
Did you hear the story yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I'm
the
in South
convention,
Dakota, yeah.
where the delegates go, they vote, they decide the nominee for the Democratic Party. Biden has the majority of them locked up. They have obligated themselves to vote for him. If he stepped down, he could release them to vote for whoever they wanted to.
Yeah, and so
that's is it Chicago?
Yeah,
in
Chicago.
Late summer?
Yeah, June 13th.
June in Chicago, yeah. And then the actual general election will, of course, be in early November.
Yeah. So yesterday, a guy says that's former CIA. He says they're going to do that June 13th. I don't know that that's true or not, but that's what he said.
No, when is the convention, though? Yeah, he said June 13th.
Yeah, I don't know when the convention is.
It's right around that time, about a week later.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, we'll let Rick find it.
Yeah.
Can everybody?
Yeah, I'm having a tough time in bed getting a deep
Well, that's
breath.
none of our business.
I know.
That's something you
Can
need
I
to keep at
finish?
the
I
house.
do have some people you can talk to.
Right.
But there's
Well,
nothing I can do. about it.
Whenever the vent cuts on, for some reason, it hits me right in the face. And whenever the heat's on, the hot air is blowing in my face. And it makes me get all stopped up. I can't get a deep breath.
If you want to know what to do about it, just listen to any sports radio and a commercial come on, you need to listen for it. They run it about every break, I think.
I was talking about more getting a deep breath from the vent. It'll just blow that hot air right on me.
Stop talking.
Stop. Well,
your phone calls are next. 866.
I want to get up and move the vent.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, to the phones we go. John out of Florence, listening to us on WLAY. Johnny, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
All righty. I was going to say I got the Moderna vaccine, went back the next day, from getting it from the flu-like symptoms. They tested me for the flu A, and I tested positive. Well, the very next morning, all the symptoms, everything was totally gone. So my doctor says something ain't right. So I tested again for the flu A, and it was negative. So they said, well, maybe it could have been from the vaccine. So if you do test positive for the flu after you take the Moderna vaccine.
See, we're playing games now. Our tests are looking for certain things, and we're throwing new things out there, and it's like, oh, well, there it is.
The vaccine more than likely might make you feel down for a day or two. Don't panic.
Well, and he said he tested positive for flu,
right?
And then when he felt better, he went back and it said no flu, and they think now it was the symptoms from the vaccine that made him test positive for flu.
Made him feel bad and test positive, right? So what I'm saying is, if you get the vaccine, just chill for a day or two. Don't panic.
Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Come on.
Hey, monkey grass, by the way.
Thanks for the call. Glad you got in.
All right. Well, I am a nurse. I'm a conservative, and I work at one of the largest hospitals in the Birmingham area. We'll not name it. But I just thought I'd share what it's like being a conservative nurse on a pulmonary floor right now.
All right, you've got a timeout because I got to hear this.
Yeah, we want you to take your time and get your point.
Yeah, conservative living in the world of the liberals. Go right ahead.
Yes, that's exactly what it feels like. I can't share my beliefs. For one, I do believe we should be wearing our masks. I also had COVID, and it had some pretty rough experiences from it.
Yeah.
But I don't believe we should shut the world down, which as a nurse it's hard to, you for sure can't say that you believe that way. But when I caught COVID, it was kind of like a ha-ha, told you so kind of thing from some coworkers who, by the way, I absolutely love these people. I don't want to put them down in any way, but it's hard when our political views kind of clash, which, by the way, I don't believe that COVID should have been politicized anyway.
No. Well, I don't understand, and I'm with you. Our science cannot become politicized. When it does, it ceases to be pure science.
Absolutely. That's exactly how I feel. And when, oh, my goodness, when our president came out and he made a few comments, instead of them being like, hey, I'm upset that the president said this, someone actually told me, they said, what do you think about your president saying blah, 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 blah? Yeah. And I was like, wait a minute. Every single word that he says is going to be taken, for one, out of context, and two, pulled apart and picked apart. It doesn't matter what he said in that instance.
Well,
pick it apart.
What you should have done immediately is grab the nearest acoustic guitar, put flowers in your head, and started saying, I dream of a world where people could express themselves, and I can be whatever I want to be, including a evangelical Christian conservative or conservative, or maybe I believe in a world where I can express my views and we can all be who we are, but that includes me, you evil, mean people. So because they're supposed to be the all-loving, all-caring, how dare we judge anyone, let people be who they want to be. Well, that would include everybody, as long as you're not dangerous,
Exactly.
And
tell them you're not really that. You just relate as one.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Just say you
identify.
You identify as a conservative, and there's nothing anybody can do to tell you that you're not one.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Take that.
Take that. Hey, we know this personally in a very harsh way. COVID is serious. It's real. However, there's a lot of serious, real things that we have to face in a fallen creation from our point of view, whatever you believe about that. But we have to learn to carry on with our economy, with people's jobs. That also is equally important for the longevity of our society. And you see places like Florida that say, we have cases, we have people that get really sick, but we're doing our best to also be sure people aren't losing their jobs forever and that businesses aren't closing. And you do have to do that. We can't shut down for them. We were saying we were going to do it for a few weeks, then we said a few months. At some point, you can't remain shut down. And that you know what that is? That's like trying something and realize, nope, still here. So then you have to go out and say, well, now let's try to see if we can't find the safest way to continue to live with it.
Well, people say they want to lock down but they don't really.
No,
they don't mean that.
No, they don't.
Because if you really do, then we cut the power off because the people at the power plants are going home.
The Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler here. Go to rickandbubba.com. Some contests are there. Today's the last day for you to register to win the VIP privileges at the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix Barber Motorsports Park, Sweet Home, Alabama. You'll get to meet Grand Marshal Riley Green. You'll get a parking pass, garage tickets, and, of course, tickets for the racing that weekend. But today's the last day to do that. So if you haven't done that, we announce the winner on Monday. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, it is time for a tornado recovery update.
What a year, huh?
What a year.
What a year.
What a year. Everything was fine until Skinwalker Ranch. I can't believe it. Yes, I will. So, Bubba, tell us what's happening.
Well, Rick, as I had reported earlier, we're about 99.5% finished. We're still working a little bit of punch list, a few touch-up spots.
Yes,
but
thank you.
I do want to thank our contractor in this, Joseph Russell. I mentioned him earlier.
Hey, Joe.
No connection to the Russells of Lake Martin.
Mm-hmm.
But
I bet you have to make that clear.
Yeah, well, Joseph made that clear early
I
on.
bet he did.
And,
I bet he did.
I want to thank his superintendent, Cy Wright, Big Cy.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys at Russell Construction, I met Joseph because he was actually the first guy I could get on the scene to actually try to put some tarp on to save what we could.
Mm-hmm.
And he did a great job with that. And we got to talking and looking into what he had done, and he had built in Florida and down in Miami and Gulf Shores, and was familiar with the fortified code. And that's something I wanted to do, was to build back. And, you know, if you've been hit, you want to build back better, right?
Absolutely.
And I've said many times, you can't defeat Mother Nature. We just want to give her a heck of a fight, you know?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And so we're going to be sharing some pictures and videos with you of the rebuild here as soon as we get, you know, a little more moved in and more organized. And I want you to see my storm shelter, Rick. When they have to tear that up 150 years, 200 years from now, somebody's bulldozing it for some reason, they're going to cuss us.
Did you
know what I mean?
Did you have one on the original setup?
No.
See, things like this make you get one, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It will. I wouldn't stay without one.
I
just can't do it.
Let me tell you, if I was a storm shelter seller, I would have just strolled up into the aftermath and said, "Hey, buddy, here's my card."
Right.
That's what happened to my house. I sell storm shelters. You might want one.
Mm-hmm.
So, you
That's
know,
an easy close, wasn't it?
While we were, had the opportunity to rebuild, we did things just a little different. Added some from us to, you know, do a few. This fortified code is really cool. If you've ever seen the demonstrations online, how they build houses in these wind tunnels and then they blow them down and then they build them a little different, try to blow them down, and it doesn't. You go, well, hey, that's evidence something good's going on.
Right.
So anyway, I just want to thank Joseph. And here's the thing. We gave Joseph's a great guy. Now, any building situation has its challenges, okay?
Baby.
And it has its moments.
Baby.
But Joseph had a date. I told him, I said, we want to be in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it takes a while.
No,
especially when you got to tear down a bunch of stuff.
If you can get 1 year, my friend, that's good.
So I told him we wanted a year. we met with the insurance folks. We knew what kind of budget we had to work with. And as far as rebuilding the house, he got us in a week before the deadline. And he came in, and this is a term you don't hear with contractors, and I want y'all to be sure you're hearing me right. He came in under budget.
He did not. That's not real. That's not real. You sound like Joe Biden.
Take a picture of it. I don't think it's ever happened before.
You sure Joe Biden didn't tell you that?
I mean, come on, man. There ain't no way.
Don't jump.
They ain't never been a contractor on the face of the planet come in under the time and under the budget.
I know. He did a great job. And like I say, we had our challenges along the way.
Sure we did.
And I'm probably not the easiest person to work for at times.
No, you're not.
And Rick, you can attest to that.
Right, yes.
But it's I just appreciate them. They did a great job. A plus on this.
Oh, handing out grades.
Oh, an A plus.
Oh, now.
Bubba, you don't. Come on.
Well, maybe an A.
You got carried away with the motion, didn't you?
The A's still good.
Oh, it's real good.
But an A plus means you didn't have any rough.
Well,
you didn't have any rough.
listen,
Perfection and that stuff.
Our situation had special challenges where it was located, the time of year. We had weather issues. We had, Joseph has. I'm gonna have to get him a rabbit's foot. He at times doesn't have the best luck in life.
Oh, I remember that.
During all this, he not at my project, but during all this, he's broke his foot.
Oh my!
Had to have surgery on it. Had COVID. Got snake bit.
Wow.
That was at your
it was
property,
at my
then.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's see, there was 2 or 3 other things happened. But it's a process. It's always a challenge. Nothing goes super smooth. But when you put your head down and get through it, that's important.
I want to go, bro. Joseph.
Yep.
Hey, let me ask you this. All right, so you're at a location right
Big
now
sigh.
that has 2 things that have been confirmed: tornado hit,
Yes.
snake bit somebody.
Yes.
Now those 2 are not. You're no fan of either one of those.
No, I'm not.
Right.
No, Rick, we're on the ragged edge here.
Right.
Okay.
Well, the good news is, if snakes like to be in grass, no issue now.
Yeah. Now this update has nothing to do with the yard. Okay, nothing. I did have a friend of mine grind some stumps up yesterday.
Okay, good.
We'll review
Good,
that
good.
too. We did a great job.
You didn't hire Adler to come handle that?
No. I've
didn't
seen
bring
how
no
I've seen how
buttermilk?
he does it, and I've seen how a real pro does it, and I'm going with pro.
Yeah.
Because
Talking
let me
about
tell you,
Adler's new side business, a man with an axe.
We're gonna have to tackle the yard. That's gonna be more fun, and we'll
Those yard people too, buddy.
We'll
Ooh.
discuss that.
Ouch.
Everybody needs to really check their policy and be sure they know everything that's covered and what's not.
fine
We'll
print.
get into that down the road.
And
too.
the
That's on me.
landscape designers too. Now you talk about somebody that won't come in under budget. It's,
that's Rick. That's a whole. That's what we call a whole different.
That's
day.
another world.
And that's baby steps.
Can you
We're gonna
get
have
that
to-
covered on insurance?
I don't know.
Maybe
I
insurance
don't
just
know.
says we just won't.
Well, listen.
So it may not be on you. It may not have been available.
You choose your insurance company and you choose what policy you get, but you don't get to negotiate the deal.
Right.
In other words, they're not going to go, okay, well, what would you like? We're going to change. I mean, they pretty much have what they offer.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you may not have had a shot at that.
And you need to be very up to date on what it says and what it means and what it covers and what it doesn't cover. And because you enter into the agreement, and if it doesn't cover it, it doesn't cover it, So it's on you.
and that's,
this was supposed to be a positive one, Rick.
Yeah.
And,
no, today it's celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Today
absolutely.
it's celebration.
So are you only handing out grades for the contractor today, or is it only
that's-
going deeper than
No,
that?
it's just today
Okay.
for the contractor,
boy.
Joseph and Si. And Big Si, y'all'd like Big Si.
Oh,
He's a
sure
big guy
would.
like us.
Oh, yeah.
Always happy.
You had me at big guy named Si.
But now he'll sweat in a minute.
Oh,
you know what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah.
Big guy, and your name's
baby.
Simon.
Oh,
You
yeah.
sweat.
You got to
Yeah.
sweat.
Oh, sure.
Means you mean
Yeah.
business.
He breaks a sweat just thinking.
I don't-
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's,
I don't want anybody working on a project like this that doesn't sweat. Yeah. Well, that's good, Bubba. I'm glad that
we're going to post some pictures when Betty allows me to do
Sure.
that because she's got it decorated like
Sure,
she wants it.
sure.
But I'm going to show y'all the storm shelter. It's funny.
Oh, yeah. And maybe we
I
can put
hope we
Speedy in
never
it.
have to use
Maybe
it.
we can put Speedy in it and shoot at it.
Hey, y'all have done that already.
I know.
Yeah, it's
We told that story
one of my
yesterday.
favorite moments.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
cut the water off, we cut the gas pumps off. There's nothing anywhere functioning, and we all lock ourselves in a very cold house at home. Well, we're not going to do that. So what do? You make exceptions. Well, we're going to let that person. They're essential. Well, then you start playing the essential game. Well, that can be all over the road. Yep. They considered us essential. You know, come on, it's crazy.
Well, it's like you decide to build a high fence, but there's one part of it that's not high fence.
Yeah.
Well, then you might as well not have any of it.
Well, that's where everything will go, right? And that's where everything will spread. So.
You got to learn to live with it and minimize it as best you can.
We have to have a society to survive to have when it's over, and if we don't have that, then who cares?
Let's go to Charlie in Destin, Alabama. Charlie, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
That mic wasn't tied down. I dropped it.
Just drop it.
Hey, yeah. Listen, they were talking about Trump pardoning himself, and they said, well, he might not want to do it because it's an admission of guilt. Well, I think he ought to issue 2 pardons to Nancy Pelosi. And I think he ought to issue, I mean, that's an admission of guilt on her part.
That'd be funny.
And they ought to issue a pardon to Adam Schiff for lying to Congress, because they're never going to be convicted. And Chuck,
that would be funny. That would be funny.
I think it's never been done that I know of. But, you know, if I was Trump, I believe I would give myself a pardon, date it, you know, the day before, and then just fold it up and put it in my pocket and carry it with me. And put it for safekeeping, not let anybody know I had it until they tried to do something. Go, aha! I pardoned myself.
How's he do it?
Aha!
By the way, I've also liked this new phrase. If anybody ever has a good statement, that needs to be the phrase now. This thing wasn't connected, I'd drop it. I love it. You act like you tried to disconnect it. Jeremy in Texas.
I wasn't going to do it, Tom, but I thought it was fun.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Hey guys, check this out. So I got a little golf group, right? We're all in separate carts. We might do an official fist bump here on a good shot, but all 4 of us end up getting it from one of our buddies, and we were all outside, all separated, and we all ended up getting it. So
yeah, well, it's possible. I mean, y'all were probably touching the cart. You were touching golf balls. You were touching, passing tees and cans of things back and forth. I mean, you could easily see where it'd be transmitted.
They won't let you touch the flag now. You know how you used to take the flag out. Yeah. Now the stick has to stay in.
I thought the surface thing was ruled out.
Well, Rick,
how do we carry on grocery stores?
So many things have changed.
No, I think there's some surfaces, but I don't think they know completely.
Well, shouldn't the grocery store just be eat up with people getting it on surfaces? We were talking, happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day. If you've got the day off today, enjoy it and take time to go back and watch and listen to the speeches and learn about the movement that Dr. King led here in our country. And there's comments that have been made many times. What would Dr. King think about where we are right now and the pursuit of that dream? So take time to do that. It'll do us all some good. So Gabby is calling us out of England. You know, we've talked about all the different COVID shutdowns, and do shutdowns and not shutdowns, does it really make that much difference? And shutdowns, at what cost? What do you lose that you never recover from, even after the pandemic has run its course? Gabby says she can speak to that from another country. Gabby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hi, thank you for having me.
So, Gabby, how do you get the Rick and Bubba show there in England?
Online, I just stream it.
Stream it? Okay. And how did you find the show?
I actually was, I just put, there's like an online search where you can just look by country for radio stations, and I went to the U.S., and then I scrolled at different stations, and the one that sounded something I would enjoy, it was you guys.
Well, thank you. What part of England are you calling from?
So I'm in Devon, which, it is quite rural, but we still are on our 3rd lockdown.
3rd lockdown. Now, Bubba's asking, are you from southern England, which may have drawn you to our show?
Yes.
Well, there you go. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
So
well, good to hear.
Tell us about your lockdown.
Yeah, 3rd lockdown. Tell us how that goes.
I think the thing is, it's almost taboo to even talk about it here because we are as well divided on how it should be handled. We're on our 3rd lockdown, and this is as bad as March's lockdown.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Have you entered your mama and fixed mama's mouth? It's back. Dr. Dudney and his team's ready to go, making somebody's mama's dream come true of a brand new grill. Not one you cook on, your mouth. If you want to find out how to enter mama, go to rickandbubba.com under the contest button, follow the instructions, and maybe your mom will be this year's winner and fix mama's mouth. So, Bubba, that's a good report. We always talk, we try to help here. The struggles we tell people are, the things we go through and struggle through, and, people go, good, that was helpful. I want to try to do a public service announcement myself today, if I can. Not as high a score. I will not be handing out A's here.
Uh-oh.
So,
hey, look, can I clarify one thing?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
He came in under budget on building the part.
Well, that's all he was responsible for.
Yeah, the overall project was a little more tortured. But when the tearing down and the cleaning up and all that, so you don't
you're
really
strictly
think about
talking
all
about
that.
his part.
Yeah.
Well, that's all he was responsible.
Yeah, that's.
How do we go, Joe?
That's it.
So raise your hand if you have ever co-signed for any of your family. All right, so it's pretty. I will warn some of you out there, if you have a lot of children like we do, you don't think about this. Even if your kids do well and they have a good job and everything looks great, or their company's doing well, sometimes when they go to get their first apartment, buy their first car, they don't have anything that can establish, you try to help them establish credit, whatever. A lot of times they'll go, look, we got to have somebody co-sign on this, and then it's done. It's pretty normal, and especially if they're in college and they're trying to get an apartment, and even an apartment, that they're going to, their name's going to be on it, and even if they're whatever, their first apartment. So I probably have done this, I don't know, maybe 5-8 times, over the years, because, having so many children.
And multiple times where they move around.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So this is pretty common. Well, as you know, Dad passed away in December. So Mom is living in a retirement community that is expensive. It is expensive. And she's on fixed income. Certainly, Dad had a life insurance policy, and she's got that. But she has come to the conclusion that it's too much of a financial strain to stay there because she's now has less money coming in than she did when Dad was alive, because his retirement stops when he passes and all this. So she's been worried about this and worried about this. Of course, we have all said, you can stay here. We will help you anyway. But no, we're not going to do that. And so I want to get something that it doesn't cost as much. And the things we needed here for your dad, we don't need now. And I'm still able to even drive and whatever. It's at one point you just look at them and say, even though I'm 60 this year, I'm still your son, and ultimately I can't tell you what to do. So she says, this is what I want to do, and if it's bothering her that much that she's going to run out of money or whatever, and I don't want to have to depend on y'all and all that. Okay, so we thought this was pretty simple, and she's found somewhere she likes, and we knew that because of the fixed income, and some of these people, the way they see the life insurance policy that you've got in the bank, sometimes it's for some reason they still wanted to co-sign her. Okay, and so no problem. And I never before. Let me tell y'all, if y'all are having to co-sign for somebody, or you're having to get credit for a place, if the place you're dealing with sends you the link SNAPPT fraud detection, you're in for a wild ride. Okay, it's SNAPPT, snapped, I guess. Fraud detection. Never seen it before. Never want to see it again. And so you think, all right, looks pretty simple. See, what fools use, it looks like they've simplified the process. But the problem is, in the past, pay stubs, bank statements, your last tax return was all pretty simple to send to the people that needed it. You could take pictures of it. You could send the print PDF of it. Email directly to a person that's making the call. We got it. Everything's good. We're gone. Not this. I have spent this week, everything that I upload and send them, they reject. not in the right form. We cannot take a picture of it. Okay. Send us it must be a PDF. Okay. So then I find a way to do the PDF. Well, it turns out the PDF I used was tied to the printing option. We will not accept that. Okay. So then I get the accountant to create pay stubs. You know, Bubba and I own the company, so we don't have your standard pay stub. So he created pay stubs, which he said I do for clients all the time. No, they rejected that. This has been tampered with. I finally, and I feel.
Did you give yourself a raise?
Right. I feel so bad.
Don't tamper.
I feel so bad for the nice young lady that's trying to do a job, and she wants, I think, to rent this cottage out. I really feel that way. Keep in mind, this is a rental. We're not buying it. Nobody's going to be stuck with a loan.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I finally got so frustrated yesterday. I said, y'all realize this is a rental, right? You're not going to get stuck with some giant mortgage if we're trying to dupe you with our PDFs and our documents.
Hey, we missed a month. Kick us out.
If we don't pay for it, kick us out. I mean, you're really not in a bind here. I don't. Y'all are acting like that somehow. If there's something, because don't miss that we're not. It's not that we can't document our income. They don't like the file we're using.
Right.
It's this new. I don't know. So. You know, Bubba, let me tell you this, and this one's what you love, because you and I have been talking about, and he's about to retire. We're talking about, our accountant, that's
Squeaky.
Yeah, Squeaky. The poor young lady actually said, well, since your accountant's trying to send us what we need, he could just come down here. I said, now, you want me to tell Squeaky to run down to y'all's office and sit down and see if y'all can help him upload the right things to this app? And
if you'll pay that hourly charge,
I was
sure
like,
he will.
I don't think that's an option. And then I talked to Squeaky last night, and Squeaky is always, it's everything is he's annoyed by it anyway. I've sent these people pay stubs. I don't know what to do, Mr. Burgess. Okay, so nothing else. I've done what only thing I can do.
So Dr. Phil's your accountant.
Yes,
Yeah,
and then I was like,
that.
tell Mr. Bussey to call me. And I'm like, okay. So anyway, I'm like, I don't know what to do. I keep uploading this thing, and they keep rejecting me. I don't know what to do. So then I get on the phone with my bank last night and say, can you help me? And then the bank starts telling me to send them the bank statement the way I already have. And I said, well, yeah, I figured that out. So I'm doing that right? If that's what you did. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do for y'all. I really don't.
Yeah.
And so
what do you want?
So I went again last night, but this has happened before, even with the pay stubs. I went through it 5 times, and on the 5th time, it finally said your documents have been confirmed. But it did that on the pay stub, and then when I called them and said, are we good now? They said, well, it says no, those have been tampered with. So it doesn't mean
tampered with. What's that?
I don't
get it.
Listen, if this thing comes into your life and you think you're just going to send documentation like you've had your entire life up to this point, I know it's these fraud things. But I
went through it with a refinance.
Oh my God,
it's incredible.
I don't know. Just kick us out if we can't pay for it.
Rick and Bubba.
Here, so we can't really leave our houses. Stores kind of close by 6 or 7 p.m. at the latest. No gyms, no restaurants, no cinemas, basically nothing.
So, Gabby, here's where I'm confused, and I think you probably are as well. So if I'm trying something and someone says we're going to do it for a 3rd time, well, that means it didn't work the 1st and 2nd time because we still
it's even worse this time around. The numbers are increasing more than before.
Yeah. Why do we, now? I know we all ask that question of governments, but if I'm having to do this, the first time I did it was to stop something that apparently I haven't stopped. So why am I trying the same exact thing that hasn't worked yet?
Did it help on the first 2? Did it flatten the curve, so to speak?
Well, the theory was that it did for a chunk of time, But then we started opening again, and then we spiked again. So then they were like, oh, my gosh, what should we do? Let's close again.
Well, see, Gabby, are you familiar with the what's happening in our country with the state of Florida?
Yes, so my parents are in Florida.
Okay, so what Florida did is they shut down when they were finally, forced to politically, and then they opened back up, and a spike started because they said. But what they did, instead of closing down again, they pushed on through it and kept on carrying on with business. Now, they were still spacing people and wearing masks and doing all that. They didn't just not do anything, but they took shutdown off the table for the very reason that you just said. If we shut it down, but then have to go back to our lives and it spikes again, to shut down again we're all waiting for another spike is all we're doing, while our economy and our way to make a living is eroding. So what Florida has done and done well is they just said, yeah, we're going to have a spike. Texas had the same thing, but we're going to push through it and get to the other side. And frankly, Florida isn't having any more tougher time than California that completely shut down.
And I guess the frustration with us is my husband and I haven't stopped working. In fact, it's the opposite. We've been working harder. And these other people who could be working in restaurants and finding other, different ways, like you're saying, masks and 2 meters spacing, they're all doing furlough, which is 80% of their salary by the government. But who is paying for all this 80%? It's not free money, and that's a frustration we're all having. It's like, how are we going to actually afford this in the long run?
Yeah, I wonder, too, when these things start to spike, everybody starts screaming at the elected officials to do something.
No, they do.
And there's really nothing they can do other than say, social distance, wear your mask, and lock down. I think that's one of the only tools they got in the pouch to throw at this, and I think they get tired of everybody saying do something.
Well, Gabby, and I'll say this too. I don't know if it's this way in England, but in our country, it's almost like what Bubba just talked about. When we say we're going to open back up and we're going to just go to trying to be as safe as we can, it's almost like, especially the left in our country, they think that the people who are at the highest risk that need to remain shut down, that we take them and throw them out into this society against their will. No, if you know that it's life and death for you, then you probably in your personal life want to be doing things that everybody else doesn't have to do to protect yourself. But we all have to protect. We're going to be affected by the state of our economy, the state of our debts, the state of our taxes. We're all going to pay that price together. So some people have to go back to keeping this thing going, and those that say it's too risky for me, then you have to make that decision in your own personal life. But you're led to believe that if some of the shutdown places, if you decide to open, that everybody has to be thrown out there in the middle of it against their will, and that's just not true.
We don't have any middle ground, so even schools are closed, so the people who have children working is nearly impossible if you're going to homeschool and work.
Yeah, so we went through that here too.
Gabby, let me ask you this. What about the other illnesses? Because I know I've read a little bit about this and what they're calling collateral damage in that so many other people don't get the routine medical care they need. Yeah. They don't get the vaccinations they need for other things. They don't have the normal checkups that they need, and that causes a lot of problems, not to mention the depression and mental issues that go with it. Are you seeing that in England too?
The mental health has spiked so much that we know from one of our friends who's a police officer.
35 minutes past the hour. As we work our way back, I don't know if Adler's heard, but Dickey Betts, phenomenal guitarist, has gone on in. So, and Dickey Betts, of course, best known with the Allman Brothers, but he also is the person who created some of the most famous guitar riffs that you don't know. He did actually the guitar riff for Layla. That's Dickey Betts.
Oh,
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I saw that headline, I thought he was the leadoff batter for the New York Mets for a long time.
Yeah, that's because that's his brother Mookie.
You're right.
But
true.
anyway, Dickey Betts has gone on in. Of course, it's no
Actually
surprise.
sang vocals on Ramblin' Man.
Yeah, no surprise here. I actually thought he'd already passed.
Rick.
I think I knew he
Straight
was
up.
See, you can keep stuff like that to yourself.
You don't have to tell us.
I really, when I heard that, I'm like, he's still alive. But hey, one of the where are you, Adler, on Dickey Betts?
Love him.
Okay.
I love Allman Brothers. I didn't know that was him singing on Ramblin' Man.
Yep, that is true.
Thought it was Greg.
No,
Not Greg Burgess, Greg Allman.
no, not
same
Greg.
difference.
A little disappointed in you on that part.
Yeah, I don't see how you could even make that mistake.
Come on,
I didn't
You
know.
may not know it was Dickey, but you had to know it
doesn't
wasn't
sound
Greg
anything
Allman.
like Greg Allman.
Well, I just, in my mind, just made it Greg Allman.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you can do that.
Did he also write the big solo, or was that Clapton?
Oh no,
on Layla?
just the just,
Okay.
Just the
Now
riff.
Rick's come up with that. I'm not sure.
No,
where
that's straight up.
I believe it.
Of course, may find out that was his brother, but I think it was him. But anyway,
Would you rather have a phenomenal voice or be the best at playing an instrument?
instrument all day long.
I wish people couldn't wait to hear me play.
Yeah. Yeah, people just sit there just waiting.
I mean, if I just reach for the guitar, people, here it goes.
Hey, you're gonna get you a seat.
Versus walking to
Now,
the
do you
mic.
want to be able to play? You want to be those people that can play anything, or just one instrument and be really good at it?
I make it with the one instrument. I don't want all that pressure. I have
Do
to
you
carry
pick
around.
guitar?
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
No, right off the
over
top.
being a great singer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
I'd be the singer.
I think you're right, Bubba.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have to carry all that stuff around.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
but your
I'm already
voice will
awesome at
your-
guitar, Speedy.
your
I'm already
voice will leave
awesome
you.
at it.
there you go. He wants to be good at something he doesn't know
Right.
yet.
Yeah, got it.
I will
So
tell you.
That's off. I mean, you check that box.
Yeah.
You already got that.
Absolutely.
Oh wait, and you're gonna love this then. And I'm always been so like, man, that would be so cool, but I'm not willing to put in the effort. Is because it's too late now. It's kind of like golf. It's too late now. But when a guitar player is wailing, and he has the moment where that guitar is just making all that cool sound. I just think that's one of the coolest things on the planet. And so and plus just sitting watching somebody pick, like I told you Sunday night when we went got to see all those guys pick. Good gracious,
Isn't that great?
It was a
So you
blast.
wanted to be like Prince at the George Harrison thing.
Correct.
Where you just wearing it out.
And people said, "Hey, did you see Burge?" and nobody really knew I could play it like that. That was my coming out. You know what I mean?
And he did that with all those legendary
Right.
players
Yeah.
up there.
Somebody said,
He
"Hey,
just took over the
George
thing.
Harrison couldn't believe Burge." You know, I mean,
no
it's just, it's right.
Look at Jeff Beck staring at
And I became that guy that like somebody who's really famous. You know, when they say, "Well, now who's your favorite guitarist?" and you think they're going to say like Jimi Hendrix or something, they go Rick Burgess.
Right.
You know,
A lot of people don't know this.
Yeah, people say, you know, a lot of people don't know. Like he's not as well known, but let me tell you, that's something going to play.
He can play.
And then people go on YouTube try to find me.
How do you
thought about it.
rank that performance that Prince put in?
Oh,
on that
very
thing?
high, way high,
good one.
outstanding.
He was making that guitar do some things.
Yes,
that
he could.
Were on the
Making it
fringe.
gently
yeah.
weep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can we play any of that? Adler?
I love
No, probably not.
But
But
try to
the-
find just the toss, because at the end he then tosses it.
Well,
Do you
do,
love-
do right before he tosses it so we can hear some of the guitar.
I
part.
know that you are big on reels and stuff. Have you seen the one that has him at sound check? When he says, "Dearly beloved, we're gathered here for this thing called sound check."
No,
and they're sound
no.
checking.
No.
And he gets out there and wails.
Now, I did see the opening of a concert. It's also on Reels. And I don't know if it was in Memphis or L.A. I don't know where it was. But they start with Play That Funky Music, covering it. And,
haven't
they
seen
go nuts.
I have not
mean, nuts
seen
on
that. The Revolution?
No, it was when, I think it was
The New Power
MPG,
Generation?
Was
yeah.
it New Power
Yeah.
Generation? I didn't like them as
Yeah.
much. Okay.
There were legends,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Prince
Yeah,
is
that's
just
it. Yeah,
wailing
yeah.
on it.
That tiny woman with a mustache can really play.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's
and then,
Prince.
And then threw his
She's
guitar in
pretty
the
good.
crowd and left.
Yeah, you know, you remember
He just leaves.
on that kind of note, and I've forgotten his name again, the famous keyboardist from Alabama.
Yeah,
That
plays with the Stones.
Yeah, that now lives in Georgia on a farm. And you talk about those moments. You know, he's very well known. Everybody brings him in. Matter of fact, he played with the Black Crows too on that
That's
album.
right.
When you and I yesterday, by the way, when we were riding, listening to "Thorn in My Pride," that's him doing the organ. But anyway, yeah, Chuck Leavell. And so, but there's footage. You remember when Clapton did MTV Unplugged, and he did the unplugged version of Layla?
Oh yeah.
Well, he did an entire set, in that.
Wasn't big on it.
And I wasn't, not that, but they did an entire set. And there's a moment. Now I want you to picture this because Eric Clapton loved this keyboard player, and they're playing one of Clapton's songs that I'm not that familiar with, but it has this incredible piano part in it. And there's a moment. Now I want you to imagine they were interviewing what it felt like. Well, they kind of know he's good or whatever, and the song, like they said Clapton had to be talked into playing it. He didn't really want to do it on the set list. And Mike Leavell starts playing, and there's a moment where Clapton, you can tell he's doing his own thing, all of a sudden he goes, and he looks over and starts looking at him, and then the other guys in the band, and Clapton looks at them and looks at him and goes, and I mean,
Really?
Picture that.
That had to be cool.
See, that's
what you want.
So, yeah, that's what you want.
But
Versus
it's one of those things that there's a lot in life. It's one thing to want something, but you have to be willing to put in the work.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
And if you're not willing, then you can just keep wanting it.
So
and wishing it.
that one of the great guitar performances that you point to?
Yeah.
I mean, the Prince one was one that I knew, but
yeah,
I don't follow a lot of it.
Yeah,
but
there's
you
been
do.
so many good guitar moments. I mean, there's so many, but I love that with Prince, and I just love watching musicians that are good at whatever they're playing. It just blows my mind.
Yeah.
And I think that came from Dad. Dad always taught us to appreciate when somebody is really gifted at what they do, no matter what it is.
That's it.
You
Yeah.
know? And unless they're really gifted at stealing from you, then you probably don't like that.
Yeah.
But
maybe don't embrace
as long
things that are
as
against
long as
the
it's
law.
something smart,
Right,
Yeah,
yeah,
something
yeah.
good. But
I'll hear something, and I hear somebody on a guitar or whatever, and I'm like, hey, that's good. But then those of you that actually do it, you're like, no, he's really good, and it's hard to distinguish that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you pay attention, like when I told you about seeing Alan Tolbert play, okay? When I saw him Sunday night, and by the way, he sent me a text. He said, somebody said y'all were talking about it. When I saw Alan Tolbert, is that how you say it?
I think so.
See, I don't think he played in a way that if you didn't know anything about music, I mean nothing, you'd be like, good gracious.
Yeah.
That's wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is not one of those things somebody'd have to say you would appreciate if you knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Everybody in the audience went, my goodness. I mean, you thought the guitar was going to be cut in half.
Wow.
I mean, how fast he could play and just incredible. And you thought to yourself, okay, well, that's another level right there.
There you go. That's elite.
But that's the beauty of music. You can see something as well known as Prince play guitar and be blown away by it. But somewhere in a little room is somebody playing as well, if not better, than Prince, Jimi Hendrix, Eddie Van Halen. They're out there in little.
Well, look on reels.
Yeah,
look at some of these kids that can play, and they're amazing.
Yeah.
You know.
So when you say what we really should say is, who do you think the best guitar player is that you know?
Yeah.
Because see, some of y'all don't know Alan, and I promise you, I watched him play, and he could play with anybody. But I mean, you may not know who that is, and you may never got a chance to see him, so you don't know. And then there's different styles. You may go, well, I don't like that style. You go, but you don't know how complicated that is.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how difficult that is to play. You may not like that style, but I'm telling you, that right there requires a tremendous amount of talent. So just like, so there's an appreciation for it, even if it's not your style, just how much talent it is. So, because I know, like I have kind of grown to love bluegrass and some of that like when I was little, I was like bluegrass.
How about a mandolin? That looks hard to play.
Oh, and I told you, Bobby Horton, who was here Monday.
Is this the guy, Rick?
Yes.
Can we hear him?
I told you. Okay.
He's a big guy.
Wow. Yes, he is. Very unseen.
He can shred though.
Yeah. But I don't know if this is something him shredding. He may just be doing a song.
He's about to shred, I think, after this verse.
I kind of wish I was there.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That boy can can go.
So see, I haven't know that.
Big boy can go.
I like how he just sits it on his stomach and goes. Huh?
Yeah. You ever see him sitting over a chair wailing?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. And what gets me, you don't ever see him look at the neck.
No.
He just feels it.
He's just doing it. That's
Doing
good
it.
stuff.
Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He told us that 9 times out of 10 they're getting calls from suicides in our area because as a collateral to COVID, people are just basically sitting at home worrying and listening about the news and don't even go out.
I talked to
don't even get fresh air.
I talked to someone in the cancer treatment on Friday, and she came over and she said, "Hey, is there anything that you can do to encourage cancer patients that they do need to come get their treatment?" And she said, "Now we're getting cancellations on Wednesday because they're afraid that it's going to be dangerous in cities all over the country during the inauguration. Now they're canceling their cancer treatments because of their fear of that." But hey, look, if you got a cancer treatment, I'd get it. Yeah. I think you're going to be okay. The risk of you being attacked during the inauguration Wednesday versus going to get your cancer treatment, I think I'd push on through that.
Yeah,
So, Gabby, thanks for your call and thanks for listening to the show.
Thanks, Gabby.
Yeah, it means a lot to us. So
Keep up the hard work. It's wonderful to hear something a bit different than what we hear here.
well, thank you very
different,
much.
all right.
Yeah.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being with us on MLK Day.
It may be things like this that explain what we talked about last hour. Look around the way. This may explain some of it. Here we go. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. It's making me crazy.
Making me crazy.
Every time. Bubba, remember I said earlier the way things work, and we talked to Gabby out of England who was calling from England to say, please don't do what we're doing. They're now on their third shutdown, which, of course, if the first shutdown led to 2 more after it, that means the first shutdown didn't work. I don't want to get into that. But we've told everybody, educated through Rick and Bubba University over the years, here's how it works. Europe starts acting like a bunch of idiots, and then somehow that enters our country through New York and California. And then before you know it, it all comes here, and we all start doing it. Well, this may be some of the things that the reason why some of our brothers and sisters in Great Britain, maybe they're not exactly the influence we're looking for when you read things like this. We have a mom, or as I say there, my mom suffered face burns after eating a handful of mini fireworks she thought were sweets.
What do their fireworks look like?
Let me ask you, were they lit when she ate them?
So
how does that work? You didn't light them in her. She didn't light them once they were in her mouth, right?
I don't.
Or she just talking about like chemical burns.
I think it has to. Well, it'd have to be, wouldn't it?
Gotta be.
Here's what it says. It says this: she found the multicolored box of Fun Snaps among the lollipops. She chomped on some at home, thinking it was popping candy, but they exploded.
Like Pop Rocks.
How did they explode? Oh, they're the little snap things you throw down.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They exploded.
She bit down on them. Boom.
Leaving her in agony with chemical Bubba burns to her lips and gums. She also suffered a cracked tooth. Said it felt like her mouth was on fire for weeks. She could barely eat or sleep. They gave her strong painkillers, and the burns have healed, but she still has a dental appointment to go. The Fun Snaps,
they weren't very fun, right?
Were with all the other sweets. I just kept thinking that could have happened if I'd given them to a child. Well, she's exaggerating here. They could have blown her mouth apart. Well,
child probably would have went, man, I ain't eating these. These are firecrackers.
Yeah, I think, Mom,
those are not sweet.
Mom, I think the child might have just said, not going to eat these. I know what they are. So, look, we've seen worse here. We've seen detergent pods and things. But
And that's people that knew they were detergent
our
pods.
idiot level appears to be off the
worldwide.
chart.
It's
Right.
worldwide.
It really
It
is.
really
I don't know if we're de-evolving or we've just left a lot of weeds in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know what
I think
the
that
deal
explains
is.
a lot of this other stuff we've been talking about.
Yeah. It appears to all be working together, doesn't it?
Don't you more and more starting to feel like that you came ashore on a ship and stepped off and you've never been here before?
Yeah,
I mean, you look around and go, man.
Every Monday's feeling more and more like that.
Yeah.
To the phones we go. Rick in Pelham says he can help us with this story. Rick, go ahead.
Hey guys, love the show. Listen
Thank
to
you.
y'all every day, man. Love all you guys. Was listening.
Yep. All right, so we're back. I knew I was messing up when I said it. Dwayne Allman is who did Layla, Greg Allman's brother. I didn't know if it was him or Dickey Betts. I knew it was one of them. But the Dwayne Allman, he died young and all that, but he was an incredible guitarist as well. So I knew when I was saying, I said, I think that's the brother. And you're right. It's Dwayne Allman, not Dickey Betts. So my apologies for that. Hey, zapmydebt.com. Let me tell you something. There's nothing worse than having debt hanging over your head and you start thinking to yourself, is there any way out? Well, let me tell you what you don't want to do. You don't want to go old school. I mean, and zapmydebt.com, they're not going to do the thing that you've been around for a while where, hey, let's take your debt and let's spread it out over, 50 years and try to get one low payment. Certainly that's an option, but zapmydebt.com says, let's be more aggressive than that. Let's see if we can get the debt off of you quicker. Let's see if we can do it without you having to declare bankruptcy, and let's see if we can do it permanently. Okay? These high-interest credit cards and loan companies, they're trying to box you in and keep you there because they love that interest. But zapmydebt.com says, look, we're going to try and negotiate. Sometimes people will reduce what you owe. They'll write some things off. Maybe you can write off some interest. But there's also other ways to go. So why don't you talk to them? There's no obligation to use them. You can talk to them for free and just let them tell you what they can do, and then you decide what you want to do. Zapmydebt.com. This could be the day, if you contact them, that you start the process of taking this dark cloud of debt out of your life. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, we have more from President Biden today, of course.
Where'd he go?
There we go.
Where'd he go?
Does anybody know a Basement Joe? Basement Joe. Greg, could you by any chance tell me which stall that Travis used? So I will.
I didn't, Rick. I didn't take notes.
Did he go urinal or did he go in the stall?
He did.
Which urinal? Midway?
I think far right.
Far right.
Okay.
I won't be using that one today. You don't know what he's toting.
Skinwalker Ranch.
Watch out. So anyway, so the president, and we will talk to Travis coming up. The president is out there again. God love him. As we said earlier in the show, I just wish his own family would love him.
He's not loved. Rick. How do you allow this to continue?
Does anybody, whether we agree or disagree with him politically, does anybody care about his dignity? I mean, can his family not step in? And those of us on the show that have been through this with dementia and Alzheimer's, there is a responsibility to protect your loved one's dignity. I don't know why they want to keep this charade going, but here is the president yesterday. He's going to ask us to make a choice.
A tough choice,
A
Rick.
tough one.
Do we want freedom or do we want democracy?
So here we go.
Are you ready to choose freedom over democracy? Because that's America.
Yes.
Over.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we're choosing freedom over democracy because that's America?
Are you ready to choose freedom over democracy? Because that's America.
Yes. I kind of
the
thought
lady
it was,
behind him wasn't
yes.
I thought that, this the people
I thought
behind
that was
him
kind of the same thing, wasn't it?
You know when you're ready to say, hey, we got to really act up.
Yeah.
You're ready to choose freedom over democracy. That's America.
Good point.
What'd he say?
What'd he say?
Don't jump.
Are you ready to choose freedom over democracy? Because that's America.
Yes. Apparently, the
Freedom
teleprompter
over democracy.
was also eaten by cannibals.
You saying choose or chew?
Are you ready to chew America over democracy? Because that or
Is
democracy
this back
freedom.
to the cannibal thing?
I don't know. Let's hear it one more time, Alan. I'm so sorry. Because it sounds like he says, "Are we chewing freedom over democracy?"
That's just.
And by the way, don't miss that. Even if it's not chew, which I know he's not trying to say chew, if we're choosing, I don't think America. The definition of America is choosing freedom over democracy. I just don't think it is.
No, I don't.
I don't think it's in there.
Are you ready to choose freedom over democracy? Because that's America.
Okay.
He rushed it. He rushed it, Greg.
Yes. That tongue gets in the way.
He rushed it. Okay.
Bless his heart.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's like his tongue needs an energy drink. I say it all the time.
Yeah, it is.
Like, speed
Well,
up.
them B12 shots can only last so long,
Yeah.
and then they fade.
All right, so RFK Jr., is now it's a family divided.
Mm-hmm.
His family is going on to endorse Joe Biden. He, of course, is wanting to run against Joe Biden. Did you know they can't get on the same page? They're picking Biden over him. So
Biden doesn't need RFK in the election. It's going to water down votes. Now, the polling suggests it would water down for both of them, both candidates, Trump and him. But Biden especially doesn't need it, and they have gone and secured an endorsement from his family.
All right, so here.
Hey,
Look. Get you a look.
Thank you, John, for those inspiring words.
She has it too.
My name is Terry Kennedy, and I am the 7th child of Robert and Ethel Kennedy.
She's got the same problem?
she does.
Is it a
They
family?
all got it.
They all got
I'm
it?
joined here today
His is more
with
of a
my
scratch.
sisters Kathleen and Rory, with Joe and Chris and Max.
At first, I thought she was making fun of.
I did
of him,
too.
but I quickly realized.
Is she making fun of her brother?
And with my hero, President Joe Biden.
By the way, I think I saw the president lean over to somebody and go, "Who are these people?"
Well, you saw the look on his face. He had no idea.
What's wrong with their voice?
Yo, I did not know that.
Americans
I didn't know
have
that.
to choose.
No, I didn't know that.
She's got it too. Is this what is
Which one is Joe? How's he tied in?
Huh?
He Joe, the one
Joe
back there.
Kennedy.
Yeah, the one in the picture.
Oh,
there.
they're talking about
How's he
Biden. I
tied
was like,
in?
what?
I'm not sure.
That's all.
Now,
That's
that
all.
Kennedy clan, I can't
that's
keep
all
up
the
with them. You need a
Kennedys.
you need a
don't know.
spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It's hard to.
Yeah, I
Joseph P. Kennedy. I guess that's who that is.
Hey now.
And
He's
how is-
81, and his
who's his dad?
his parents are Patrick J. Kennedy and Mary Augusta Hickey Kennedy.
Okay.
Hickey.
Well, there
Patrick.
you go. Forget about the
is-
Hickeys.
Gosh, I can't keep up with
Good
them.
gosh.
I don't follow them.
Imagine them.
Somebody's
reading
like, I
Poison
thought
Night.
Katharine Hepburn was dead.
Right.
So I mean,
That is odd, though,
yeah,
isn't it?
It is
Very odd.
I mean,
Well, the fact that he
or are they
almost
playing a
sound-
clip from Golden Pond?
Yeah,
No, I
he
did-
got
At first, I thought, wow, she really does hate him.
I know.
She's
I
making
thought
fun
she was
of him.
mocking him.
I did.
But I
too.
realized
So this is a genetic thing. A lot of people in the family.
I don't
have
know.
it?
He is
It
saying his is
just
more
like-
of a,
But he's also got
It's the same thing though, Gray. You can hear it.
Yeah, maybe.
It's spasmodic dysphonia.
I
Thank
know.
you, buddy.
You've said that before.
Yep.
It's a shaky, tight, or strained sounding voice.
Yes, it is.
Is it genetic? Does it run? in the
Apparently,
family?
it
know about
must.
that.
It must, Bubba.
It's like somebody was shaking her when she was.
I did. I don't know.
She was-
So how is she related to RFK?
That's her sister, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so. That's what it
Sister.
says.
I think so.
Brother.
Right?
So all of she's saying all of the children, the siblings
Yeah.
are endorsing Biden over their
Correct.
own brother.
On their own brother, yeah.
And Biden had no idea what they said.
That Kennedy.
Biden's like,
family
who are these
something else.
people?
Right.
Yeah, what?
Why is she talking like that?
My head
say that.
They must have got a
I saw-
little,
I
must
saw-
have got a little donation to the old Kennedy family
Oh,
something.
you
huh?
know
Oh,
it.
yeah, sure.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Did she say that Joe Biden was her hero?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Boy,
she did.
she's
That's hard to say.
Stop it, Adler.
She's got a low bar there.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The radio this morning, and they said that it was the old style poppers that you get in a little box, kind of like sawdust. You throw on the ground and
Yeah.
you pop them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snapping
They
pop.
said she ate a mouthful of those, and then the other story it said she actually blew out part of her tooth.
Yeah, I see that. We're
Yeah.
looking at it right now.
She thought fun
You
snaps.
guys have a great day. Love
Thank you. But if you
Well, look, it made her teeth yellow.
But Greg, if you no, Greg, that's just socialized dental care. Greg, if you but once I open that box, I know I don't have candy.
When
at
you
this
pick
point.
it up, and you've seen the little things.
Yeah.
There's nothing candy about it.
No. That tastes weird, Mom.
I think she's been drinking.
It looks like spider eggs, the ones that we used to see that you throw down.
Little tiny tea bags.
Sean and Scylla,
little white,
Just like
fluffy
spider.
looking.
yeah. Sean, welcome to the show, Silicaga. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah.
Sham
Yeah,
is
go
actually
ahead.
his name.
What?
I screen that Sham.
Sham. Okay. Sham. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sham wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I was going to ask you a question. If I get in trouble or whatever, I have to go to prison. Can I go to a woman's prison?
You know, honestly, we've had this issue come up.
You'd be popular there, wouldn't you, buddy?
If you
Sham.
If you
He would be Sham Wow.
You're out. All right, so, but we talked about get it off. Golly, we talked about this. If you read what the Biden administration says they're going to do, you would be able to go to whatever prison you identify as, because he said he's going to make this country, I mean, just eradicate genders from our whole landscape. But surely we see the issues with that, don't we, ShamWow? I mean,
ShamWow, I don't know if he's planning on going to prison.
Yeah, but
he
surely
said if he does,
surely somebody would think that through.
Rick, think it through? Are you kidding me?
Sid in Hoover, 104.7 WZZK. Sid, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Appreciate you guys and love your show. I'm a little bit confused on this gender identification legality. For example, if a guy on the defensive team of a football team decides he wants to cross the line and be on the offense, he is penalized for that. His whole team is penalized.
Yeah.
So if I'm in a public place and I decide I need to go to the bathroom, if I step into the ladies' bathroom, I'm probably going to be penalized for that. Is that fair?
you should be.
Not if you identify as a woman, no.
Well, let me ask you this: can we, if you can identify as any sex, can you also identify as any age?
That's a good point.
Because if I want to say I'm this age or that age, who are you to tell me I'm not?
You
If
know
I
what? That
identify-
sounds outrageous.
Well,
doesn't
and
it?
see,
But is it
let me
anymore?
ask you this: what would their argument be?
Listen to this. This is good.
How old are you? Well, I'm whatever age I want to be. No, you're whatever age you were born.
Birth certificate says. Yeah.
And your birth. Okay. Well, wait a minute. I also had a gender when I was born. You can change that. Why can't I change my age? Well, that's there's no difference, guys. There's no difference.
Why can't I change my race? See, right now you get in trouble for that.
I know.
Why can't I?
Well,
So what's the difference?
think about what Bubba says about age. You say, well, what would that matter? I'll tell you why it matters. We were talking about over the weekend, and I was, looking over our retirement plan. And I said, well, I said, deal is, because I was
planning on retiring?
Well, no, what we're doing is no, seriously, straight up. Hey guys, I hope y'all are. We're actually.
You better be planning.
What I'm talking about is we're Sherry and I were going over. Let's look at all the scenarios.
Oh yeah.
And you go the worst case scenario. What if things get so bad you don't have a job, Rick? What's our game plan? Well, one of the things I said, the only problem about this retirement plan, I said, you get penalized if you start taking it out of there before you're 65.
Yeah.
I said there'll be a penalty with that. Well, if all of a sudden I said, wait a minute, I don't want to pay that penalty. I want to go ahead and start taking that thing full.
What if I say I'm
And
65 today?
So then I go, well, I am 65. I'd like to start taking my retirement. No, you're not 65. Well, I think I identify as 65.
Well, look, I hope they're not guilty of ageism.
What's the difference? What's the difference?
I say one thing we won't have is ageism around here.
You think that how old you are is a hard fact based on how many times you've been around the sun since you were born.
You would.
So gender also has some hard facts that we just ignore. We just toss them out the window.
Hey, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but Ben Shapiro has a video out on YouTube, and he's in this big conference center, and this girl is arguing with him about gender neutral stuff, and he brings up the point about age neutral, and she's trying to find some kind of valid argument, and she just can't.
Yeah,
Just for y'all to check out.
There's not one.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, he got him.
I've seen that video. Let me tell you, when the left goes after Ben Shapiro, now he needs to slow his meter down a little bit.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Slow down. You're not in a troll. But when he is speaking clearly at a good meter, he's
pretty solid.
When they debate him, he just runs circles around
him and Steven Crowder.
Oh yeah.
You know why? Because all they're saying is they're just keeping their head and being logical.
Yeah.
Logical.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe in Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Joe, go ahead.
Hey, man, I just wanted to see if I could identify as a non-taxpayer.
Amen to that.
Not for long. Not for long.
I have a feeling the government will classify you as a citizen and you owe money.
I have good news and bad news. The bad news is you will be arrested for declaring that you're a non-taxpayer. The good news is declare whatever gender you want, and they'll put you in the prison of your choice.
Yeah.
Right. So there you go. Let's go to Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Brian.
That's right, baby. Here we go. From the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, we coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Live and archived, whatever your choice may be, we are glad that you are here. Find all the options by going to Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, Helmsy out. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you. We have, the terrific 13 today?
Here we go. Is it 13 people?
Fabulous 14.
Yeah, there's 13 folk in the golden ticket seats today. They come from all over.
Yeah.
Some of them have their Rick and Bubba T-shirts on. Fellas,
Like
looking
it.
good today. Some brought us gifts of delicious food. Some did not bring anything. And there's no obligation to bring anything. That's not part of it. Of course, the ticket's free. But we are thankful that you are here. Because we are thankful for your support, and we have kind of an interesting dynamic today.
We got several special people in the audience today.
We do.
And one is Dr. John Christine, who is here with us.
Hey, Doc.
Bring out the doctor.
Dr. Christine is my cancer doctor. He's the one that removed a tumor from my liver.
All right, so you've seen Bubba's liver.
Say that.
You've seen Bubba's liver.
Oh, yeah, have my hands right on it.
Oh!
How about
Double
that?
handful.
Wow. That's right. I'm thankful you've never seen Greg's. So let's.
Hey, you might ought to give him a card.
But
Hey, look at that.
Look, I was so fortunate to meet
man.
Dr. Christine
Yes,
in the
you are.
emergency room when I had a gallbladder attack, which is bad enough on its own.
Yeah, man.
But he told me he saw something on my liver and said, "Hey, we need to look at this." We actually biopsied it during the procedure to take my gallbladder out. Came back negative and inconclusive. But he, and this is where expertise comes in.
Yeah, man.
Looks at me. He literally put my arm around me and said, "Been doing this a long time. That needs to come out as fast as we can do it." And if you've just recovered from gallbladder surgery,
buddy.
fast as you can
Not
stand
again.
it is it's like 2 weeks. Is that what you mean?
right.
So. But he went back in and got it out, got good margins, and so far so good.
So far, so good.
Well, we appreciate it.
Man, that is great, and it's kind of interesting to have you here today, on this particular day, because I don't know what caused this, and it's very serious, but Bubba started running around with the Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh boy!
And the
A TV show cannot cause cancer,
yeah.
right? I mean, we don't, there's no proof of that.
You ever heard
right?
some stuff going on there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if you were around somebody that goes there all the time, apparently, and can't get enough of it, and it's been down in holes where all kinds exposing himself to God knows what, and
Locked away for centuries.
and then he comes into Bubba's life, and then he leaves, and then we have this. I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to connect any dots. It just
Well, not to dumb it down, but 1 + 1 =
Yeah,
It does.
It does.
Yeah,
Pretty
and
much.
so what we've done is
Pretty much.
we do have Travis Taylor and his wife and some friends here today, and we're going to try to keep the distance we have between the two of them.
We thought about lead shielding, but it really ruins the camera shot.
Yeah, so we may talk to Travis here in a minute, but Bubba's going to scan him first.
Yeah.
So,
Make sure he's
but no,
good.
thank you for what you do. You know, we talk about this all the
Thanks
time.
for saving Bubba.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, we
Very
talk
happy
about
to
this.
do it.
Well, in the key, like Bubba talked about, you saw something you didn't like and you got aggressive, and it's always the key dealing with something this serious.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no reason to wait around, and pretty low risk operation actually. I mean, not a big deal. Removing part of the liver and
not a big deal. Did y'all hear that?
He does so many of them.
I know that's what always
that's
gets
what
us.
blows us away.
People come in here and we're like, y'all do this every day, and we're like, yeah. and but then we think, does it ever get normal that I'm cutting up livers? I mean, does that?
Well, you know,
and doing surgery on people.
It does to an extent.
Pancreases and all that stuff.
It does to an extent, but some days it's it's a new challenge every single day. But the best thing was just having this physical specimen to work with.
Absolutely.
That's unsaid.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Can you imagine the cutting he had to do to get where he needed to go?
You talking about those special occasions you referred to earlier?
A larger scalpel. This is.
Come here, give me a hand here.
You know, wouldn't you like to try to see him? I bet you could gut a deer. Good
Oh,
gracious.
you kidding me?
You think he couldn't have it
Oh,
done?
he can put it back together.
Oh,
What are you
clean,
talking about?
baby.
He rebuilds digestive
You
systems.
do.
Crying out loud.
You do.
It might be messy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you
I
know,
got a
the day that really kind of the moment I'll always remember is when we went back and we were talking to Dr. Christine, and he was telling me that what they were going to have to do to get this tumor out. And correct me if I'm wrong, you microwave it first to cook it so it doesn't have any chance of, something getting loose. And he was telling me, he said, we can't get our instruments for it, so I'm going to have to go in, I'm going to have to make an incision here and pull, you called it a liver turn, right? Wasn't that the term?
Well, I was going to try to do it laparoscopically, but it was just back there and way back there.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to turn my liver inside me to get the instrument in the right place.
Pretty much.
So if Bubba's body was a storage building, it's back in the corner.
It's back in the corner.
Way back in the corner.
in the story.
Bubba's body's a
Way back.
story.
Hey, now we got to move stuff to get back there.
Oh, we're going to have to
It's
move
a big
stuff to find this.
Start bringing that out.
But once you were in there,
Back there behind the fishing rods.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, did something just like jump out and go, oh my goodness, look at that? Did you immediately see it?
Oh yeah. Well, based on the scans, I knew exactly where it was, but absolutely.
But I'm talking about when you were going in for gallbladder, and then you go.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
when I did the gall the first time. You
Yes.
mean? Oh yeah, when I was in there, it definitely was abnormal.
So it jumped out at you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So do you think that the severe pain he was in was more related to the tumor in the liver than the gallbladder?
I bet you it was.
Yeah, because the gallbladder needed to be fit, but it wasn't severe.
No, I don't think so. Right? I think
Marginal,
it was actually I think the tumor.
Yeah.
So lucky.
Yeah. Was there any Krispy Kreme donut residue on it?
You couldn't identify what it was made of.
How about a peanut M&M?
Yeah.
But it did start in my liver, and that's not usually the case, or in a lot of cases, it's not the case.
Right. Not usual at all. Very unusual.
So it usually comes from somewhere else and gets hung there, and then you got two problems to deal with.
And these are the best outcomes too, is when you find it sort of incidentally or quickly like this, and versus end stage.
Yeah, because I had so many, friends that are in the medical field, and that was the first thing they were saying. Look, man, this is usually secondary, and and so to find out that it wasn't was great news. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you guys can do that now through technology is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, you take that tumor, you know exactly where it started, what caused it. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, we rely on a lot of people to do it. Like the radiologist has to give us great scans. The pathologist has to tell us what it is. Dr. Jones with medical oncology, he's the chemotherapy guy, which you don't have to have.
Right,
luckily,
he's the one I see now for maintenance.
Amen.
Yeah. But he keeps track.
Ben
of
Jones.
It.
Yeah.
So how much of Bubba's liver did you cut out?
Oh, not much. 10%.
What's his liver look like right now? Do you think it's back? Is it completely back?
Oh, normal. Yeah.
Completely back by now.
Yeah.
You know what? The liver's an amazing.
It really is.
I mean, you only got one, but hey, it'll grow back if you don't cut too much of it off.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a good deal.
So it's like taking a bite out of an apple. That's what you took.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've shown you the scans, and you can see where the
grown back
sort of divot is, but it's normal.
Yeah.
Well, we certainly appreciate it because we have a lot to celebrate this year, but we may have been going to another event if you hadn't got there.
Hey,
Bubba.
Good night.
It'll get you.
No, look, that's what they're.
Look, get checked, get scanned.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things you can do to. You know, you don't have to wait till your side feels like it's got a knife in it.
Yeah, that's the thing. If something hurts, get it checked out because it could be, you never know. A lot of times it's nothing, but that's good when it's nothing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you're here today, and we are all join Bubba in being grateful for the expertise that God gave you.
Yeah,
and
very thankful for that.
Yeah, well,
great doctor to have.
Yes,
good guy.
And when you see all the things that people brought Bubba to eat today, just you might want to just look the other way.
Yeah.
So we'll.
Who was asking about fatty liver the other day? Who was asking about that?
Not
Somebody.
me.
I wasn't in that
I
conversation.
think I originally did, but I didn't know recently.
Well, he can tell you all about it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, gentlemen, for making me laugh every day. And I use gentlemen now before the gender Gestapo gets hold of me.
Gentle person will do.
Yeah,
I'll
be
answer
careful.
to that.
Be careful.
And then, as far as the gender purging, I think that President-to-be Biden just is tired of people accusing him of sniffing women's hair. He's got to make it universal. And otherwise, I guess my mom is now my parent without a Y chromosome.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
She's just old XX.
Don't laugh. I can produce.
No, it's getting Rick.
I can produce real stories that are more bizarre than what we're saying.
Rick, there's people that want me to refer to them as they, them, and their. I mean, so anything's out there.
Yeah, and there's one that's
Z's there and czar or something.
Yeah. Oh.
Isn't that it?
So there was a time that if you brought something like that up, your mother would whip your rear end.
Yes. And say, don't you dare
quit
say
making
that again.
stuff up.
And say, go back into your room. And if you start that garbage again, this is going to happen again. And stop acting like an idiot.
Yeah, when you get your pronouns right, you can come out and have a snack.
Okay.
I like when
David,
people announce their pronouns
David,
when they introduce themselves.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, no need for that. I got it. Good. Let me tell you something. I don't think I can live in that world now.
Rick, I'm Rick.
This
my
would be
pronouns
me.
are.
This would be Rick. Tell us your name, what you do for a living, and your pronoun. I'm gonna take a pass on the pronoun. I'm Rick, and I'm a radio show host.
Yeah. And
if you can't figure out my pronoun, that's your problem.
I will answer to hey you, biggin, anything. It doesn't matter.
Hey pal,
W1.
Rick, would you like to identify the pronoun? No, my genes have done that.
I didn't have much choice.
Right.
What if you just drop trial to show everybody?
Greg, wait a minute. Greg, you know what you could.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We work our way back. And so we're kind of going to one end of the spectrum to the other now. So we talked to Dr. Christine.
A lot of doctors in here today.
About
Doctor
who's actually handled Bubba's liver.
Yep.
And was
handled
used
it carefully
and did a good job and all good.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished, and we're so thankful for him. And then there's this next guest. I remember vividly telling Bubba, I'm thankful, by the way, that you are here, ma'am. We were looking forward to meeting Travis's wife, and we really just wanted you to come with your friends and not bring your husband. And I told Bubba that I mean no ill will toward Travis, other than the fact that I think he's dangerous. And I said, so I would rather him not return after the chaos he's caused in the past. So just when I was feeling pretty good about it, would you like to tell the audience, Travis, with Skinwalker Ranch, Doctor, how long ago were you at Skinwalker Ranch?
Oh, I was there. I left Wednesday. What's today?
He said Wednesday. He didn't even say
48
last
hours.
week.
Yeah.
48 hours.
This week.
It's about 30-something hours ago. You know.
Oh.
So you were at that place.
Yes.
36 hours ago.
Yes.
Ain't you still on it?
Bubba.
Now, Travis, before we get started, do you mind here? I'm gonna Rick. Is this hot?
Yeah.
Can you
Here,
hear me
I'll
there?
pot it up, buddy. There
Rick,
you go.
I need a little help. Will you help me scan Travis? Let's just be sure you got
Do
the
you
Geiger
mind,
counter.
Travis?
No,
that we scan you.
I have the same kit at home.
We're looking for radiation. We're looking for any magnetic fields he may have, if he's been examined.
Bubba, is he
or
hot?
Any kind of probes put in him or anything.
Tune your spectrum analyzer to 1.6
Yeah, we're
gigahertz. It's
looking-
usually when you see that is when it's time for
Trouble
something to happen.
start. Well, let me just be sure there's no
Look at
beacons
Bubba's
here
really
going around.
scanning him.
Bubba's got it all.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, we're-
You could actually help him at Skinwalker.
So I
Bubba's
keep
got
seeing
some
104.7 pretty strong, but other than that, we're all right.
Okay. No,
All right, we're good.
I think we're all right. At least what we can detect.
All
Right.
He's only slightly hotter than Chernobyl.
So you guys will like this.
That's funny.
Since the last time I saw you, what was a couple months ago, maybe 3 months ago, I forget. Well, I'd just gone to the ranch, come home, and then I had to have an emergency appendectomy.
Good night. Do you remember Ghostbusters? What have you done?
I know. Don't cross the stream.
What have you done? Right.
So I just thought I'd pass that along, for Bubba.
How
just
many
so he-
organs is this show going to cost us? You know what I mean?
I'm thankful my gallbladder is gone because I know it'd be doomed.
Yeah, now Greg's closest to it.
Yeah, here goes mine.
Right. Yeah, check me out, buddy.
That
So
1.6 lights up. Hey, all bets are off.
That's right.
Yeah,
Careful.
shit.
So Travis, so you were telling us this was kind of your wife really wanted to come see the show today. Did you not know way you could talk her out of it?
Oh, no way I could talk her out of it. That's right. They watch your podcast and everything every morning, and so and they're really excited about the Wheel of Meat, by the way.
Oh, that's been coming up. Oh,
Yeah.
Wheel of Meat. Yeah.
So many people say that.
Yeah. With budget cuts, it's now the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat. But we're doing it.
Right. We've had to cut back. a
Yeah.
little bit.
So all right. So let's talk season 5.
Yeah.
Can you believe 5
Wow,
seasons?
season 5, Skinwalker Ranch.
When I first went out there, I was expecting, okay, I'm going to be there about 2 days and figure out this just a place on the map, and it's all a bunch of hooey. But then as the crazy stuff started happening and getting crazier, you won't believe what happened and what we found in last summer.
So
Oh,
you have not, so far in the first 4 seasons, you've produced no alien. We don't have an alien body. We don't have a spaceship. But you got a lot of weird other things going on that you've documented with some very high-tech stuff,
Yeah.
which is my favorite part
Now,
of the
we
show.
did pull out some
As you
metal
notice,
that-
I go out and buy everything y'all play with.
We did pull out some metal of the Mesa that is very similar to the kind of material that is used on spacecraft.
Right. You're drilling, but you couldn't. You kept hitting it and knocking you off.
I'm begging you to leave that place.
Is that Indian still walking around?
Oh, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that goes on.
The
Y'all
Indian,
wait
the Indian hadn't come to your trailer again, has he? I'm begging you.
Oh, that's bizarre.
Travis,
The Indian's back.
Oh, no, he can't tell.
I had a conversation with him this week, actually. So.
Travis, he's serious.
Did he
I
tell?
know he is.
Did he tell you anything we need to know, or that you can pass along?
Something about tornadoes, man. It keeps coming back to tornadoes every time, and I think it's about a vortex. Actually, I think it's my subconscious calculating what I'm measuring and not realizing it, and it's something about a vortex.
Does anybody remember what Bubba just updated us on last hour? Anybody?
I know.
You have been able to document and show that there is something that looks like a tornado, for lack of a better term, some kind of spinning funnel that is located there.
Yeah.
And you've documented it several times. To me, the one that still bothers me is when the helicopter kept getting a reading like something was 10 foot under it.
That was scary when you were in the helicopter.
Yeah, and obviously you were thousands of feet in the air, but it was very disturbing to the pilot. But then there was video evidence of that flight where you could see something distorting the light underneath you.
Yes,
and to me that creeped me out more than anything.
Well, the LiDAR detector.
More than the Indian coming in his trailer?
Well,
from the dead?
Look, I'm going with the instruments, Rick.
One
the
Indian
instruments.
visit, I'm out.
Everybody said Rick was on half an episode. Yeah, Rick, what happened? Ghost Indian came in. I'm out.
I'm out of here.
Going home.
So anyway, but there's more discoveries.
Yes, there's actually something that is. It's actually unbelievable. We found something.
So far, nothing's unbelievable.
No,
we've
just now
got 4
to
seasons of stuff we can't go to bed after we've watched.
Well, just give up sleep after this one.
Oh no!
I'm begging you to leave. Your hair looks like it's sticking up more than it usually does.
Well, I just got back, right? It takes a couple weeks for it to lay back down.
It's a share here.
But we actually had physical engagements with the ranch last summer.
What do you mean physical engagement?
What do you mean by that?
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Talking about?
There was a literal.
being?
We literally had some of the crew had post traumatic stress syndrome after the events that occurred.
So the ranch came after you.
It actually did.
Oh my goodness!
And we're gonna see that.
You will see it. I can't tell you what happened, but if you'll watch the promo for the new season, that shows a little glimpse of when it starts.
Oh, we need to play it, Adler.
Can we see it?
I don't.
Can we?
He's searching.
I'm sure it's on. I'm sure it's out there.
Let's do it when we come back because we only got a minute. Let me say this. So, like the ranch itself, we've all been there. You're tolerating something, and then finally you go, "That's it.
I'm out."
So was it that? Did the ranch finally say, "That's it"?
There were a couple people who are not going to come back.
Well,
what?
There you go. But as clearly, I went back. So
I was going to say you're not one of them.
That's right.
I'm looking at your wife.
I know. She can't believe it.
Do you have to call her and tell her?
She don't believe it. She thinks I'm crazy.
Man,
she says, sure wasn't your imagination running away with you.
I want to warn you this.
But it was LiDAR.
I want to warn you about this, and listen to me loud and clear. These insurance people always try to beat you out of money. His policy, they're not going to go with killed by a ranch. They're not going to pay you. You're not going to get the money. You better go back and check that fine print. And what does this? What category does this fall under?
I told Dragon that no matter what happens to me, to make sure he backs the Jeep over me.
Right, don't
You're right. No matter what happens.
Don't
Ghost Indian.
Have something they can hang their hat on and has a code, right?
That's right.
Get by vehicle. Okay, got
it. That's really good. That's actually smart. So just call. I just checked fine print. They'll try to beat you out of it. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
All right, we'll come back. So can we see a snippet?
Oh,
we have
yeah.
a snippet?
Uh-huh.
He's looking for it. All right, we'll see. All right, Skinwalker Ranch Season 5. Dr. Travis Taylor with us, along with all of our golden ticket seat guests. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show starts now. Here's our national anthem. Hey, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess?
Matter of fact, Derryberry pulled a Derryberry on himself. Have I told you about this?
It's funny.
So I get this text. We've and we'll talk a little bit about it. Today being January the 19th. We're doing a charity charge on Monday, and this charity charge is going to go back to what we did about, I guess it's however long we've been doing this. It was the first one we did. Yeah. And we're starting to go back and repeat some of them, but we're doing the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund on Monday, this coming Monday, as the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. I get the most heartfelt, sweet, kind text from Derryberry yesterday. Going out to B-Dubs today to help the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. And I'm like, Kevin, I don't think it's today.
So then I panicked, and I like, did we not promote that today? And he's all fired up that he's out there eating wings and helping, which was very, very kind to send that. And I said, Kevin, I think
Kevin, thank you.
Kevin, I think you're on the wrong Monday. Obviously, we celebrate 27 years of the Rick and Bubba Show this year, and you go back through all the different things of the last 27 years, and we've laughed about a lot of them, and we've had some great times and all that. But we also have had some difficult times over the past 27 years. Today marks one of those, and that was on January the 19th, 2008, when I was actually speaking, and that conference is going on this past weekend at Strength to Stand Conference in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. And while I was away, and we had a tragedy hit our family when our youngest son, and some of you that are new to the program, you may not even know this story. But our youngest son, William Bronner Burgess, died his earthly death at 2.5 years old, and started his eternal life. We look at it this day both ways. It's the day that he stepped into where we all hopefully are headed. So we always reflect. Sometimes we talk about it on the show. Sometimes it falls over a weekend, and there may be a mention of it or not. Every year is different. Today's 13 years since that happened. And for those of you, you can't help but do this. I mean, it's clear when you look at Psalms 139, 13 through 16, when God inspires David to write down that God knows the number of our days, and every one of them have been written in his book before we've ever lived one. So it's not like Bronner's earthly life was incomplete, but it was just short on our timeline. But you still can't help, when you start looking around, just as human beings go, if that had not happened, and at markers, the markers, then Bronner would be 16 coming up this May, which is, Greg and I were talking about that.
Me and Lisa were talking about that last night.
Is shocking. And you always, in the things that impacted, would never change. And so I'm going to take a few things to say, and we won't spend a lot of time on it today because, again, it's been 13 years, but I think the times that we're living in right now, this is another one of those times where you kind of go, hey, let me give you some things that God has taught all of us. And I'm just going to kind of try to hit the highlights. But first of all, I want to say this. The listening audience and friends and family, the way that you guys have treated our family is, I could never muster enough thank yous. I mean, guys, when it first took place, you're in such a you're in a mode which can be wonderful if you're people of faith, because you have no choice but to lean on God to breathe. You don't have any choice. So there's a sweetness that comes with this total dependence, because pain and suffering either can make you bitter toward God, or it can bring you into what it was designed to do, to bring you into such a brokenness and a dependence on Him that you really get to know Him in a way that really. I remember our pastor saying to us, "There's things that are going to take place through this that weren't going to happen any other way." Now, there's choices that people have to make, but there's things that have been accomplished in my life, in Sherry's life, and our family's life, that this is what did it. And there's people that are redeemed today because something involving this event and this platform and all that was used to get their attention, either at the memorial service or things that have gone on. And one of the things I'd like to suggest, especially in this time, because there's no way on a show today I can unpack 13 years of things that God has taught us. But, Sherry wrote the book. Yep, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are rolling forward. Patriot Mobile, they've been with us on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and, because of your response, they're like, we want to go to the big show. And they are locking arms with us, sponsoring the phone troll now. And patriotmobile.com/Bubba is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. And when I say the only one, I certainly mean it. So I know a lot of times you're thinking, hey, some of these companies and some of the wacky stuff they do, I don't want to be part of that. I wish my money wouldn't go in there. Well, when it comes to your wireless provider, if you feel that way, you now have a choice. Now, you do not have to compromise quality. This is not a guilt trip
from Patriot Mobile. It is they want to earn your business on merit, so they want it to be the best of both worlds. I have great service. I have great coverage, and I'm not funding things I don't agree with. With PatriotMobile.com/Bubba, you support free speech, religious freedom, sanctity of life, Second Amendment, military, veterans, first responder, heroes. So the money you're spending anyway actually is going to things that you care about. So make your phone money count. They've been at it for 10 years now. Switching is really easy. You can keep your number if you want to. You can upgrade if you want to, keep your phone if you want to. You still have the ability to access all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding things you don't want to. So go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba for free activation, or you can call them at 972-PATRIOT. Just use the code Bubba. That's also free activation. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Dr. Travis Taylor is our guest. His wife and friends are part of our Golden Ticket Seat guest today. He was here just to visit, but he's here so we must speak. Season 5, Skinwalker Ranch, and I think Adler has found the snippet. So do we, fellas, in the audience, do we want to have a look?
Yeah, let's see.
Here we go, new season.
All right, here we go.
We are on the cusp of proving the reality of the phenomena and the secret of Skinwalker Ranch.
I see it right there. Are you seeing this? They're coming down. Oh my God. Is the military letting us know we're being watched?
I don't think the public is ready for what you got.
The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. New season premieres Tuesday, April 23rd at 10. Part of history's strange and unusual.
Next Tuesday.
Well, the timing of you being here is perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like a coincidence.
It's like we planned it.
Or maybe a ghost Indian set it up.
Yeah, there you go.
So let's. I mean, do we want to dive in?
What did we see?
Let me just tell
there
everybody this
that
first of
you
all.
referred
If
to?
you're out there, don't panic. We'll let Travis enjoy the Golden Ticket Seats next hour, but we'll just take a phone call segment next segment. Right now, we'll continue to talk a little bit.
So what did we see there that was the snippet that got close to something that's going to blow?
Well, you saw that big array of drones in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not going to tell you anything about it, but we call that night Droneageddon.
Oh, Droneageddon.
Oh,
now you've had drones before,
Yeah,
and
not like this.
they couldn't hold formation. They were very sporadic.
Yeah, this is different. This is we did an experiment where we wanted to see if there were GPS anomalies in 2 locations at once, and we had the drone company, which they make $500,000 a night at a show. You know, like they work for like the Olympics and the World Cup.
It's impressive what they
same
do.
company.
Yeah.
And they did it for us. They just came out for free to do it, right?
I bet they regret that.
To a tune of about $1 million.
Hey, no.
What?
And that's
drones didn't fare very
well.
Leave it
probably
there.
said more than
I knew I'd get it out of him.
That's quite the tease right there. I get the drone again.
When people say they're making this up, we don't have a budget to make this up.
Oh. Wow. I know. They're all over us.
Aliens knocking them down.
So Travis, during the break between seasons, you guys have been on a live tour. What is that like?
Oh yeah, that's it's really interesting. In fact, they're asking us to do it again next year after we're out there next summer. So we show kind of some stuff that we haven't shown on the show in a live format, about 90 minutes long. And Eric comes in live from the ranch while we're doing it to wherever we are, and myself and Dragon and Thomas and maybe Caleb. He's going to leapfrog in there, I think. And we tell things that have happened that you don't really get to see from the show. And
what could that possibly be?
The show's 42 minutes and a half long, and we have 40, 50 cameras running for a full week for each of those 42 minutes. So think about all the stuff that's going on there, you know, that you're not seeing.
I thought my game camera pictures were interesting.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, well, we have some really cool game cameras.
I bet you do.
Really crazy stuff.
I bet you do. Two-headed coyotes.
On one of the episodes, you have
Did you see his face?
on one of your time-elapse cameras a giant silver ball sitting in the middle of a field.
Yeah, it looks a lot like the Mosul orb.
Yeah, and it just disappears. Yeah. It pops in. Any leads on what that was at this point?
No.
Other than a giant silver ball sitting in the middle of the field?
So we have a plan to get the same camera set up, same location, same kind of time of day.
What the?
And get a bunch of different sized spheres and move them through the field to see if we can kind of recreate the trajectory. But that's a low priority compared to so many other things that have happened. And we'll get around to that.
Keep in mind that the silver ball in the middle of the field on the game camera, we don't have time for that.
Right.
That makes the cut.
The giant silver ball that appeared out of nowhere, Rick, landed and then disappeared.
We'll get to that later.
In Chilton County, we would talk about that picture for years.
Well, we've got things on video flying into the mesa and flying out of the mesa, and now we've got it several times.
Hey, you seen that game camera picture, that big silver ball sitting out there? Yeah. So, all right, now I want to say this. I saw your reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not giving anything away because this is back early when y'all heard about these hounds of hell that had chased people out there.
The actual ship.
So you
know,
Whoa!
And
when I said game camera pictures, I saw your face.
Shape.
But this ain't nothing new. I mean, we talked about hounds of hell back on season 1. Okay, I'm not telling you to give anything away, but I'm telling you
that's where the name Skinwalker comes from.
The thing that's always been sort of unbelievable to you, it's like fantasy or somebody. It sounds like a ghost story.
Sure.
Is the story of these dire wolves that people keep seeing.
Oh,
out
yeah.
there. Well, the dire wolf went extinct like 10 to 15,000 years ago.
Sure it did.
Now you're talking about a big
You said
wolf.
it.
That's like the ones on Games of
I
Thrones.
didn't.
I know.
Right?
I know.
Just stay tuned.
Oh, wow.
no.
I knew it.
Travis.
Back to the
We're going to see a
game camera.
I'll never walk in the woods again.
You probably won't.
All right, so
She's laughing about
Travis,
it.
the night the orb was bombing his trailer and he chased it out in the yard. This is the night I packed.
That's
I'm
right.
out.
Oh,
at that point. I'm gone.
I packed back at Ghost Indian. I ain't been around. I've been gone.
What
ever
about
since
when he
Ghost
got
Indian.
radiated and passed out at the beginning?
It never happened to me because I left on Ghost Indian.
Well, there's a picture of the dire wolf, right?
The dire wolf.
I told y'all about this.
Yeah.
Y'all remember my study of the Revelation? That's all I'm saying. All right, so when you say we now have spin-off shows, we can talk about that.
Yeah.
So now we're saying there's multiple locations in our country, right?
Yes.
Are they all here in the United States?
Yes, for now, because
now.
budget is continental United States.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, and I know these are theories, but just like God rest his soul, in 2023, Calvin Parker went on in, and we interviewed him, and in the Pascagoula thing of the early 70s, what we have all seen, and we say this on the show, we're not coming down on this. I do hear people when they talk about things dealing with either spirits or aliens or whatever, that they're totally scam artists. They're totally trying to get attention. However, there are a group that I don't know what happened to them. They don't know what happened to them, but I do not think they're lying. Something happened to them. We don't know what it is. I would put Calvin Parker in that camp. Travis Walton, as you go around these,
Betty and Barney Hill,
as you go around the country, and you see this kind of stuff at other places, is it plausible? That's all I'm going to say. That some of this may be evidence that what these people were experiencing has some validity.
Yeah, that's the whole reason for creating.
How'd you like that question?
That was pretty good.
That's great. Yeah, that's the whole reason for creating the Beyond Skinwalker team.
Right.
Is so that we can send them off and see if there are other places that might be worth a deeper investigation, like we're doing at Skinwalker Ranch. And believe me, they've found some really interesting places. We've actually found a couple of places that looks like somebody just copied and pasted even the geography, the buildings, and the lore, and put it elsewhere. It's just copied on a computer game, and it's here's Skinwalker Ranch, just copy that, let's put it over here. Let's put this one over there. And it's from
they seem
coast
to pick
coast.
the same kind of environment,
even to the point of being a prison nearby.
No,
Yeah,
stop it!
I kid you, all the crazy stuff like water things. It's weird.
Well, see, when you do that, you get more data points, so you can draw bigger conclusions.
Yeah, and the conclusions are there's a lot of weird things going on that we need to investigate. Because see,
Charlie Daniels warned us about this.
He did, absolutely did.
Down at Woolly Swamp.
Yeah.
So
that's where my brother used to want to always go coon hunting. Was in Woolly Swamp.
Never. I don't understand that concept.
They got hubs
because people aren't hunting.
I won't even go to a Civil War grave.
We would go coon hunting in the graveyard.
Not me. I don't walk over in that world.
So
don't nobody want no Hanks.
You know, we're talking about a TV show,
Not
but we
old
forget
soldiers,
that
Warren.
Travis was like, in a secret committee at the Pentagon investigating
know.
this when we weren't supposed to know it existed.
That's right. You spilled those. You've already spilled those beans, brother.
We done seen your boss on TV.
All right.
Yeah,
Phone
you've
call.
seen a little gray man
I
before.
want to ask him about the hearings in Congress too. when we
Okay,
come
and
back.
also, we'll let you ask questions too at 866 We Be Big. We'll
Gosh
try to get some of
almighty.
yours in. Speedy will take your calls now at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
5 years searching out everything the Bible has to say about calamity and tragedy and pain and suffering, and it says, by the way, quite a bit. But in these times of uncertainty, and I talked to a guy in Laurel, Mississippi the other night, and he told me straight up, and he had buried one of his children, and he said, "I have the book." He said, "I have it. I've had it for a couple of years now, but I still can't quite muster the courage to read it." He said, "It's like I have it, and I know I need it, but I can't do it because I know it's going to be hard, because it is a hard book.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't designed to be an easy book." I think Andy Andrews might have said it best. I didn't realize it because I was, when you're living it, you just take the book. And I handed it to Andy one night, and we were doing a conference together, and he said, "I wish you to give me some kind of heads up." He said, "Because I wept so loudly on the airplane, they were checking on me to see if I was okay." And he said something that I think, and this is, God wrote the book ultimately, and just used Sherry in the way he made her to do it. And it wasn't easy, and Sherry sacrificed, and we sacrificed a lot of time away from each other for her to get this done, what God told her to do. And I believe he said it best. He said, "There's been, I think that sometimes these attempts to do this come across really as, I'm just glad that didn't happen to me." And there's nothing wrong with that. That's great. But I felt like that Sherry said, I will take as long as it takes for God to say this is what it's done. And I think this one is a different look, unlike anything I've seen other than Scripture. And the book's mainly Scripture, once you start in chapter 4 and go. But if you've never read it, it's on audio now. And the quote that I put on Instagram and social media today comes from a bonus chapter. There's actually a bonus chapter now that's put in the audio book, which is pretty normal when people do the audio books. They'll add something that wasn't in the original, and it's a quote that comes from the extra chapter, and I'll read it to you. It says, "A calamity isn't something you get through; it's an utter disaster. The old part of you is gone, and you're covered, marked by something different. You wear it for the rest of your life like a cloak or an outer garment that conceals." So in this way, calamity has to do with forgiveness and reminds us to die daily to ourselves and to live unto God. And so that's a resource to you. And then I would say to others, for those of you that did things like, in our house we have a painting from a supporter of the show that hangs prominently in our house. We have a painting down at the farm that somebody painted for us. We have a tree where we go and pray up on the hill at our farm that somebody came and planted. And we have in our house boxes and boxes of encouragement and letters and prayers. And Sherry, because if you read the book, she talks about the analogy of the dragonfly. My wife has dragonflies sent to her from all over the world. And so the love and the care that you guys have given us, we can never say thank you enough. But you know what? There's a freedom that comes with this kind of pain and suffering too. I get to live a life, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody, that what are you really going to do to me? Hey man, something scary is coming. Hey, I buried a 2.5-year-old son. What are you going to do to me?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm free. What are you going to do to me? It's
experience the worst.
Yeah. What are you going to do to me? And there's a freedom that comes with that. And then of course, you think about, I will say too, and we have got to counsel, sadly, hundreds and hundreds of parents that have had to bury children. But we have a ministry that we can talk to them that we wouldn't have had. And I will tell those of you that maybe have never talked to us, and I think especially with dads, this is the thing that seems to get them on the right track right out of the gate, is I say, don't let the destruction of your life and your marriage and your walk with Christ or your lack of faith, don't let you being destroyed be the legacy of your child. So that's the legacy you want for them? Oh, okay. So now they already have died an earthly death, and now you have to hang a burden on them that they've also destroyed your life. So don't let even if you can't be motivated yet to say, I want to see what I'm going to do for the kingdom of God, don't let the destruction of your life be your child's legacy. Mm-hmm. I mean, give them a different legacy than that. And I've had a lot of parents say, you know what, especially dads, that will be my first step to now start in a different direction. And so it's available to you. We're here for you, and we just thank all of you that have been so good to us and have done so many wonderful things.
Your mobile phone troll. Make your phone money matter. Go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Make the switch today. 30 seconds a pop. Questions for Dr. Travis Taylor if you want. He'll answer what he can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy's got those phone calls for you now. Bubba, did you say you had a question before we go to
Well,
phones?
yeah, I wanted to ask Travis because we've had something happen in our country we've never had before. We actually had Congress that had UAP, which I don't like the name change. I grew up with UFO. I want to stay with that. But they had UAP hearings, and one of the star witnesses was David, and I can't say his last name. Grush.
Yeah.
Who you know.
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Well, so Jay Stratton was the director of the UAP task force, and I was his chief scientist. And we had another guy that was kind of an equal level of Jay. Jay was the two-star admiral equivalent, and the other guy was in what is now Space Force. And we needed someone that could go and start looking through all the classified programs and see if they could find evidence of crash retrieval and old programs. And so the one guy that was in Space Force said, "Oh, I got a guy that's on contract for me right now that's good at that." And it was Dave Grush. And so we gave Dave the assignment, go and see what you can find out. And you see now on all the hearings what he found out. And there's a lot more to it that he can brief inside a classified environment.
Right.
But Dave is the real deal. I mean, it was his assignment to go and figure this stuff out. And then there were times when he got to a door, they would either shut the door in his face or tell him if they asked that question again, bad things would happen. So I mean, and that's why we're like, well, the Inspector General needs to know about this. Congress needs to know about this.
Adler,
what's the this headline here? Can you elaborate about this, Travis? The Skinwalker Ranch stars fought against Senator Schumer UFO legislation.
Dadgum right. Dadgum right we did. Dadgum right we did.
What was that about?
All right, because if you go and you read the Schumer Rounds Act, if you read it, it gave eminent domain to the federal government that anything that seemed of, they didn't even say it had to be proved, of non-human intelligence or unknown technical origin, then it became immediate property of the federal government under eminent domain. And so that meant if they decided, whoever they are, in some committee in the Senate, that they thought that Skinwalker Ranch had some kind of unknown technical origin, they would come take the ranch.
It's like the movie E.T.
Yep. And that's exactly right. And so we fought
Aren't
it and
they
said,
already
no,
taking
that little boy's
that is a
crying?
violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. It's a violation of the Constitution.
You ain't putting
Absolutely
interstate
not.
through there.
Yeah.
Travis. You remember when the government showed up and they wanted E.T. and the little boy's crying his eyes out? Y'all about to take my friend?
Well, that's
and we
exactly right.
I don't trust y'all. And he says we have the right to take him.
Yep.
That's what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Don't we have examples of them showing up taking things already?
Yes, and with no congressional oversight. And so the question is, why did they? And we helped them write that bill, and then after it left us, somebody injected that into it. And when we saw the final word go into the House and the Senate, we were like, no way. And so we started.
Not on our watch.
And if you'll look, the biggest opposition for that bill was from Alabama and from Utah.
Of course it was. Of course it was. Well, all right, Gunner, you got a question for Dr. Taylor. Go ahead.
Yeah, how y'all doing, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Dr. Travis, I do have a question for you. I love the show Skinwalker Ranch. Do you think it still could be the government watching you, or just stuff that y'all found last year? Do you think could because of more of the strange phenomena y'all been seeing?
Could you understand him?
I kind of did.
Okay, all right,
yeah.
okay,
So
good.
yeah, do I think the government's watching? Somebody's watching us. I don't know who. Somebody's watching us, but some of the vehicles that come over are government. Some of them, like one, we had a National Science Foundation jet doing orbits over us for hours. And when we called NSF and asked them, and they said, "Oh, we had it rented out to a private company. We can't tell you who it was."
Sure, they did.
Well, look, if they want, I mean, they
rented
can
out to
just
Chuck
watch
Schumer.
the TV show and see what y'all are doing, right? I mean,
Well, that's what we think, right? Well, maybe they're afraid we're going to find something and release it. They don't, whoever they are, don't want us to release it, right? I don't know.
John in
so
Georgia.
if you go missing,
Yeah.
we just
That's
assume.
right. You know, that's actually a
Well,
If I'm missing, I don't think life insurance will work. I got to figure
Here
it
we
out.
go again.
You're definitely out.
Here we go again.
Your wife perked up now.
John in Georgia, 30 seconds. Your question for Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, I'd like to know if there is some sort of an alien influence at the Skinwalker Ranch. If there's any chance that they removed the treasure from Oak Island.
Yeah, well, you know, so our executive producer is also the producer on Oak Island. We every time we dig up something, we always go kid that we're gonna put coconut fibers down in the hole. But that we're gonna open a portal one day and it's gonna end up in the money pit at Oak Island.
Okay. Right.
But as far as if there's an alien influence, we don't know what it is. What we know is that the phenomena is real. And whether it's alien, whether it's some new thing of Mother Nature we don't understand, some other technology, I don't know what it is, but there is a real weirdness that is going on, and we have measured all sorts of telltale signs of it. So better than that, I don't know.
Don't go near the Euphrates River. Just take a note of that.
Yeah, because I hear she's running a little low.
Austin in Alabama. Austin, you have a question. Go right ahead.
Hey, so you know that orb thing he was talking about showed up all of a sudden and vanished all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Rick, you reckon that thing was going the speed of light?
Oh, don't you do this.
This is not him.
Let me tell you something, Austin. I'll ban you from the show.
By the way,
Yeah,
by the way,
come
Travis,
over.
I got somebody you need to have a conversation with today.
You love this.
Do you know he's still emailing Bubba?
If it were going the speed of light, we wouldn't have got it on a game camera.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, this goes back to a guy that shut the whole show down this week. I
gosh.
wish you had been here.
I'm not even going to try to describe it.
Yeah, you ever had a conversation going on and you became so uninterested in it that you almost started thinking about what you need to do that day, and it just
And it
he
went on
couldn't
and
quite
on
he
and
couldn't
on.
quite, no pun intended, land the plane.
Right,
We didn't
right.
quite know what he was, and then he keeps talking to Bubba about it. I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah. He changed from a car speeding to a cannonball.
It sounds like it was highly influential on me.
Well, I finally, after 3 days, I've said, "Love you, Matt. I'm out. I'm tapping out on this. I can't discuss this anymore."
Greg in Enterprise. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, this is for Travis. Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy, go right ahead.
Hey, a question. If you think it may be a meteor, does the local government allow you to dig into the mountain to verify that, or you're not allowed to dig into the mountain there, the plateau?
Yeah, so a lot of people ask that question. The property line is depending on where on the mesa there is a few hundreds of feet beyond the edge, and sometimes it's right at the edge. And Brandon has rights to drill or do biopsies pretty much at will. And the problem is that mesa, it's like a Jenga game. And each Jenga block is bigger than a SUV, solid rock. And so we're afraid every time we go up there that we're going to pull the wrong rock and the whole thing's going to come crashing down. And if there's something really important in there, we don't want to tear it up by, just going willy-nilly in there using explosives or major excavations. So we got to be very careful about it. And then there's also the aspect of it's surrounded by Indian reservation, and we got to be, we got to be mindful of that too. We don't want to be disrespectful to any tribal property.
Travis, I'll be
and now
honest.
I'm quoting the Ghost Indian.
Yeah, sometimes I see what's going on and I just start screaming, dig. Just dig it up.
No,
just
but
dig the whole
what if it
thing
collapses
up.
and we lose everything?
That's the problem. If we just start digging too much, we could lose it.
Well, we just keep drilling. We just hitting it and bouncing off of it. How are we going to get to it?
Yeah, wait till you see what we did last summer. It's crazy.
Oh, no.
All right, so season 5 Tuesday night on the History Channel. Thank you,
can't
Travis.
wait.
You,
Yep, thank
you
you,
can
guys.
relax and enjoy your day.
Thank y'all very much.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And if any of this has been used to help some of you that are going through difficult times, as my wife said, if one person has come to know Christ because of the earthly death of our youngest son, then it's worth it. And that's really what it's all about. So thank you guys so much. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With today being the 19th of January, and some of you may be hearing this historic moment from the Rick and Bubba show for the very first time. But I want to pass along a couple of things. As you know, we're we're really focused on, and I'll talk about this. It actually applies to today on a call to men's ministry because of something that took place with this calamity in our life, which I'll share with you. But one of the deans of trying to create men's discipleship is Pat Morley. You remember the famous book "Man in the Mirror" and his ministry. And the last thing we're trying to do out there is go, well, themanchurch.com, we're in competition with Man in the Mirror. We're all trying. There's more than enough work to be done. We could use 10, 12 more people who want to start ministries devoted to discipling men and reaching them. But anyway, there's a bunch. Phil Reddick, Bubba, one of the first things you and I did when the show first moved to Birmingham was to go and speak at a banquet for young business leaders. And Phil Reddick has now, since we're all getting older, the word young doesn't apply to us anymore. And so young business leaders is still going on, but he's taking on a ministry now called Second Half, meaning those of us that are in the second half of our life. And I got to speak to one of their banquets. But Pat Morley, due to COVID, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to be in person. It's going to be a virtual. But here's the good news about virtual. Now anybody can watch it anywhere in the country. Right. So if you'd like to sign up, coming up the 21st, which is Thursday, correct? Pat Morley is going to be with the Second Half bunch doing an interview about our lives here in the second half. It is going to be their dinner is going to be in Birmingham, and they have to reschedule that for the spring. But they are going to do an interview with him virtually on a Zoom interview. And if you want to be part of that, go to show notes today at rickandbubba.com, because it doesn't matter if it's in Birmingham or not. Y'all can see it anywhere, and you can hear an interview with one of the deans of men's ministry, Pat Morley, with the Second Half Ministries, and find out about them too, and maybe put a chapter together where you live. But that's in show notes today if you're interested in that, coming up on Thursday. I'll also be at Leeds First Baptist Church. Be there with themanchurch.com Thursday night speaking to those men. I'll be in Americus, Georgia on Friday night with Johnny Hunt speaking to men at a men's dinner there as well. So I want to mention a couple of things. I was talking about the audience and some of the things that have happened in the last 13 years, how all of you here on the show and the job that you guys did, I'll always be so grateful and continue to do, and what you've meant to me and my family and our lives and the listeners, the things over the last 13 years. And one of the things, and I guess I always fail to mention this because coming from me, I don't want it. You want to be sure this comes out the right way, but also at the same time don't want to ignore it, and say, well, because it is very moving. But there are at least 10, and it may be more than that now, from time to time I hear of little boys who were named Bronner. And they'll send me pictures of their sons and people who have named their – because if you remember that story, Sherry and I we didn't argue. It was a fun thing. We went back and forth on this name, and I remember, going, I said, that sounds like somebody's last name. I don't know. I don't know about this. And, and she was talking about, look, you've picked the names for all of them, and I'd like, this is something I would like. I like this name. And we had started doing B names. We didn't even know we were doing B names till we got down to Brody. Then I thought, well, this would be awkward if we name him Larry. So anyway.
Larry Wayne.
So Sherry said, I said, well, this is kind of a unique name. And I said, he's going to constantly being asked how to spell it and all this. But now I realize the uniqueness of it was also part of God's plan. And with the ministry that has continued and goes on, the different veins that go off, all tied to a child that lived 2.5 years here on earth, which is a challenge for me to have more impact than he did, since God has given me much longer. So that is one. And another thing I want to share too, I've had people ask, and I've never really, I don't think I've ever mentioned this on the air, but we went to Israel on the 1-year anniversary of him going to heaven. And in preparation to go to Israel, I stopped shaving, and I used to have the Fu Manchu thing, and I just got to where this is kind of, I was redeemed in 1996. Sherry and I are about to celebrate our 25th anniversary and 25 years of being followers of Christ, but that was definitely a discipleship process of going from 1996 to 2008, and But from 2008 on, after the earthly death of Bronner, it was going, one or two things were going to happen. And Greg, you called it because you know how God made all of us individual. We still have our personality. Yeah. It was going to go one or two ways. I was going to be one of these people that completely turned against God, or he was going to say, look, the way I made you, I need you, like I have many others before you. I don't mind your personality. I just want you to use it in the right way, and I'm gonna redeem it and show you what I require of you. And the 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 6 and 7 was because I didn't understand this when I first was trying to make my way back that night. I kept hearing the word perplexed in my spirit, perplexed, and I was hashing it out and I was praying and I was like, Lord, what are you doing? And I've actually met the pilot that flew me back because I'd driven up there.
Yeah.
And y'all sent a plane and many others to try to get me, which I'm so grateful for that too.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A brand new hour from the Big Boys studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Thank you for being with us today. Yeah, we got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler here today, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and we thank all of you for letting us do what we do. And what a great group we got here today.
We have got, they are fired up, sold out, and ready. And we've got delicious goodies. We will spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat this hour. America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City, will be ready to go as usual for the YouTubers out there. And so we'll work through that coming up here momentarily. So, Bubba, we do need to look into the world of Trump.
Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
We did Biden earlier. That's always sad. It's all how can each party find that little smidgen of votes that might sway this election one way or the other.
Gonna be close.
As you always clearly try to lay out. I hope people listen. Before a vote is even cast, the votes on how they're going to go is almost already decided.
Yeah, it's about 45% Republican, 48% Democrat before anything is done. So
yeah.
You have to that 5% left over is what makes the difference.
They make it because there's a large number of people that have ideology that is already solidified. So they just go with the party they think best represents their ideology, and really the human beings almost become irrelevant. It's all one ideology against the other. But then
this year may be the exception.
Yeah, and then because sometimes you can. When you keep walking out of the grocery store at $200 a pop, you kind of start thinking, maybe this ideology, I might want to maybe for at least 4 years let that go. I sure did like the economy of the other ideology that I can still pretend to hate. But anyway, so here we go. They're all after it. Here's the Trump camp. Here's an ad.
They got a jingle?
They got a jingle to try to win over the Latino vote. So here we go.
And yo voy a votar means I'm going to vote.
What is it again?
Thank you,
Yo voy a
Adler.
votar.
Well said.
Okay.
Well said.
That's funny. Greg, I wish that was you singing. Greg, so bad.
Wow. Well, there you go. There you go.
I don't know how successful that will be.
Well, it looked like
somebody
fun.
thought it was effective and went with it.
Yeah.
Fun video.
It is very upbeat and musical.
Right,
I will say
I
that.
like his little dance he's got going.
Hey, thank you, buddy.
There you go, showing off.
I believe.
Shaving a haircut.
I think I might have just taken that song there and tried to spin it into Trump.
Yeah. Pennsylvania, is it possible? Trump, we got an interview here, a Pennsylvania voter and voters, and you're starting to see this more and more. The left has tried to paint Trump as this evil, wicked, a monster against all human beings. But people are not really buying that narrative, and sometimes some surprising factions of our society, including you're seeing the ever-growing African American vote. And here in Pennsylvania, here's what people are saying about Trump.
Trump, when he said he would do something, he would do it.
He doing.
He takes action, and he does care about the people.
See, the ad's already working. It is Trump, be careful, people.
I will say
not
this.
What he said.
And
that's what he said.
There's a lot of issues on the table, but
yeah,
I will say in our dealing with him, when he said he's going to do something, he does it. I have to agree to that.
Well,
sometimes to everybody's dismay.
Yes, right. And I think that's why he's mad at Stormy Daniels, because she said she would be quiet and she hasn't.
Right.
So we
they keep calling it the hush money. The hush money trial.
Funny. But
do you think that's because they keep referring to it as hush money? But it actually was a non-disclosure agreement, right? Which is hush money in all cases.
Right.
Right? I mean, isn't that what it is? A non-disclosure agreement says I'll give you money and you button up.
Right.
Right.
I thought that's how it
I mean,
worked. I'm not an expert on hush money.
I mean, shouldn't it be her on trial for not keeping her into the deal?
Well,
I mean, really.
A promise is a promise.
And,
no matter how bad it is.
You know?
Right.
Thought she would be a woman of her word.
We have another person that has been dismissed from one of the many trials that Trump's having to deal with as the left tries to use the judicial system to keep him from even being a candidate. But we've had another juror that has been dismissed. Remember, half had to walk out when they were asked if they could be impartial.
50 out of 96 walked out the very first time the judge asked them to raise their hand if they could not be impartial.
So a little over half. So now we have another that made it, but now has been done away with because they found out that this person actually is an anti-right-wing person and has been on record of saying so. So here's the quick clip.
That this has to do with something that very well could have been the fact that this juror may have been arrested back in the 1990s conducting some type of political vandalism against something, posters on the right, and it was not revealed, or he did not remember it and did not include it, and that is why that juror has been dismissed.
Now I want you to think about the garbage with that. So I was so anti-right-wing politics, I was arrested for vandalizing their signs and their promotional materials, but I didn't remember it.
It slipped my mind, Judge. I'm sorry.
Speaking from experience, every time you're arrested, you remember it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. It
does stick with you.
It will stick with you.
Now, Rick, we know who the 12 jurors are. We don't know their name, but we know all about them.
Mm-hmm.
But some of these, I can't believe they allowed them through. Okay, so like juror number 11, she's a female. Lives in Upper Manhattan. She's a project development manager, and she calls Trump selfish, but she's allowed to be a juror. I mean, don't you think that would go, well, no, I thought we're impartial. If you already think he's selfish, aren't you already behind in the pitch count here a little bit?
You're going to be judging on former President Trump, your feelings about him. I think he's selfish. You're in.
Yeah. So juror number 2, male, neighborhood unknown, investment banker, listens to the Michael Cohen podcast. I mean, this is one of the witnesses,
like
right?
a skit.
I think
that is his old lawyer, right? Michael Cohen. Isn't that him?
Trying to get an impartial juror in New York for Trump, I think is such an uphill climb. They're just taking something not as bad as the others.
Rick, juror number 5, female, lives in Harlem, teacher, gets her news from Google and TikTok. TikTok. Gets her news from TikTok.
That's a good one.
Nice.
And said it out loud.
and Trump's law team, his team said we're out of strikes. We can't strike anybody else.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Juror number 8, male, lives on the Upper East Side, retired, watches CNBC and the BBC.
Oh, wow.
All right.
How you feel? You think you're going to get a fair shot with a CNBC?
Wait a minute. You talk about a person's going to decide whether I'm guilty or innocent, and they're watching news sources that tell them I'm evil? Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at some of these and I think, how is this what you had to settle for?
Yeah, apparently.
We got a corporate lawyer, juror number 3. We also have a lawyer, juror number 7.
The only one I even see close is a male who gets his news from dailymail.com. That's the only one I think you'd have hope.
Here's
right
a
out of the
picture.
gate.
Here's a picture of the jurors. Here.
That's Hillary. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Patriot. I didn't even recognize him. He was like, I flew you back. I said, man, I'm so sorry. I don't even remember. I had no idea what you looked like.
Mm-hmm.
You were just a faded face in all of this.
Exactly.
I was tunnel vision, man. And so I was knowing I was being about to be prepared to go do what would be the most difficult thing that anyone could ever do.
Ever.
That's the reason why in the memorial service, if you've ever seen it, I call the memorial service the second most difficult thing I ever had to do.
Amen.
It wasn't the first.
That's a fact.
The first was walking into that hospital. That was the first. And so I was praying about that, and I was hearing. I didn't know that verse as well as I know it now, and it is a bizarre thing that Peter says, and he's talking about a church that's under persecution of Nero, and he says, "In this you rejoice, though for a little while." Because this isn't how it's always going to be.
Yeah.
If necessary, don't miss that. Underline that 2 or 3 times. You have been grieved by various trials. So you rejoice, though now, for a little while, if necessary. Now, I know there's a lot of bad theology out there. Y'all don't like that if necessary. God, you have been grieved by various trials to test the genuineness of your faith. That's more precious than gold. Gold perishes when it's refined by fire. But if you pass this test, it'll result at the glorification of Jesus Christ. Because when do people look at your faith? When it's under duress.
That's right.
And so these Christians were under duress because Nero was killing them. I can't imagine what they think about us, running from COVID in church. How would you like to be saying if you meet Nero's going to send people down here to kill every one of us? And they met anyway. But anyway, so It that is Scripture. So sometimes, and I know people don't like this, but it's Scripture. Bronner's earthly death was necessary to accomplish things. And all of you out there, there's suffering going on everywhere. Well, I certainly don't have the corner market on suffering. Everybody in this room has suffered, and if not, you're going to suffer. And in these times, there's a lot of suffering going on. And so I think now more than ever, we need to remember these things. I think about I look at this, and boy, you talk to somebody who needs this. The Apostle Paul is sitting here in 2 Corinthians chapter 12. He's just listed in chapter 11 all the suffering that he's been through. And he's talking about this thorn in his flesh that Satan's using one of his demons to harass him. And he says, so to keep me from becoming conceited because of the surpassing greatness of the revelation, he was talking about he had seen the third heaven. A thorn was given me in my flesh, a messenger of Satan to harass me, to keep me from becoming conceited. 3 times I pleaded with the Lord about this, that it should leave me. But he said, my grace is sufficient for you. My power is made perfect in weakness. In weakness. So then Paul says something interesting. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. For the sake of Christ, then I am content with weaknesses, insults, hardships, persecutions, and calamities. For when I'm weak, that's when I'm strong. So Scripture is not silent on this topic. And that has definitely taken place. But so I grew a beard in 2009, and this beard reminds me of the new life. I'm not the man I was before 2008. And he's continued to refine me into a different human being all the way. And one of the things that he has been the most effective with is this. And I will tell you, for those men out there, and it's in chapter 4 of the book, but I'll tell you straight, and I say this as many places as I can. My wife knows the Word of God from the beginning of Genesis to the book of Revelation. And if there's any, she was the spiritual leader of our family for too many years because I was not committed to knowing the Word of God as she was. And I used all the excuses men use about study habits and all that garbage, and I don't like to read. Of course, I was an expert on everything else I deemed of value. And so she said when she was there in that emergency room, a powerful woman of God, if anybody didn't need a spiritual leader, you would think it would be her. You know what she said? My pastor couldn't do it. Our friends couldn't do it. Our family couldn't do it. So everybody waited on my husband to get here because no one could replace him. So we waited on him. Every man in this audience, you can't be replaced. And if somebody else is doing it,
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, here we go. 20 minutes. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. And yes, sir. Release the Kraken. The wonderful wheel of canned meat. Here it goes. It's ready. Only the bold and the golden ticket seats have decided, yes, I will spin the wheel of meat. They make their way over to give it a spin today. On the wheel, we have delicious canned meat. We have Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera. What else is a Blaze TV subscription we actually have? But most everything, because of this being the final year of the show, there's been a rush on the store. So not many giveaway items available. Hey, now Bubba and I do want to tell some of you, there's some items coming back to the store as part of the celebration
that we thought were long gone.
We thought they were long gone, and we are jacked. America's favorite house band, there they are, Rock and Roll City. They're standing by and ready to go for you. Yes, sir. Listen to that. If that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what will. Greg on the drums, Adler on the axe and lead vocals, and Super Tom, the engineer, on the bass. So we now will bring really... she's getting a lot of accolades today from the staff. Betty Cantrell, who brought goodies and goodies and goodies galore today. She will spin first, and now we must help Betty to be inspired to spin by saying to her, "Wow, what a wheel!" All right, let it rip, Betty. Don't get hurt. Good
Betty
night,
said,
Betty.
"I'll spin it."
She spun that thing like banana bread. All right, so let's see what's happening here. Let's see if Betty can get a win here. Let's see.
Won't need to grease it today.
Yeah, we won't. Yeah. Sunglasses, 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 wear it. We're out of those. So Betty has got to come over to our little table here. Betty, grab you. Who took the head off?
We have a headless James Spann.
Oh, she's taking. Yeah, she can wear a small. Betty can wear a small. Look at there. There it is. Oh, yeah. Okay, got a Rick and Bubba shirt there.
Good job.
Yeah, no surprise here. The only shirts that we have left here at the studio, all of them are smalls and mediums.
Yeah.
Our audience, not big takers of those. So now let me tell you, you can't find a double or a triple X anywhere.
No.
All right, so up next, we've got Karen Taylor. What do we say for Karen? Wow, what a wheel! Karen, it's a dream come true.
Or better known as Mrs. Skinwalker.
Mrs. Skinwalker gives it a rip. All right, let's see what happens here. Big moment for Karen today. Bucket list, check. Oh, look at here. What's the ruling?
That's a.
Oh, you almost got a camera, Travis. Bandana. Bandana. We're out of those. All right, so Karen, come right here and just find you something there that you want. She's taking the headless span. Okay, no, it's a Max Lucado book there. There's we got that. The devotion. We got a cat in a hat there. We got one of the big boys there. She's taking the World Games hat. Yeah. Just when she thought.
I like it.
Don't dream too big.
Now,
she was
that's a special hat. When you get it, you actually owe money.
Yeah, you owe Birmingham money, unfortunately. So there you go. Nice job, Karen. Thank you very much. Debbie Collins is up next. By the way, can we get a go for our winners? Go! Go! Okay, picking up a little static off the wireless. All right, so here we go. We have next Debbie Collins. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Debbie. Here we go. All right, come on, Debbie. Debbie. Oh, yo. Debbie. Yo. side of that hat. So you can come over here and see.
Tough year on merchandise.
Yeah, it's just. So what do you think? Oh, she's getting the big boy bank. It's a bank. Oh, you can put your change in there even though no one takes it anymore.
Now, it's a little sticky. I'm not sure why that's...
It's a little bit sticky. A little bit sticky.
I think something...
Yeah, we don't know what
It's
happened.
probably old and breaking down.
Probably
like
the
rest
probably
of
a day somebody brought us fudge. So there you go. How about a go? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Another winner. Spinning nothing but winners today, Bubba. Anthony Nelson is up next. What we say for Anthony? Wow, what a wheel! Did you louder? All right, here we go. It's a reverse spin. No one can do the reverse. So, well, he spun that thing like he spun a wheel of canned meat before.
It looked like he was bowling.
Don't know how that would be possible, but he'll say here, look, Henry the horse. It is Henry the horse.
He's got to come in from the back 40.
Here he comes. Henry the horse.
He's out grazing this morning.
What a horse.
There he goes.
Hey, oh, Henry's limping.
He's hurt.
He's limping. What's
Henry,
wrong,
are you
Henry?
okay?
What's up, guys?
What's wrong, Henry?
It's the damnedest thing.
What happened?
I started feeling weird this morning, and I think my liver's starting to quiver.
Oh, no!
And then I look over and I see Travis is here.
No!
But thankfully everything's doing okay. Everything else is fine. So doing good.
Henry's concerned.
What, is there a doctor in the house?
What a horse! Somebody shoot it!
Yeah, not a big vat bill on some of the horses.
No. Everybody say, ba-da, 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 yeah. Lauren Covert is coming up to the wheel. What would we say for Lauren? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Lauren. There we go. Oh, wow. I tell you, we've got some folks that know how to spin a wheel today. I mean, we really do. All right, let's see here. Lauren. Bandana. Bandana.
Nice move with that.
We're out of those. So you pick something there, Lauren, off our wonderful table of things in our office that we're going to get rid
Cat
of.
in a hat.
Yeah.
I'll go with your book.
Okay, there it is. She grabs Sin Always Matters, the new 31-day devotional. There you go. There we go. What did we say a little ago there? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! All right, Lauren. I think we can get one more in this round. Valerie Hewen? That's right. Is that right? All right. What do we say for Valerie? Wow, what a wheel! So we said static wasn't in there. It's back.
You know how batteries go dead around Travis.
I know. Doggone, I didn't even think about that.
wait a minute.
Look at here.
Oh,
Yeah! Meat it is. Meat it is. Oh, Valerie.
I get to pick it when I
Valerie, this one, it lands on any meat. One of our various canned meats.
Well, Rick, this is a very special prize today. We have Chunk Light tuna in water.
Yes!
Thank you.
The good news about that, in the apocalypse, it's still good.
Yep.
So
the good news, 20 years from now, it's still good.
Still good. What do we say a little bit ago for Lauren here, or Valerie? Here we go.
Go, Greg.
Go! Go! Go, 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 go! All right, we'll come back. We still have Lauren Busby and Randy Ward Jr. To spin the wheel of canned meat as the winning continues and the joy that only the wheel can bring us. Bottom of the hour, check rickandbubba.com if you want to shop the Rick and Bubba store for items that actually are there. You can do that today by going to rickandbubba.com, click on the store.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, 2, 2, 1. What's up, gang? Yeah. What do y'all want to do here? We're gonna just practice on the air live with you guys. So I'm watching on YouTube. So thanks for watching. Tom keeps kind of breaking some band rules, like practicing outside of the live performance and like bringing songs that we don't know how to play and stuff. So Tom, what do you want to play this time, buddy? Oh yeah, and yes, yeah. It is getting till the dark. Now it's getting now dark, and it's going a day. Yeah. I've been waiting so long. No, hold, stop. What's the dang again? What's that part?
I just went into the A.
What's the chorus? The chorus is like, bah, 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 I've been waiting so long. Greg, you sounded good. Greg, you sounded good, man. You sound real good. It's like, is that it? What is it? What's the chorus? And then, bah, bah, bah. What's the chorus? Yeah, we know, Greg. Yeah, we know. You're just saying, We got to know the notes, Greg. Yeah, we know that part. I'm trying to learn it. Yeah, that's it. You're out of the band, Greg. It's just me and Tom now. All right. Well, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna Google it. So until then, let's just play the song that we're all really good at. Here we go. 6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
They're doing your job. They're doing your job. And you know what? God used this so I would do my job because I had not done it the way I should have up to that point. But that was a huge awakening. We'll be back. Your phone calls and more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show phone calls coming in. We'll start with Michael in Florence listening to WLAY. Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
I'm good, man. My congrats to Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Sir. So what's on your mind today?
I lost my daughter the same year as you lost your son, and I remember watching your son's funeral, and you're a big man for being able to stand up there and say what you said. It really helped me a lot. But for many years, man, I was in a real dark place because of it. I wasn't never really raised in the church or nothing, so I didn't have that on my side. And I was listening to your show a few years back, and I don't remember who you had on, but you had a guy on there, and he was talking about, like, I've always felt alone, and, you know, like it was the worst thing that ever happened, and I was the only one going through it.
Sure.
And of course I wouldn't, but that's how I felt. But you had a guy on there, and he spoke about how there is somebody that knows, you know, God.
Yeah.
And I feel so bad for God now. I can't even weep for me because of what this world's turning to. And, you know, he knew he was going to lose his son. And I just want to thank y'all for what y'all do.
Well, thank you, and thanks for the way you're living your life. You know, Sherry talks about that also in the book on that point. And it's the first time I'd ever heard it, and I thought it was profound. She was having a similar conversation, but she said, in my weakness in the moment, I was saying, but you got your son back in 3 days. And she said, I felt in my spirit God saying, but what about the others? Mm-hmm. Every single child of mine that rejects that redemption that I provided through my son unlike your baby that you'll be reunited with in heaven, I will never see again.
Come on with that. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. What a day, what a day, what a day, and what a wheel as we are doing the wonderful wheel of canned meat. I know if you were like us, it was shocking the first day you went to your mailbox and AARP was sending you their materials. You thought, well, this must be for my parents.
Yeah.
Only to realize you met the criteria.
It's your name's on it.
Yeah. Well, then you started kind of looking into the benefits. You thought, okay, I'll take a senior discount. And then you realize, wait a minute, their political stance, I don't want to be part of this. And you thought, well, I wish there was an alternative. Well, there is. It's called AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens. I like that. That's also a nice way of saying old people. AMAC.us/Bubba. Now, here's the good news about AMAC. You get all the benefits like, travel and hotels and car rentals and cruises and theme parks and shows, events, movies, food, dining. All that's there. But unlike AARP, they are the conservative alternative. So benefits with politics you may be more comfortable with. Also, you get insurance discounts. You get free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in the Washington community, speaking on behalf of all of us, Bubba, who are mature citizens. Get yours now by going to amac.us/Bubba. Election year special, 4-year membership, $30. Also, you get the magazine, too. If you'd rather go 1 year, it's $16, okay? So go to amac.us/Bubba. Yes, there's an alternative, and there's a link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So the wonderful wheel of canned meat is continuing, Bubba. We still have 2 people that are yet to make their dream come true. The next
Living the dream.
Living the dream. The next one up is Lauren Busby. Lauren Busby will make her way
She's
to
almost kinfolk.
Yeah, when I first saw that, I thought, is this, your kinfolk straight up? Is it part of the feud?
Right.
But I realized that was the EYs versus the IEs. Right. The Busbys are not part of y'all's clan.
No, just close, but no cigar.
You could have been one of your real distant relatives that said,
they got down South Alabama, started spelling things crazy.
Yeah, right, yeah. So Lauren is up. What do we say to Lauren? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Lauren. Let's see what happens here. Lauren Busby now spinning the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Here it comes, coming around, coming around, coming around. Look at here. Look at here! Yeah! Spur Master, Spur Master, Spur Master, call it! Hey, let me tell you something now. I don't know if Lauren's ever done any turkey hunting, but they've just about outlawed this thing in Mississippi. So Lauren, you've got Gary the Bulldozer Man, the Spur Master himself.
Are you a big turkey hunter?
You like to turkey hunt? I mean, is this
not? But I'm a big fan of Gary, so I feel like this is a win.
Well, I mean, sometimes Gwen tells me I just need to quit being so flirtatious, and because the women out there go wild over me. And so you're a big Gary fan. So you do have his turkey call. Now he's going to have to send it to you. We hope this works out.
Yeah.
Hey, I better get out there in the shop and make one for Lauren Busby.
Yeah, I have to make one up.
Yeah, and so, but it is an outstanding call. Do you have anybody in your family that turkey hunts?
I do.
Okay.
I do. And because of Gary, I've researched turkeys. I didn't even know what a spur was. Don't let Gary know that.
Hey, you know that I have
now.
the state record there in Alabama. I shot it just over where Bubba used to have a place, not far from Rick's place.
Yeah, there's a plaque there if you need to.
I got a plaque there,
is.
and of course I got a car tag that. Looking back,
bad idea.
I didn't quite think through.
Yeah.
But so we'll send this to you, an autograph Spur Master call. So congratulations.
Awesome.
How about a go for Lauren Busby? What do you say about that? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! I think Houndstooth is finally restocked too. They were out, but I think they've got the Spur Master back too. Randy Ward Jr. makes his way wearing his Rick and Bubba 30 Years of Radio Gold shirt.
Love it.
Randy Ward Jr. will now spin the wheel, but not until we say, wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Randy. From Pensacola, Florida. Bubba Randy.
That is a nice wheel, isn't it?
It is a beautiful wheel. That's why everybody says, wow, what a wheel. All right, let's see. Randy. Yeah.
Okay.
T-shirt, wear it. Don't have any of those.
We're out.
Don't have any of those. So, Randy, matter of fact, the only shirt that's available right now you currently have on, so that would have been. So, look here. If there's a little something you might want off this little table.
Hey, buddy. We're going to have to reload the table, too.
I know, we are. Yeah.
I think we'll go with the book.
Max Lucado's God Never Gives Up on You. Okay, there you go.
Max is a good one.
That's a good Max Lucado. So, how about a go, Greg, if we can get that for our friend Randy? Go! Go! Boom! So there it is. Congratulations. A lot of winners today.
A lot of winners.
We got folks spinning. We got folks winning. And if you would like to try to make your way here, I did have someone actually text me the other day and ask the question, is there any hope of getting golden ticket seats before the year ends, which I replied, absolutely not. It is impossible. But you never know what may happen. So when they jump out there, you can grab them, and hopefully you can be here with us and come spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat as well. We've talked a lot of things today, Bubba, concerning the unknown.
I mean, we have covered some ground today.
Oh my goodness! Have you seen this story from the Telegraph? Giant prehistoric snake, sorry, buddy, longer than a T-Rex found in India.
A what snake?
A prehistoric snake longer than the size of a T-Rex.
What the?
I think I'll pass.
It has been unearthed in an Indian mine.
Good night.
They said there was a redneck from Huntsville digging there, so the
popped right out.
Yeah, and came upon this. Can you imagine? Here's what they said. They said it would have looked like the modern day large python. It would not have been venomous, but they're saying, but the size.
It seems like everything prehistoric was big.
Yeah. They found 27 vertebrae from the snake, including a few still in the position as they would have been when the reptile was alive.
Good night.
So how did they think it was fossilized?
See, that's the question you're always throwing out. They need to think about that. If they're finding these things almost like something unexpected happened to them.
So they either had to have mud thrown on them or lava.
Mm-hmm.
Something real quick kept them in place. Lava would probably burned up a lot of it.
Bubba, I want you to hang on for
Maybe it was mud.
For the estimated length. Would you rather not hear it?
No, how long?
Yeah, I don't think you want to hear it.
How long?
49 feet.
Good gracious.
Golly. That even made Travis nervous.
I'd have to get something bigger than a hoe to get rid of that
49.
one.
Oh, yeah.
49 feet of
You
snake.
need a howitzer to shoot that thing.
Can you imagine? Somebody tell you that a snake's coming to your house, and they say, well, how do you know? And they say, the head should be to you now. I still see the back of it.
Oh, no.
I mean, Bubba, I'm so sorry.
I know. I don't like snakes.
You think
at
that thing
all.
couldn't squeeze?
Oh, you kidding?
I mean, even the ones we got now squeeze.
It'd break a tank.
Yeah. That's
Y'all have problem with snakes at Skinwalker, by the way?
Good question.
We see them, but and they have rattlers, but I haven't really had problems.
Okay.
I picked one up and gave it to somebody.
Travis, do you know what rattles mean though? That means poison.
Danger.
Snake. Yes, danger. It's not a grass snake.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
the only good ones are dead ones in my book.
Sure, you know why they don't ever come around. They got something bigger to be afraid of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You think there'd be more out there, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, you would.
Like this?
But if you were a snake, would you live there? I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't be there.
It knows what's in some of those holes.
Not with all those extinct wolves around. We'll be back. Phone calls in the hour, and any stories we may have missed. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, what's up, gang? Yeah, we're back.
Picture of him.
We're back. No, Greg, no. All right, just let's rock out. Tom, you want to show us something new? Tom's going to show us something new, I think, guys.
How about Sweet Emotion?
Oh, no. What's it in?
I think they do an A.
An A?
intro is. How's the intro?
Let's just rock out in A. Let's just. Oh, there you go, Tom. You got it there. There you go. 3, 4.
Rock and roll city, you know we're gonna rock, cause we never stop rocking till the break of dawn, yeah. In rock and roll city, if you think we're gonna stop rocking, you are wrong, cause we're rocking till the break of dawn, yeah.
Were you gonna finish it more? Yeah, yeah. That was sick, you guys. Man, Rock and Roll City rocked it today. I think it's safe to say that.
What? They're all my children, and she said, which she got there before I did, and I've learned it ever since. And it kind of goes with what the caller just said. She said, for the first time in my entire life, I actually had compassion for God. Because it's always about us. What's he? He's got to be consumed with us, as opposed to us being consumed with him. What about what he did for us, and the fact that because of our sin, without redemption, those people die, and they're separated from their heavenly Father, their perfect Father, forever. And Sherry said, I begin to care about now taking this to go out and see if I couldn't reach, with his help, his children, because I actually care about that now. It's not just about what I've been through. It's all ultimately going to be who's going to be standing in the presence of him. Let's go to Daniel in Hoover. Daniel, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, this is Daniel Entries. I hope y'all are doing good today.
Thank you.
Hey, just wanted to give you a shout-out and just thank you so much for the boldness and when you speak and share that story. I've heard you say it a couple times, and it touches me every time. And when I was at the YBL event, you were just talking about that second half.
Yeah.
There wasn't a dry eye in that building. It was amazing, and I believe that people made salvation decisions and came to know Jesus because of how God used you in that. So please keep telling that story, and thank you for your boldness.
Thank you. Well, to not tell it would to be disobedient. It's not fun, and Sherry talked about that when she did her book tour. She said, this is killing me. And I said, but you got to see how it's being used. And when you see how it's used, I don't think there's anything that puts more salve on that wound than when you see it make a difference. You see it count. You see, well, that's how it did. Hey, I needed to hear that today. Hey, that was used. Hey, you know what? I hadn't thought about that before. And that's what it's all about. So thanks for that. Let's go to Ronnie in Alabama. Ronnie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Okay, Rick, this is Ronnie from Geneva. I was just calling to say,
"10 minutes to the top. What it's like for the losing man." All right, so as we come back, a couple of things to remind you of. Today is the final day to register to win the VIP trip to the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix at Barber Motorsports Park. If you have not registered and you'd like to win that, you get to meet Riley Green, who's the Grand Marshal. We'll get you garage tickets, a parking pass, and some good seats. And this is the last day for you to register for that at rickandbubba.com, so don't miss that. From themanchurch.com, Blake Prime tonight, Pearl, Mississippi. Park Place Baptist Church, they kick off the men's discipleship strategy. So if you're in that area and you want to be part of that, go see him. Sherry and I will be in Opp, Alabama tomorrow night for that conference. I'll be talking to the men, Sherry to the women, and they have closed registration for that. But if you want to get on standby, you can contact the church. We look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow night. I will be also bringing the message Sunday morning at the host church, Westview Baptist. So if you want to join us for that, you certainly can. Bubba, in the audience today, we got to say hello to all of the golden ticket seats. Here we go. Chuck and Betty Cantrell here today. Travis and Karen Taylor. Debbie Collins, Anthony Nelson, Lauren Colbert, Dr. John Christine, Lee Christine. We also have Valerie Hewen, Lauren Busby, Randy Ward, and Randy Ward Jr. All in the golden ticket seats. Dr. Dudney has a $50 American Express gift card for them to spend however they like if they win. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 13.
They're all jumbled up. This is totally random. I'm going to let Speedy pick today.
Speedy? Yeah.
7.
Number 7 will be Lauren Busby. Yay! Lauren Busby. You get a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Thomas E. Dudney, and you go spend that. Lunch is on Lauren today. So there you go. Phone calls are standing by at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Kevin in Sweet Home, Alabama. Kevin, go ahead. Kevin?
I love the show.
You know how you look down and you think, is it on me?
Is it on me? Did I push the wrong button?
Is it on me? Is it on me?
Kevin, I'm sorry. We continue. Let's go to...
you hate when you have a big build-up.
Let's go to Richard in Alabama. Richard, go ahead.
Happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah, you too.
So I was going to see if for the fall race at Talladega, Speedy could reach out and possibly get Ross Chastain on the Friday show. Y'all could talk to him about NASCAR and then be able to talk to him face-to-face about the move he pulled at Martinsville a couple of years ago.
No idea what you're talking about. This is where we are desperate for Greg, our NASCAR expert. Okay. We'll continue. Let's go to is Kevin?
What's wrong?
I had that happen the other day with that exact same line 2, which is odd. We continue. Let's go to Steve in Sweet Home. Oh, see, I don't hear it clicking on that one either.
Travis is here. He might need to come look at
Steve, can you hear me? Steve? Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, it's like people can't hear me.
Was he whispering?
I don't know what's
happening.
He
said, I see Dad.
I see Travis Walker. Let's go to
How
Jerry.
How long does our wireless mic work? 20 years.
20 years.
Today
Jerry,
it's popping.
Piedmont, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey.
I just wanted to thank you. I heard you this morning not put me in that category of the Swiftie. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I knew, you're one of the, multi-time callers, and I didn't see you being a Swiftie. And apparently, we found out today our audience actually hates Taylor Swift. That has been
they were brutal.
That's been crystal clear today.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know that. I won't bring it up again. We continue. Let's go to Butler out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Butler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Hope everybody's doing well on this Friday.
We are doing good, man. Thanks for asking.
Just want to take a minute and say thank you. Just a quick short story. About 5 years ago, it's hard to talk about myself. I was battling addiction. We was about to have our first son. And, I listened to you guys every morning. I was a truck driver. Now I'm a finance director. Was going through quite a bit and actually went to a men's conference with Rick and them guys down there. And now, praise God, I'm the men's director at our church.
Wow.
We're having our first thing tomorrow.
Wow.
And you guys may not get enough credit. Just wanted to say thank you for everything you do, and y'all still make a difference.
Well, the transformation of your life credit goes to the Holy Spirit and God Himself.
Amen.
But if for Him to allow us to be any part of that, we certainly are grateful.
That's a great story.
Yeah,
brother.
thank you, Butler, man.
Congratulations.
That's
Yes,
great,
sir.
man.
Yes, sir. No, I had to hear it from somebody who spoke redneck like me, I guess, to turn my life around.
Yeah,
We're familiar with that.
Yeah,
language.
they bring us to things like this for us to interpret to folks like you, and thank you. I understand where you've been. I understand that transformation, and I'm so thankful for your ongoing testimony and that you're taking it as you were told to do by your Lord and Savior, and now you're making disciples. So really good. And if we help you in any way, let us know. Let's go to Frank in Alabama. Frankie, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Frank.
I just wanted to say a word about this so-called education lottery. My daughter, 10 years ago, was teaching pre-K 4 in Alabama. She moved to North Carolina with her husband, who's in the military, started teaching second grade there. They have an education lottery. She made less money than she was making in Alabama with no education lottery, and Governor Ivey has bumped the salaries up here a couple of times since then, and we don't have an education lottery. She said up there they got less than 1% for schools. They were dilapidated, run down, and terrible.
Yeah, I tell you what, the education lottery benefits is those running the lottery. You are correct. Boy, it makes all kinds of promises, doesn't it? But rarely.
Taxman does pretty good.
Taxman does great on that.
Yep.
So, yeah, look, these people, if you just want to bring gambling into your state, at least say that. This whole thing is going to turn the schools into streets of gold is ridiculous. Jack in Alabama. Jack, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. If somebody was to ask you if they could go hunting with a team and Show Hunt Jack was standing on the side of it, do you think the answer no would get there faster?
That's good. Really, really good. We continue. Let's go to Stevie in Alabama. Hey, Stevie, go ahead. If your name is Stevie, yes. Susie, then. Okay, I guess. But if Greg couldn't hear you any better than we can, he probably did.
Highland, Rick.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
It's Susie and Highland at the beach. You remember us?
Yes, of course. Good to talk to you.
No, not like that.
Yeah,
we're friends with Speedy.
No, I remember we saw you and your family on the beach, and y'all were friends with Speedy.
No, Rick. No, we called because that day we got cut off, and we got a timeout call, and y'all were so hilarious, and like that we were drinking at the beach or whatever. We were just having fun.
Oh, and you called the show. I remember you calling the show, and y'all sounded like y'all were toe up.
And we thought you were drinking
like
at the
today.
beach. I remember.
Similar to today.
And funny, same sound, but you're not at the beach. Maybe it's a morning thing.
Do you know these people, Speedy? They said they're friends of yours.
Oh, from way back when.
Yes, I do remember.
How many
that.
mimosas are they in right
they're
now?
Down in Gulf Shores.
They've called the show before.
I think so. I think they're in Gulf Shores right now. Home of Sunny 105.
Yeah. Okay. Now it's all coming. I've never met them in person. They called the show.
Yeah.
That was
It's
good.
been a minute.
Yeah. And I realized pretty quick it wasn't the nice family that I met on the beach that said they had been listening to the show and all this kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I know that the family was actually sober. So.
Rick, we also have an email here. Said, can we get a segment of Speedy reading Antonio Brown tweets? And that comes from that's from Ryan Greenwood. Okay, I got it.
How quick do you think he? He has. How quick do you think he contacted?
Is he okay?
He didn't say call 911.
He needs his inhaler. He did say that.
You missed that earlier.
Let me tell you something. Really, you think of all the things that's
how it started.
Ryan loves Speedy, stuff like that in general. That one may be as pure as what he's looking for as anything.
It's just so innocent too.
I know. God love you. You're a little innocent. So
I think it was more than when Speedy passed out, or Ryan passed out. Speedy tried to give him mouth to mouth.
Right. Well, you moved out of the way and let him hit his head on the ground.
Well.
No.
To give people their best shot.
I was giving him room to lay down.
Sometimes you got to clear the area.
That's right.
Look, even the doctor's shaking his head. Get out of the area sometimes. Hey, thanks for being with us. If you're done, have a good weekend. Golden Ticket Seats, thanks for being here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.